Chapter 1241, Meticulous Arrangement. Chapter 1241, Meticulous Arrangement, underscore. Mu Wei, the great elder of the Gu God sect, shivered and countless insects flew out from his body. Bai Yifeng was drawing billions of lightning bolts from the sky. In the savage thunder, lightning directly struck Spark. Seizing the chance, Shi summoned his co-soul and used the flaming origin to melt down the frost in his soul. He regained his sound consciousness. It's true that I've made half a step into the immortal realm, but this half step isn't something you could deal with. Spark shouted coldly. His eyes turned dark when the incipient extent, like a picture of the world, unfolded above his head. It was a world of darkness and chaos with mournful screeching and shrieking. Right after that, people saw millions of skulls emerge from his incipient extent. Those skulls belonged to creatures from different races. All of them were ash gray, without any piece of skin remained. Their empty sockets had cold, dark flames. Millions of skulls moved in the sky like the cold, lanterns. The screeching and screaming that the skulls were making attempted to swallow the evil thoughts in people's minds. The insects flew out from Mu Wei's body, flew in clouds and shadowed the sky. However, they were swallowed by skulls and then frozen by the flames in their empty sockets before they could reach Spark. The cold power that Spark had cultivated was the fusion of Qi and the extremely cold energy. It was indeed special. Although he had just made half a step into a mortal realm, his power in this battle had surpassed Mu Wei's third sky of incipient god realm. The lightning bolts that Bai Yifeng had struck out were dissolved easily. Spark's skulls piled up in the sky and created a massive ash-gray skull, which was made of millions of the small skulls. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and sucked the bolts of lightning, swallowing them all. The colossal skulls floated in the world above Spark's head. Its empty sockets with the sparkling dark flames gazed at Shi. A sinister thought that frightened the soul shot out from the skull's eyes and aimed at Shi's whole soul. The void's 9 layers. Shi discolored slightly. He urged his power Upanishad, his god power, circulating like electrical lights. The void in front of him changed all of a sudden. It layered up in 9 tiers. 9 blocks of space piled up and created a tenacious defense. This secret spatial ability of the space power Upanishad came from Bello, using the god power to guide and pile the spatial blocks up to 9 layers. He could have prevented all kind of visible and invisible attacks. The evil thought from the skull above Spark's head thrust it into the spatial defense and created a sound like a sharp spear cutting the fabric tent. The 9 layers of the void twisted and crushed like a sword cutting through white brocade sheets. The tearing sounds emerged when the void layers were cut through. Ouch! Spark hissed. He was astounded. He then pointed at his glabella. A cold river flowed out of his incipient extent. This river was refined from the moon sky river deep inside the universe. It had the aura of the moon, which was suitable for his state of mind and power Upanishad, providing him with endless magical powers. The river then poured on the layers of the void. The cold aura could pierce through that tremendous defense quickly. It attempted to cover Shi instantly. Until this moment, Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng shot the next attacks and shouted, "Join us to counter him." Hearing them shouting, Wu Lai, Jiao Mu, and Sanji, the 3 experts at second sky of ethereal god realm, couldn't think much but attack instinctively. Wu Lai opened his mouth and spurted out a fireball. The core of his fireball was a dry sun, which was burning because of his power Upanishad and god power. The solar nucleus of the fireball flared up with light waves and attacked Spark. The dry sun was also a sun. While its nucleus was spinning inside, it released heat waves, which then wore out the colding power of the massive skull in Spark's incipient extent. Jiao Mu had wooden textiles on his body. A world-towering ancient tree flew out of his incipient extent with the power of the endless forest. Its branches and leaves became vines that wound around the skull and the void. Sanji cultivated earth power Upanishad. A 100 meters tall earth puppet arose from the ground of the mansion, which looked pretty similar to Sanji. Amazingly, it had life energy fluctuating from its body. The earth puppet roared, then stormed towards Spark's body. Mu Wei, Bai Yi Feng, Wu Lai, Jiao Mu, and Sanji were at incipient God Realm. Mu Wei and Bai Yi Feng were at third sky of incipient God Realm, and the other three were at second sky of incipient God Realm. The five of them had joined hands to attack Spark and rose earth-shaking tremors that scared all the warriors staying in Black Iron City. Spark had just made half a step into the immortal realm, so he wasn't really an immortal realm expert, even though his soul thought so. However, with the cooperation of the other five experts, Spark stood still. The millions of skulls and moon sky river of his had dissolved their attacks. He still didn't look dispirited, and he still had the energy to mock others. The true meaning of the immortal realm is the origin of time power Upanishad. Once you touch the threshold, you can return to the origin of your power Upanishad. The marvelous abilities of this realm aren't something you can imagine. He sneered, but he hadn't attacked Shi Yin yet. The cold Yin River was like a gray shadow emitting cold lights in his incipient extent. The lights then turned into Yin symbols that made them chill to the bones and had the aura of living things. Divine power Upanishad. Lena looked amazed at the tower, not far from the battle. She nodded and then said, Spark is about to reach immortal realm. His incipient extent can create the life magnetic field, which only immortal realm experts can do. He now just needs a chance to transform his soul. Cecilia frowned and looked at Shi Yin, who was temporarily safe because Spark had changed his target. She said worriedly, Teacher, how are you compared to Spark? We're at the same level, Lena answered casually. I can't beat him up, but he can't defeat me either. Our competence is not very different. If Shi Yin meets fatal dangers later, Teacher, you must help him. I think Shi Yin could know that man's whereabouts. Cecilia tried to convince her teacher. Lena didn't react, her eyes cold and faint. If the bloodthirsty force let him visit Black Iron City and stir up the wind here, I'm sure that they have some meticulous arrangement. I don't think that there's a member of their force in this city. Don't worry. He's Bloodthirsty's successor. He won't be killed easily. Just wait and watch. I hope so, Cecilia said bitterly. Spark used his own power to fight with 5 ethereal God Realm experts, and he didn't fall in the lower hand. At the moment, he didn't aim at Shi Yin, but control the millions of skulls in his incipient extent and the Yin River. While fighting, he continuously looked in a specific direction as if he was waiting for something. Shi Yin floated in the void, and behind him were so many space slits weaving with each other. The outer space streamers and strong guts shot out of the cracks continuously. Spark had a profound and unpredictable realm. He had understood the meaning of the immortal realm. If Mu Wei, Bai Yi Feng, and the others didn't join hands to protect him, Shi Yin could have never escaped. Shi Yin had opened the space cracks behind him and let them stand by. In case the situation didn't turn well, he was going to have to run away immediately. At the gate of Black Iron City, Audrey had just gotten into the city. She was shocked, looking at the battle not far from her. It's strange that some experts are fighting in Black Iron City. Tsunami Star didn't forbid warriors from fighting individually, only for legions or fleets. Thus, the God Clan's fleet couldn't come here to have a bloody Star War. However, the Tsunami Star couldn't interfere too much in individual fights as long as they didn't destroy the city structure or affect the planet. Anyway, the battle over there had shaken the entire city. Those warriors didn't care about Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's regulations. This surprised Audrey a lot. That's Elder Spark of the God Clan, the old Imperial Dark expert, standing behind her snorted. He said, It has been many years and I haven't seen him. I didn't expect that he would still be alive and healthy. Let's go there and check him out. The old man and Audrey turned into a dark soul light and flashed to travel through thousands of miles in just a blink. They disregarded the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's regulation too. At the same time, another brilliant light was shooting towards the mansion. It was Haig, surprisingly. Dash. Swoosh. The brilliant light shot over, and a man wearing the beautiful armor of the God clan appeared in the mansion. This man had wise and deep eyes. "Hey," Shiryin hissed. "Why you are late?" Spark asked impatiently and frowned. "Feng Ju said that this kid belongs to you. I hope you can seize this good chance. Just kill him. You don't need to care about others. I'll take care of them for you. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce doesn't dare to interfere with our God clan's business. Anyway." "Thank you, Elder." Haig bowed to him. Spark waved his hand. "Do it." Haig looked at Shiryin, his eyes bright with an unrestrained, excited light. "You've reached incipient God realm. Good. Only defeating you when we have the equivalent competence wouldn't make me feel bad. When we fought each other on Desolate, I had to press my realm to stay in ethereal God realm. Today, I don't need to restrain myself for worry that Desolate would aim at me if my realm could break through. I want to see how long you can endure my power today." Haig was so enthusiastic. From the day he was confined, he had longed for this battle. He wanted to use Shiryan's blood to wash his failure on the ancient continent. Dash! It's Haig. Turns out Spark was waiting for him. Lena screamed in surprise. She closed her eyes to sense for a while. Immediately, she discolored in fright. Haig's very powerful. The aura on his body is even stronger than Wu Lai's team. If Shiryan has to fight with Haig only, Shiryan will be the winner. Cecilia pouted her lips. As he could surprise Haig on the ancient continent, he could still do it again here. Haig's the future leader that the God Clan has spent efforts to nurture. His power Upanishad is magical. He's placid and smart. It's true that he could have reached the incipient God realm earlier. He had to press down his realm just to take the chance to go to the ancient continent. Today, he doesn't have such pressure. Haig isn't the Haig at that time. He doesn't have a knot in his heart anymore. Lena said with a solemn face. Shiryan couldn't be his opponent in this battle. "No, he will win," Cecilia said stubbornly. Lena was amazed. She smiled, shaking her head. She didn't comment more. A soul light emerged on the opposite tower. Audrey and Gillette of the Imperial Dark Tribe appeared, watching the battle out there. Chapter 1242. Outstanding Heroes Stir Up. Chapter 1242. Outstanding Heroes Stir Up. _ There were hundreds of thousands of corpses scattered around the mansion in different positions. The ones who were still alive were at least at ethereal God realm. Around the mansion were many stone towers where people could observe the commotions inside the mansion. Lena and Cecilia stood on a tower while Audrey and Gillette, the Imperial Dark experts, were standing on the opposite tower. Besides these two stone towers, there were many other towers with vague shadows standing. They were all watching Haig of the God Clan and Shiryan, the representative of the bloodthirsty force. After they had arrived at the stone tower, Gillette's brows twitched. The dim souls like shadows detached from his god body. He furrowed his brows, his face awkward. "Interesting." "What?" asked Audrey, her voice cold and clear. "Did you notice the surroundings?" Gillette blinked. "How many stone towers are there in this mansion?" Audrey's line of sight raked through the place. 13 towers. Some of them looked new. Each of the stone towers stood firm and scattered around the mansion where Shiryan, Mu Wei, and the others stayed. Those towers remained a safe distance from the battle. Some of them had marks of newly built buildings. Those stone towers looked shabby, as if they were abandoned for a long time. It was really strange in this city where every square meter was as expensive as gold. 13 stone towers, and each of them has experts hiding. They belong to different forces. Gillette looked surprised. Then, he said, "Now I understand why your mother wanted me to escort you." Audrey was astounded. "The hotshots of the 1,000 fantasy sects stay there." He pointed at another tower. "The Broken Hall's experts stay there." He looked at the opposite tower and paused for a while. "Oh, Lena is standing opposite to us." Lena of the Heaven River Temple? Audrey was astounded. She then lowered her voice. "Cecilia, the one I met on the ancient continent, should be her disciple." What made Lena come here personally? The 1,000 Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple are forces that rank right behind the God Clan and our Imperial Dark Tribe. Of course, They have a purpose of gathering here today. Gillette paused and then continued. The experts of the other forces stay in the other stone tower. I think they had some intelligence, so they all came and hid in those towers. You mean that someone has arranged all of this? Audrey suddenly got it. Gillette nodded. Yeah, meticulous arrangement. And I think your mother knows who is behind all of this. We're here, right? What does the person who has arranged this want to do? Audrey was suspicious. She frowned and looked at the ground where Shi Yin and Haig were standing. A flash of recognition crossed her mind. She got something. Is it true that those forces want to use the result of the battle between Shi Yin and Haig to choose a side? I think so. Gillette gave a slight nod, his face strangely stern. 10,000 years ago, the God Clan had united the forces everywhere to resist against the bloodthirsty force. At that time, the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple had joined hands with the God Clan and helped them destroy the bloodthirsty force. The forces of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heavenly River Temple had contributed the most efforts. Without them, the God Clan wouldn't have had the victory in the end. Today, these forces gather again in those stone towers. Gillette said in a low-pitched voice, Haig is the new leader of the God Clan, and Shi Yin is the bloodthirsty successor. These two represent the God Clan and the bloodthirsty force. I wonder if the forces observing this battle would choose their side after they know the result and compare the young men's competences. Audrey sounded surprised. Your mother had sent you and me here. She may consider this too. Haig got the inheritance of his ancestral star, and Shi Yin also got the inheritance of the ancient continent. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be the leaders of these two forces respectively. After this battle, their roles and their forces would become more crucial. The other forces will possibly assess the fighting competence of these two young men. This assessment will affect their choice when they choose a side to support, said Gillette. Audrey's beautiful eyes were glum and dim as she mumbled, Why is our tribe ineligible to join this? Gillette forced a smile and sighed. If you could take the Genesis fruit on Desolate, you would have been one of the warriors in this battle, he thought. Too bad. Spark stopped fighting like a glacier that stopped flowing. He even stepped back and said, We're not the main characters of this battle. He looked at Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng. Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng looked confused. A vague shadow flashed in their eyes. Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng looked baffled for a while, and then nodded. This battle is the competition between the God Clan and the bloodthirsty force. We just need to watch it. Mu Wei told Jiao Mu, Sanji, and Wu Lai. As Spark doesn't participate in this, we should do the same. What do you think? Said Bai Yifeng. Jiao Mu, Sanji, and Wu Lai were bewildered. They were inexplicably confused. They didn't know that someone was behind this scene to encourage the battle between Shi Yin and Haig. Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng were just the ones bearing this task. Jiao Mu, Sanji, and Wu Lai didn't know that this battle would determine the trend of the major forces in the near future, either. Choosing the God Clan or the bloodthirsty force was a consequence of this battle. They were very confused about Mu Wei, Bai Yifeng, and Spark as they stopped fighting now. Seeing Spark just stand there and cross his arms in front of his chest to watch, they also decided to step aside and watch the battle. These three were just sacrificing pawns without knowing any conspiracy. Even Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng were puzzled from time to time when a vague shadow flashed in their eyes. It seemed to be able to control them in that blink of an eye and distort their thoughts. Afterward, Spark glanced at the stone towers around. Flames sparked in his eyes when he snorted. Gillette grinned and released a wisp of soul consciousness to the void between him and Spark, which carried a fierce, sinister energy. Boom! Thunder reverberated in the sky. People with high realms had their soul altars quiver. The mysterious shadows standing inside the stone towers looked at Gillette and Spark. One of the old freaks of the Imperial Dark Tribe is here. Lena was solemn. She frowned and looked at the tower in front of them and then the ground of the mansion. When she observed Haig and Shi Yin, her eyes changed inexplicably. A heavy aura filled the mansion. Spark, Mu Wei, and the others had backed off to the other corners of the place. Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, and the other juniors were forced to stay away. They left the main ground for Yin and Haig. This arranged battle had attracted a discreet audience that hid inside the stone buildings around. They had concealed their auras and commotion. They were here to seriously consider and bet for their future. This battle was going to help them make up their minds, which would break the current balance. The result of this battle would shake the entire cosmos. After that, the real strong forces could finally have their opinions. "Hey, why are you here?" Yin looked colder. When his soul consciousness checked around, he found many terrifyingly strong auras from the stone towers around. The confuse that had stayed in his mind for a long time was revealed after he found those auras. He didn't understand why the chief of one force of the Bloodthirsty Force had requested Chun to take him here. He knew something strange hidden here, and now he got it. He immediately understood. This battle had been arranged beforehand. It was inevitable. He and Haig were the representatives of the two forces' future. They were the criteria for the other forces to compare and make their bet. I've always thought that the God Clan's Elder Committee doesn't have keen eyes, and even the God Clan's ancestral star has some problem. Yin grinned as many secret eyes were studying him. Because as far as I'm concerned, you, Haig, aren't eligible to be the future leader of the God Clan. I thought Harson was more qualified. If your ancestral planet and the Elder Committee weren't blind, why would they choose you instead of Harson? Tell me, which strength do you have to be a better choice than Harson? Pausing for seconds, he laughed fiendishly and talked oddly. If Harson were standing in front of me now, I would be gingerly fighting him, and I would be even more anxious. But you, Yin shook his head smilingly and strangely. Everybody could hear his ridiculing. The shadows hiding in the towers felt awkward. This kid has a sharp tongue, indeed. However, Haig had just kept silent right from the start. He didn't look reluctant at all. He kept his placid eyes, listening to Yan's harsh words. My mind doesn't have a leak. All of your harsh words will just be in vain. Haig sounded calm and natural. Harson is dead, and I am here. It proves I'm stronger than him. When Harson was at his best condition, the Charteris didn't dare to send him to challenge me. It's the clearest evidence that I'm much stronger than him. A holy light curtain arose above Haig's head. The light incipient extent that Haig had created was beautifully dazzling with the soul-purifying divine light shining. 5 stars slowly emerged from his world that carried the deepest powers of the 5 elements, including metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The brilliant divine lights floated between the 5 stars and made them 5 gorgeous, massive diamonds. The energy emitted from them was torrential and endless. The 5 orbs slowly spun and carried the principles of nature like a formation that never ceased. They took turns to flash the power of the 5 elements. Many hermits with a profound realm could learn something new by watching the changing power of the 5 elements. Using the power of 5 elements to create the stars and using the divine light to chain them up. Perfect incipient extent and power Upanishad. This lad Haig is mighty. Gillette was so surprised. This man is really outstanding. The God Clan does have keen eyes, as they've chosen him as the future leader, Lena nodded. The hiding experts of the other forces were also startled when they observed Haig's performance. It was amazing to them, indeed. Chapter 1243, Fusing Power Upanishads. Chapter 1243, Fusing Power Upanishads, _ The 5 stars of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were spinning above Haig's head and releasing immense energy fluctuations. Haig's eyes became focused. An extremely pure light radiated from his world like a thick sprinkle falling on the 5 stars and increasing their powers. Then, they arranged in a pentagonal formation and grumblingly snatched Yin. Refine, Haig shouted. Boom! The 5 stars emitted gold, cyan, white, red, and yellow lights respectively. A flame expanded from the surface of the 5 stars, which was one of the Origin's heaven flames. Also, it combined the heaven flame with terrifying power. It could refine everything. The experts of many forces hiding in the 13 stone towers discolored in shock. It was the form of the high-fused heaven flame. After having fused with the origin, Haig's attainment of heaven flames had greatly surpassed the other three. Audrey was astounded as she screamed, "His compatibility with the heaven flame is much deeper than all of us." Gillette nodded with a dark face. "If Shurian doesn't have any special tricks, I'm not on his side in this match." Many people had the same thought as his. The hiding experts of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple, and even Spark and Mu Wei looked amazed. He was worthy of the title of the best prodigy in the past 1,000 years of the God Clan's history. The power that Haig was showing now wasn't less than his great precursors that year. When that precursor had reached incipient God realm, his understanding of the flaming origin wasn't as profound as Haig's. No wonder why the God Clan's elders had wholeheartedly nurtured Haig and given him the privilege to hold the supreme position of the God Clan in the future. The energy that could burn down everything was released from 5 stars in the sky that covered Yin entirely. At this moment, Yan's host soul was sending out vibes as if it wanted to move alongside the 5 element stars, forcefully self-destructing. Yin believed what Haig had told him. That year when they were on Desolate, Haig had tried to subdue his realm. He could break to incipient God realm, but he had to strenuously press it down, which gave a crack in his mind and prevented him from showing his mighty competence. He finally knew why God Clan had considered Haig, instead of Harson, as their future leader. Haig did have innate talents. On his path of cultivating power Upanishad, he had soon surpassed Harson to enter the state of mind of an incipient God realm expert. Both of his energy and Upanishad was perfect. And today, as he had reached incipient God realm, his state of mind was complete. Different from the experts who had just entered the incipient God realm, he didn't look reluctant or his power unstable. He was like an experienced expert who had been in this realm for a long time. The way he urged and used his supernatural abilities was natural, like flowing water, in the absolutely well cooperation with his soul. Refine his take. A fiery fire was burning high outside the 5 element stars. They suddenly pressed down like 5 holy mountains that could break even space. Explosions reverberated as the void shattered. An earth-shaking momentum. Yin took a deep breath, his eyes crimson. A magical intent domain was released. Death power Upanishad. Then deep inside the clouds above Black Iron City emitted a cold, deadly aura. The hundreds of thousands of dead warriors whose soul altars had been erased in just a blink now had their dead chi disappear rapidly as if a hand was drawing them. The gray threads of dead chi are all up to dark clouds. Millions of threads with abundant energy from the dead with their fixation in this world were drawn by Yan's power Upanishad. Countless threads condensed in the void and made a massive hand. It was like the wrath of angels when people heard pitiful screeching and crying from that hand. Change! Yin shouted suddenly. The massive hand with the power of death changed. The thick, deadly aura abruptly vanished into thin air as if some magical principle had changed them. Within seconds, the gigantic hand changed dramatically. It was now a blood-dripping hand with an immense vitality that was like the robust energy of a top expert. It was the life energy. This hand had endless vitality while the exquisite drawings in its palm twisted and moved into a sign of life. The massive hand pressed down, grabbed the metal star, and pulled it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The metal star that Haig's incipient extent had nurtured was hurled to the deep area in the sky. It flashed and then disappeared from people's sights. The waves of vitality from the giant hand changed magically once again. Countless starlight dots were moving along the lines of the palm of the hand. The signs of life now blended with the principles of the stars in the sky. The lines in the palm moved by the trajectories of the stars in the galaxy. The changes between life and death. Using the acme of death to generate new life and death energy, It's the truth that fusion of death and life power Upanishad should happen. Perfect power Upanishad fusion. Momentarily, people hear the muffled, surprised screams from the stone towers. When the experts from major forces looked at Yin now, they had fear in their eyes. No, when the life and death power Upanishad changed, it had the principles from the stars. It's a new form of power fusion. It's unbelievable that this young man could reach such heights. As he can use his powers to such exquisite level, his innate talents and endowment aren't worse than Haig's. No wonder he's Bloodthirsty's successor. This battle is so exciting. The warriors hiding in the stone tower quietly discussed. Their lines of sight shot through countless beams of light and the flood currents of energy to reach Yin. Under their gazes, Yin was sitting cross-legged on the stone ground of the mansion and looking at the sky with his crimson eyes. Haig was floating in the sky, the 4 stars above his head spinning unceasingly. The heaven flame slowly moved like a surging sea. It covered the massive hand and attempted to burn it. After that attack, the energy fluctuation of the massive hand was reduced massively, as if it was burned down. Yin sat still. He snorted and then shouted again. Drain! Sizzle! 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 The space behind Yin's nape looked as if thousands of lightsabers had just cut it. Space cracks emerged. The brutal energy diffused from those space cracks together with the cold and desolate auras of the dead souls. Those dead auras were dragged here from a far, far away place, as if death had just summoned them all of a sudden. The entire sky was dark and quiet. Even the light from the 9 suns couldn't pierce through the thick, gray air mass of death. The deadly air came from space cracks that streamed onto the palm of the massive hand in the sky. The hand then became boosted with more vitality. When the gigantic took in gray rivers of deadly energy, the lines in the palm had become the primal original seal of life that could create lives. Crack! The massive hand disappeared quickly and turned into 4 fists at the same size. Those fists were tight with wild blood chi and surging vitality. The 4 fists aimed at their targets and walloped the 4 stars in Haig's incipient extent. The 4 stars sent out billions of sparks and shot everywhere. They fell to each corner of Black Iron City. Many warriors couldn't dodge the sparks. They were crushed quickly. Not good. These 2 are mad. Do they really want to destroy Black Iron City? Defend. Seal. Tai Dun was floating in the sky above Chamber of Commerce's center in Black Iron City. A small city model suddenly appeared above his head. That city was pitch black, and it was the miniature of Black Iron City. Tai Dun's face was so cold. Both of his hands were moving and making hand seals to the Black Iron City model. As it was receiving the seals from Tai Dun, Black Iron City was awakened like a massive beast. Grumbling noises echoed from the corners of the city. Countless symbols and magical drawings in the city were activated. A powerful barrier was created, and it shielded the entire Black Iron City. When the shock waves from Yin and Haig's battle fell from the sky, a barrier of black clouds stopped them, and black lightning bolts smashed them. No shock wave could affect the citizens of Black Iron City. After he had set up the defense, Tai Dun paled as he was so tired. He gritted his teeth, his face dark. He then stormed indignantly towards the place where Yin and Haig were fighting. It had accelerated beyond his estimation. As the real city master of the Black Iron City, he must ensure the safety of this city. He would never let the battle between Yin and Haig affect the city and its citizens. It was the responsibility of a manager of the Chamber of Commerce. He knew if something happened to the city, the president wouldn't show mercy. He would demobilize him from all of his roles and power. At that time, Tai Dun couldn't even survive in any corner of this universe. Boom, 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 boom. When the 4 massive fists hit the stars, Yin and Haig were both shaken hard. However, their eyes were firm and resolute as they all believed that they could get the utmost victory. Change the world. Haig lifted up his head to release a seal, which then had a magical suction force. Metal star that was flung out of tsunami star was driven back from outer space. Haig looked at the star and hissed as blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. Metal Star had suddenly been given endless energy. Also, the ancestral star of the god clan in the faraway ancient god continent was shaken thrice. Mountains collapsed and rivers dried up as if some magical power had been taken from them. Metal Star became a shooting meteor that radiated dazzling white light, which was even brighter than the sunlight from the 9 suns above Tsunami Star. It carried the power that could even kill warriors at third sky of incipient god realm. Just like a lightning bolt, it struck Shi Yin directly. The meteor accelerated. The energy accumulating in the meteor was increasing massively and continuously, as if it could thrust through both Black Iron City and Tsunami Star. Many experts hiding in the stone tower could feel the terrifying energy from the meteor when it was still flying far from them. They were all aghast. They finally knew that although the warriors with the origin had only incipient god realm, their real competences could still shake the entire sky. Even the experts who had lived so many years as they didn't have the confidence to resist that kind of energy. They all looked at Shi Yin and waited to see how he would counter. Haig had taken the energy of the ancient continent to boost this attack. This was his real murderous strike. Chapter 1244, Devouring. Chapter 1244, Devouring, _ Each warrior fused with the origin could have a coexistence relationship with the respect ancient continent. When their compatibility with the flaming origin reached a specific level, they could draw the energy of the ancient continent. Every time they drew the energy of the ancient continent, their competence was significantly boosted, which was beyond their real realm. However, when the energy of the ancient continent was drawn, the result directly showed on the continent. Mountains exploded and collapsed, and rivers and oceans dried up. The speed of energy draining in this continent became faster. It happened like that on ancient god continent right now. The god clan's ancestral land in ancient god continent had collapsed. Mountains and withered plants were a part of the border of the continent. The earth and heaven energy there was taken away. Due to the magical power of the Genesis fruit, the ancient god continent's earth and heaven energy had reached the utmost level in the recent 10,000 years. It had boosted all members of the god clan and made them the overlords of the universe. This world had rules. When the god clan was at their peak of power, it was the time that the earth and heaven energy in the ancient continent was thickest. After that, it was the time of declining, just like what happened to Grace Mainland, the god-blessed mainland, and the ancient demon continent. Every time Desolate opened, it was the time that the ancient continents renewed their energy cycle. Currently, the energy of the ancient god continent was increasing gradually. It could begin to gather the energy remnant in outer space once again. However, it was impossible for the ancient god continent to reach its peak of thick energy one more time. That was because Haig didn't get the Genesis fruit this time. Today, as Haig had taken the energy of his ancient continent, it affected his ancestral planet directly, which was the collapse by the edge of the continent. Anyway, the energy he had drawn had caught people's attention. With the price of mountains collapsing, rivers drying up, and forests withering, Haig's power had shocked the powerful old freaks everywhere. His meteor now had a long, bright tail of billions of meters. Filling with Haig's energy, the warriors below a mortal realm were going to be wounded severely or even killed by this attack. The warriors fused with the origin had such power when they took the energy from the continents. In the dark, many people were watching Shi Yin. They wanted to see if he would choose to draw the energy of Grace Mainland too. It would shatter the world of many people living in Grace Mainland. Things would collapse like it was happening on ancient God continent. He's not able to draw the energy from the origin. Audrey sighed inside a stone tower. Finally, she knew where Haig had his confidence. It turned out that Haig had intended to use the energy of the ancient continent right from the start to fight this battle. Among the group of 4 warriors who had fused with the origin of the ancient continents, only Haig could do this since his compatibility with the flaming origin was really profound. Shi Yin couldn't take the energy from the origin. With this disadvantage, it was going to be very difficult for him to defeat Haig. Sure, Yin is going to lose this match. Although he has reached incipient God realm, his fusion with the flaming origin isn't much. He can't use the power of the origin. He's going to lose eventually. Haig is the miracle of the God clan. After 10,000 years of accumulation, the foundation of the God clan has surpassed the bloodthirsty force. Lena knitted her brows. She seemed to have made up her mind. Many people had the same thought as hers. This battle was related to the God clan and the bloodthirsty force. It could also affect the structure of this universe for the next 10,000 years. It was arranged so those experts would have their final decisions. The bloodthirsty force used to be unrivaled. To counter the bloodthirsty force that year, the God clan had joined hands with their forces to gain the final triumph. At that time, the God clan couldn't resist against the bloodthirsty force if they fought alone. After 10,000 years of accumulation and subduing the bloodthirsty force, and making this monster small and vulnerable, the weak God clan had turned into a new beast. The God clan today wasn't the fragile clan that year, and the bloodthirsty force today wasn't the invincible force of the past. Seeing Haig take in the power of the origin of the ancient continent, many people hiding in the stone towers made their decision. They were reluctant and emotional because they thought that the current structure of the world couldn't be changed easily. I'm going to destroy your soul to take Genesis fruit back. This world will still be the world of our God clan. All of a sudden, Haig shouted. At this moment, he looked so energized. His entire body was dazzling like a god rising from Earth to rule the galaxy for 10,000 years. The God clan will be destroyed. It's the rule of nature. You're just a poor witness. Shi Yan's eyes became placid. The incipient extent he hadn't released was now emerging clearly in the sky above his head. At that short glimpse, a new galaxy appeared in the void. Shi Yan's incipient extent had many stars with endless space, life, and death. It looked actually like a small universe. His galaxy had beautiful suns and cold moons. It also had miniatures of life stars, dead stars, and even mineral stars. It had everything that the cosmos should have. At this moment, it seemed like Shi Yan had just created a whole new world, a world that was pretty similar to this world. At the same time, 720 acupuncture points in his body had created a connection to that world instantly. Each of his acupuncture points was a strange world where he had absorbed a large amount of essence qi from the dead. It then generated endless negative emotions and massive vortexes. The 720 acupuncture points in his body were like 720 new worlds. The negative energy in those worlds was drawn out and poured into Shi Yan's incipient extent. Inside his brilliant, galaxy-like incipient extent, a massive black hole suddenly appeared. It looked like a dark, bottomless mouth that could directly fly out of the incipient extent and swallow the meteor that was falling from the sky. No one could understand how it could do that. That meteor was Haig's power taken from the origin of ancient God continent. It could kill all the warriors below Immortal Realm. At this moment, the black hole had swallowed the entire meteor. That meteor flashed and then disappeared. The black hole, slightly twisted, turned into wisps of smoke before vanishing. Also, Shi Yan's brilliant incipient extent now had a new magnificent star. The meteor that the black hole had just devoured was Haig's metal star, which was generated from his incipient extent. It seemed to become a star in Shi Yan's incipient extent. The black hole flew out of Shi Yan's incipient extent and swallowed the meteor before returning to his soul altar. Then, Shi Yan's incipient extent now had a new metal star. This was so absurd. Its bloodthirsty power, Upanishad. Devouring power, Upanishad. It's the most dangerous power, Upanishad, in this world. Unbelievable. He can use it. It can swallow even things from others' incipient extent. It's the exclusive power, Upanishad, of that man. Instantly, in each corner and each tower of the mansion, the terrifying auras emitted. The experts of the Thousand Fantasies sect, the Broken Hall, the Heaven River Temple, and the Imperial Dark Tribe held their breaths while beholding Yan's incipient extent and metal star that used to belong to Haig. They thought that they were watching Bloodthirsty. 10,000 years ago, that man's incipient extent was a chaotic black hole. It was the most extreme and evil thing in this world that could swallow the soul, alter, and everything generated in the incipient extent. Everything seemed to repeat in front of their eyes now. Everybody was filled with fear. And now, Haig became so tired. He seemed to age quickly, his hair turning white. "Withdraw your power," Spark shouted ear-piercingly. He touched the sky, and Haig's 4 stars returned to Haig's incipient extent at once. His incipient extent returned to his soul, altar. Spark gazed at Yan and roared. A cold river emerged in his incipient extent with the power of the immortal realm expert. It also had Spark's essence chi, as if it had its own consciousness. The river plunged down and aimed at Yan. "I don't want to see if you have mastered Bloodthirsty's power, Upanishad, or not. I'm convinced that if you can swallow all things in my incipient extent." The cold river roared and grumblingly poured on Yan's incipient extent. The willpower of the immortal realm could connect to the world directly and release the earth-shaking energy. Bully. What a bully. Using the power of the immortal realm to counter Yan. Well, I think the God Clan became angry out of shame. Despicable. Many people screamed, but they didn't want to help Yan. Lena held Cecilia, who was so worried as if she had a flame in her heart. Of course, Yan's devouring power, Upanishad, now can't swallow all things in the incipient extent of the immortal realm warrior. He's not Spark's opponent, either. The gap between their realms is really vast. But if the Bloodthirsty Force has sent him here, they would have arranged something else. "It's time for the Bloodthirsty Force's experts to crane their necks out," Gillette snorted. The cold river swarmed over with the power of the immortal realm. Yan's sea of consciousness was fixed, and his incipient extent was about to shatter. Yan's mental world exploded as he screamed. There wasn't as much energy from Spark's attack as in Haig's, but it was accompanied by the seal of power Upanishad and the will of the immortal realm, which were much more terrifying than Haig at first sky of incipient god realm. Yan could resist Haig, but he couldn't even have the thought of fighting back under Spark's immortal will. It was the gap between their realms. Boom, 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 boom. Right at this moment, the corpses standing in strange poses out of the mansion suddenly flew up to the sky like the bolts of lightning. Hundreds of thousands of corpses gathered in the air. Shortly after, those hundreds of thousands of corpses had turned into a giant corpse that was even bigger than the tower. It looked like a corpse of a giant that could touch the sky. A wisp of soul consciousness from outer space reached that corpse. Immediately, it gave the corpse life. Just like the ancestor of the Corpse Clan, it released a thick corpse chi that was then turned into a white bone saber. It attacked Spark's cold river. PFFF. The cold river was slashed before it shattered. It became many smaller streams, and it returned to Spark's incipient extent. Spark paled in just a blink of an eye. He faced the sky and cried. "Frederick!" After shouting, Spark rose his hand to grab Haig. His dark eyes raked through the experts hiding in the stone towers. He tried to press down the corpse chi in his chest, but he didn't dare to linger. Shortly after, he turned into a meteor and shot out to outer space. The massive corpse stood emotionlessly as if it was still watching Spark. It didn't move. The chief of the corpse chi, Frederick. Frederick protects him discreetly. No wonder why those corpses appeared. They are for Frederick to come. It's true that the Bloodthirsty Force had things arranged. Many people hissed on the stone towers. Chapter 1245, Frederick. Chapter 1245, Frederick, _ Yan still sat cross-legged on the ground, his face indifferent. He was exhausted. The energy he had accumulated for years in his acupuncture points had been used to create the black hole in his incipient extent to swallow Metal Star that Haig had created. Because he had spent so much energy his spirit and body couldn't bear it anymore. However, his incipient extent now had the sharp metal power from the five elements. It wasn't a power Upanishad in his soul altar. It just existed in his incipient extent, making it change and approach perfection. Sure, Yin was still immersed and shocked. At the critical moment, he had used the devouring power Upanishad to counter the enemy. He had tried and took risks. It worked unexpectedly. His compatibility with the origin wasn't as profound as Hague. He couldn't urge the ancient continent's origin at ease. Thus, when facing Hague's lethal attack, he had squeezed his brain and decided to use Bloodthirsty's power Upanishad. This power Upanishad was really magical, and sure, Yin hadn't figured out its mysteries yet. When he tried today, its power was so marvelous. The black hole could swallow Metal Star from Hague's incipient extent and put in Sure Yan's incipient extent. It was perfect in his incipient extent, as if it was born there. Sure Yan suddenly recognized one thing. If his power Upanishad could swallow things from the other's incipient extent, should he be able to collect unique power Upanishads like metal, wood, water, fire, earth sound, light, gravity, illusion, and more? Could he put them in his incipient extent? Sure Yan's incipient extent was like a small world with space, brilliant stars, death, and life. And if he could make it have the five elements, sound, light, gravity, illusions, and many other things, would it gradually be like the real world out there? Was it true that his incipient extent would become perfect like the real universe? Sure, Yin contemplated as he sat still to comprehend the flash of recognition that had just emerged in his head. The massive corpse created by hundreds of thousands of corpses stood by the mansion and towered the sky. The corpse chi filled the air and made the entire Black Iron City an ancient battlefield with corpses scattered everywhere. Now, the experts of the major forces hiding in the 13 stone towers finally showed themselves. They all wore complicated complexions and looked at that massive corpse. Frederick, someone was screaming from afar. He turned into a beam of light and zoomed over immediately. You're not allowed to act rashly in this Black Iron City. Tai Dun was the branch manager of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce in Black Iron City. He hurried to the scene and shouted, his face dark and sinister. Black Iron City is a city of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Anyone who messes with the order of the city has already challenged our Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Tai Dun bellowed and looked at the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes changed as he was shocked to see the massive corpse created by hundreds of thousands of corpses. That giant corpse didn't have facial features. It had only a skull, which was the combination of dozens of thousands of corpses. Then, the skull turned to Tai Dun. A corpse chi extended and tied Tai Dun instantly. Frederick, you're the chief of Corpse Chi Force, Frederick. Tai Dun discolored in fright, as if he was encountering the terrifying demon. He shouted, what do you want? I'm a staff of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Even you're a chief of the Bloodthirsty Force. You should follow the rules. I can smell Feng Ju smell on your body. The terrifying soul consciousness swept through Black Iron City like a tornado and came from that massive corpse. It turned into an air current and crossed a long distance to reach a mysterious area on Tsunami Star. A quiet aura diffused from that mysterious area to reply to Frederick's soul consciousness. Anyway, besides Frederick, no one could know or hear this. However, the old freaks with the exquisite cultivation base immediately understood it. Frederick had contacted that man of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. The massive corpse showed it shortly after. As Tai Dun was tied by the corpse chi, his vitality was drained rapidly. His eyes bulged when he attempted to escape using the soul altar. However, the hand that was made of countless corpses had a firm grip on him and compressed him forcefully. Tai Dun's soul altar shattered immediately and turned into countless light dots that vanished. The manager of Black Iron City was killed quickly and simply like that. The massive corpse that contained Frederick's soul had smashed him utterly. The warriors of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, Heaven River Temple, and Imperial Dark Tribe were indifferent. No one said a word to stop Frederick. They were familiar with Frederick's brutal deeds. Many old warriors had surprised smiles as they felt that Frederick had changed somehow. He was much more tender than before. It was because they could see that Frederick had notified the mysterious man of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce before he killed Tai Dun. In the past, besides Bloodthirsty, their master, the 8 chiefs of the Bloodthirsty Force never gave anybody face. Under their rage, they could drown an entire star area in misery and bury billions of creatures altogether. Today, Frederick was much more restrained. He had surprised the people who used to witness his brutal nature. He dares to kill even Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's staff. This man is too savage. Audrey of the Imperial Dark Tribe cried. Gillette glanced at her, his face odd. He contemplated for a while and then said, Frederick used to be too callous. That year when he got angry, it meant that billions of creatures would become corpses. When he got angry, even Bloodthirsty couldn't control him. He could even attack other chiefs instantly. He had never thought about giving mercy or favor to anymore. Currently, he looks controlled a lot. I guess it's because his body is still confined. After thousands of years, time has worn out his savage characteristics. Gillette forced a smile and looked at the massive corpse with fear flashing in his eyes. We couldn't believe that the brutal evil of the Corpse Chief Force that year knew how to control his anger today. Lena of the Heaven River Temple sighed. She mumbled, if the Bloodthirsty Force had controlled itself a little bit that year, the God Clan wouldn't have had a chance to rise. To counter the Bloodthirsty Force 10,000 years ago, the number of famous experts who had fallen in that battle was around 2/3. Many great powers Upanishads were lost. For them, this cosmos had to pay a big price that it hasn't recovered even after 10,000 years. Lena's eyes were dark and unpredictable. She looked at the young man who was still immersed in his comprehending session. She thought, would they raise the blood rain again? What should the Heaven River Temple do? Teacher, he won. I knew he would win. Cecilia's eyes were shining as she looked tipsy with admiration. She smiled and looked at the young man sitting on the ground. Her beautiful face blushed, and she also felt hot. He won. The Bloodthirsty Force has proven to us that they are still very intimidating after 10,000 years. Lena gave her a slight nod. So we Heaven River Temple has made up our mind, right? Asked Cecilia. We will talk about this when we come back. I have to report to the Temple Master. She will decide it. Sigh. The whole picture will become more chaotic after this. Lena sounded as if she didn't expect Shiryen to win. She wanted to maintain the current situation. She didn't expect the Bloodthirsty Force to rise again and replace the God Clan. Because of the Bloodthirsty Force's savage nature in that era that was worse than what the God Clan had now, that era was the worst nightmare to any warrior. Many experts at their peak had to live under the shadow of the Bloodthirsty Force, and it had suffocated them. She never wanted to live in that era again. Readjusting yourself. Someone will guide you for the next part. Xian, he and I have called for the 8 inheritances scattering around the universe. We're going to the Holy Land to set up a sacrificing altar. We're preparing the final steps for you to enthrone. A wisp of soul consciousness suddenly echoed in Shiryan's head. While it was twirling around Shiryan's sea of consciousness, the massive corpse standing by the mansion gradually lost its corpse chi. The energy streamed back into the universe and disappeared into the sea territory by Tsunami Star. Frederick's aura disappeared. The terrifying pressure covering Black Iron City vanished after this moment. Many people exhaled in relief. The vague shadows hiding in the 13-stone tower emerged. They landed from the air while smiling in a friendly way. They walked towards Shiryen, Gulian of the Thousand Fantasy Sect. It's fortunate that I can meet Bloodthirsty's successor today. This trip isn't bad at all. Xing Ming of the Broken Hall, Lena of the Heaven River Temple. They came with smiles, standing by him with stable auras. Those people included men and women, internal disciples at the high realms, and juniors coming for experience. They all eyed him carefully as if they wanted to see all of his secrets. Cecilia of the Heaven River Temple. After everybody finished their introductions, a charming voice arose. Yin was confused. His eyes suddenly became focused as he beamed sincerely. He looked at the graceful figure behind the group and asked, "When did you come here?" "I've been here for a long time. I've always been watching you," Cecilia answered gently, her watery eyes filled with emotion. Audrey of the Imperial Dark Tribe. Another cold and clear voice arose. Then, Audrey walked out of the crowd. She was wearing a cyan dress, her long hair draping around her shoulders. Her eyes were bright, and it gave her mysterious and elegant bearings. Like a cold moon. The seniors and juniors of Thousand Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall became stiff when they heard the name Audrey of Imperial Dark Tribe. They proactively made way for her and let her walk straight toward Yin. "Long time no see," Audrey said. She was still cold, arrogant, and indifferent as usual. "Yeah, long time no see." Yin lifted his head, but he sat still. "Congratulations. You've also reached incipient God realm. You didn't fail the reputation of your tribe." He studied Gillette standing behind Audrey. Yin could feel an aura that wasn't weaker than Spark from Gillette. His aura was even stronger than Spark's. Yin could confirm that this man was at least at Spark's realm. Such a character was enough to threaten his life. He couldn't ignore it. He had to treat him gingerly. "Kid, you're excellent. As you can defeat Haig, you're eligible to inherit Bloodthirsty's legacy." Gillette squinted and looked at Yin, then Audrey. A strange light sparkled in his eyes when he was contemplating. "Thank you, Precursor." Yin clasped his fist to greet him. "I've spent a lot of energy in the battle. Forgive me for not treating you well. If you don't mind, please wait for me for a while." "It's okay. It's okay." The warriors of the Thousand Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall answered. Chapter 1246. God Lord's Soul Arrives. Chapter 1246. God Lord's Soul Arrives, _ Ancient God Shrine. Fengju and some God clan's elders were sitting neatly under the massive, majestic God statues. All of them wore dark and sinister faces and were silent. They seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a starlight landed and entered Ancient God Shrine. It was Spark. Spark paled, gave a dark smile, and hurled Haig aside. Haig immediately kneeled down in front of the God statues and the elders. His head lowered, and he said nothing. He was defeated again. He didn't say anything to defend himself. He could only wait for the elders' decision in silence. Spark shot Fengju a look, his eyes murderous. An opportunity was given. It's he who couldn't grab it. He is no longer eligible to lead our clan in the future. What about your opinions? Fengju looked at the other elders. The elders then nodded and looked at Haig with their cold and heartless eyes. Currently, Haig was just an outsider that they didn't want to mind anymore. Haig lifted his head, his face ashen. He felt a chill in his heart as he could recognize something. He stood up and tried to run away with his life. Fengju sighed and raised one hand to grab the void. A dry and thin hand appeared in the air and pulled Haig back. The old man lifted his head to look at the god statue next to him, his face sinisterly resolute. Prepare for his soul to arrive. Fengju had a rare, respectful complexion when he mentioned someone. It seemed like that person had incredible fame and power in this god clan, and the great elder and the other elders of this committee had to show respect when talking about him. Haig's face was as gray as ash. He couldn't help but shout ear-piercingly, "No! Shut up!" Sparks snorted coldly. A colding symbol arose and sealed Haig's mouth, silencing him. The elders of the god clan then released their soul altars that had various shapes and countless supernatural abilities. Their soul altars bobbed in the void and created a magical formation with terrifying energy fluctuations. The god statues that had stood in this shrine for so many years suddenly revived at this moment. They started to release wisps of memories and soul consciousness that had been kept for so many years that then congregated in the middle of the formation created by the elder's soul altar. The wisps of soul consciousness united and became an ancient soul that had the immense aura of the primal time. Each elder wore a solemn face, and each host's soul hovered respectfully on their soul altars. That ancient soul condensed for a while and turned into a black cloud. As Haig was watching everything and freaking out, the black cloud stormed into his head and intruded his soul altar. Haig's incipient extent changed earth-shakingly. His realm increased amazingly from first sky of incipient god realm to third sky of incipient god realm immediately. The bottlenecks between his realms were broken easily. After a short moment, he had reached an unimaginable height. Haig closed his eyes right from the beginning as if he was digesting something. He sat quietly to stabilize his realm. All the God Clan's elders studied the new Haig. After they had retrieved their soul altars into their body, the elders kneeled down and greeted him. "Your Majesty, welcome back." Haig didn't react. It seemed like he hadn't adjusted to his new body yet, so he didn't answer the elders. The God Clan's elders didn't lose their patience. They remained in their kneeling postures and waited in silence. They understood clearly that before that man had wakened up, the Elder Committee was the supreme structure of the God Clan. But when this man woke up, the Elder Committee became his backdrop. They had to be servile to him with great respect. This need of being servile hadn't been in their makings for a long time. As it came back now, they all felt a little awkward. Before that man had woken up, the Elder Committee was the most powerful organization in this cosmos. And now, everything was gone. After a long time, the man opened his eyes, which weren't really special. Compared to the previous Haig, the wise and bright man, this man looked just like the most ordinary man in this world. He didn't have any strange halo. His gaze raked through the faces of Feng Ju, Spark, and the other elders. "Use my name to summon the 4 heavenly kings." "Yes." Feng Ju, Spark, and the other elders nodded respectfully. Inside the ruined mansion, many stone towers had collapsed and the ground became rough. The bridges and the mountain pavilions were now a big mess. The battle between Shi Yin and Haig had leveled this mansion and destroyed the entire quiet resort. However, the experts of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple didn't really mind the situation. They were all gathering in a cracked meeting hall. There were no servants here. Mu Wei, Jiao Mu, Bai Feng, and the others stood there, but nobody came to serve them drinks or fruits. Gulian, Xing Ming, and Lena were the representatives of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple. These 3 forces were the strongest forces in the universe besides the 4 great creatures. They had their position, and the God Clan wasn't going to provoke them. They were waiting for Shi Yin here, and they didn't look impatient at all. Mu Wei, Bai Feng, Jiao Mu, and Sanji were here to seek help. They told each other about the tough situation of their star areas and the horrible pressure from the God Clan. Gulian, Xing Ming, and Lena just listened to them and promised nothing. They made Mu Wei's team more restless. Audrey and Gillette also stayed in this mansion, but they didn't come to the meeting hall. The Imperial Dark Tribe could just stand and watch the competition between the God Clan and the Bloodthirsty Force. If they didn't want to join, the God Clan and the Bloodthirsty Force wouldn't have any reason to retaliate against them later. However, the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple couldn't stay neutral. Although they had their positions in the Sea of Stars, they weren't one of the 4 great creatures, so they didn't have the background to stand equally with the God Clan or the Bloodthirsty Force. They needed to make a choice. Cecilia stood by her teacher Lena. Her bright eyes were so charming and had a faint smile. She was in a good mood indeed. "Cecilia Jiegia, do you know him?" A young girl, standing by Gulian of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, beamed charmingly. This young girl was around 20. She wore a water green short dress. She had bright skin with beautiful eyes. When she smiled, 2 dimples showed up pretty cute on her face. She was Gulian's daughter. As she knew Cecilia, seeing her love-spreading emotion, she felt that it fun, so she cried. As Guling had witnessed the battle between Haig and Shi Yin, she was so astounded. Being a member of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, Guling knew how intimidating the God Clan was. For the past 10,000 years, the God Clan had continuously proven their position as the overlords of this universe. Guling knew a little about the bloodthirsty force from her elders. She didn't live in that era, so she trusted half of what her elders had told her. Guling didn't think that the existence that used to subdue the God Clan and make the God Clan join hands with forces from everywhere to counter was true. She thought that her precursors had just exaggerated. Until the end of the battle between Shi Yin and Haig, Guling then knew how intimidating the force that had frightened her precursors was. Guling was curious about Bloodthirsty's successor. She wanted to know what was so special about him and how he defeated the future leader of the God Clan. "Of course, I know him," Cecilia smiled. "You didn't go to the ancient continent to train, so you don't know him. If you had gone to the ancient continent, you would have known of his competence. He's stronger than Haig." Guling giggled, then lowered her voice. "Cecilia, you and him. Is there something?" Cecilia blushed. She thinned her lips and talked nothing. They stood behind their precursors and chatted. They kept their voices low as they were having girl talk. However, the juniors of the Broken Hall and the other forces were listening to them. When they mentioned Shi Yin, Cecilia looked shy and excited, which cooled down the young men who had claimed themselves handsome and elegant. They snorted discreetly. While the juniors were chatting behind them, the precursors sitting in the front were also discussing. Gulian asked, "Lena, your disciple, and he used to be on the ancient continent. Has he ever met the chiefs of the bloodthirsty force?" "I don't know." Lena shook her head. Xingming looked disappointed. He turned to Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng. He asked, "Mu Ji, Bai Ji, has Shi Yin been taken to the holy land of the bloodthirsty force to enthrone yet?" "We don't actually know." Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng shook their heads. Xingming frowned. "The bloodthirsty force has 8 great inheritances for the 8 power Upanishads. Thus, they have 8 forces with 1 chief for each. Each of these chiefs was an earth-shaking expert. All of them were supernatural and tyrannical. They didn't get along well with each other. As Bloodthirsty could subdue and control them, they had cooperated with each other. But now Bloodthirsty was gone. Who could unite these 8 forces?" After a while, Xingming asked, "It's true that year after Bloodthirsty had fallen, the 8 forces detached from each other. They fought alone. They didn't want to cooperate. If they had cooperated well, even when Bloodthirsty was gone, the Bloodthirsty force would have defeated them. Before that, it was the only time that the 8 chiefs joined hands. Amazingly, they could directly attack the ancient god continent of the God Clan. If they had maintained that alliance, even without Bloodthirsty, the God Clan couldn't have defeated them." Gulian wore an odd face. Will Shi Yin today be able to reunite the 8 forces from the 8 great inheritances? Lena wore a bitter face. Xingming, Gulian, and Lena exchanged looks. They could see that the others hesitant. They then sighed inwardly. They knew well that the 8 forces of the bloodthirsty force were powerful, but they didn't listen to others. Only when Bloodthirsty existed, they united. That year when Bloodthirsty had fallen, the 8 forces had competed against each other to gain a leading role. It gave the God Clan the golden opportunity to destroy them one by one. Anyway, in the end, they had finally united to attack the God Clan once and for all, directly fighting them in their ancestral star. The God Clan had to pay a bloody price at that time. If the 8 great inheritances could unite to fight against the God Clan, of course, the forces present here would have stood on Bloodthirsty Force's side. But if the forces of Bloodthirsty Force still had internal fighting or didn't want to join hands, they would have to be with the God Clan for sure. It was the reason why they were hesitant. They weren't suspicious of the Bloodthirsty Force's intimidation. They knew how strong the 8 forces were. However, even though they were strong, their situation was going to be very serious if they didn't want to unite. "Let's wait for that kid, Shi Yin. He'll give us a proper explanation," said Gulian. Chapter 1247. Go to the next level. Chapter 1247. Go to the next level, _ Shi Yin sat quietly in a cracked stone chamber. Sha Zhao, Jiao Shan, and Jiao Hai were guarding at his door to prevent people from disturbing him. The acupuncture points in his body throbbed while his body convulsed and relaxed from time to time. His incipient extent floating above his head was brilliant with suns, moons, and twinkling stars. Meteors shot across his galaxy as if they were trying to convey some mysterious principles of earth and heaven. Waves of magical energy rippled from his incipient extent like real water, expanding inside the stone chamber. It doesn't feel right. Shurian frowned and mumbled. He opened his eyes, his face baffled. He tried to think more. The devouring power Upanishad was the key to his victory in the battle between Shurian and Haig. He had used the black hole in the incipient extent to absorb the negative energy in his entire body to release the black hole from his incipient extent and get out of the space he had created. Then it swallowed the meteor created by Metal Star. At this moment, that meteor had become a star in his incipient extent and had his aura. When the star had been devoured by the black hole, every sign of Haig was cleaned. The devouring power Upanishad was the major power of Bloodthirsty. It was the core power that covered the 8 great inheritances. Being bloodthirsty, Sayer, if he couldn't learn the deepest understanding of devouring power Upanishad, what could he use to inherit his legacy? What could he use to make the cortege of 8 submit and support him wholeheartedly? He had used this magical power Upanishad to gain the utmost triumph in this battle. This battle was also the first time he recognized the profound characteristics of his power Upanishad, as it was a magical, unique power in this world. Now, he knew why devouring was the untold secret of Bloodthirsty. This power could swallow all things created in the opponent's incipient extent. If he hadn't joined this battle, he would have never imagined this ability, not even in his dreams. Thus, he now knew that he was sitting on a mountain of gold, but he didn't know how to use it. Without a thorough knowledge of devouring power Upanishad, Shurian hadn't considered it very important to him. He was still vague about the supernatural abilities that this power could offer him. For example, right now, he wanted to use the awesome ability of this power again. He had moved the black hole from the tier of his power Upanishad in his soul altar to the incipient extent. Then he connected the incipient extent and the acupuncture points in his entire body. Shurian had tried and failed many times. The power he had performed was like a flower that had already withered. Although he was trying his best to perform it one more time, he gradually lost his spirit and felt like his hands were tied. It was because he had spent too little time studying the devouring power Upanishad. He had strenuously cultivated space, death, and life, and star power Upanishad, and his breakthroughs were dependent on these 3 major powers. At the same time, the devouring power Upanishad hadn't affected his realm's progress. He always thought that it was strange, but he didn't actually focus on this power Upanishad as much as the other 3. If one of his 3 power Upanishads, including space, star, and death and life, didn't progress, his realm couldn't increase either. But it was different from his devouring power Upanishad. He didn't need to spend time or efforts to experience it. This power Upanishad didn't require any flash of recognition or deep understanding to break through. As it wasn't bound to his realm, it didn't hold him back even though he didn't cultivate it. Slowly, he had forgotten this power. He thought that the devouring power Upanishad was used to swallow the soul altar only. He didn't know much about this marvelous power of his. Until today. Today, he suddenly understood that the devouring power Upanishad didn't only swallow the soul altar. As it was Bloodthirsty's lost secret, it definitely had to contain the most magical power in this world. Shurian was determined to learn it. Flows of thought flashed in his head. He had continuously simulated and tried to perform that change. Also, he found that he couldn't connect his incipient extent with the acupuncture points in his body. There must be something stuck somewhere. Shurian frowned and said to himself while thinking harder. He then immersed himself in his memories. At first, he fell into the dark forest and soaked himself in the blood pond. In the blood cocoon, he received Bloodthirsty's inheritance. Then, he got his first marvelous transformation. The dregs and contaminants in his body were all discharged. He got a beam of original power in his body. Then, after a fight, his acupuncture points automatically gathered and filtered the essence chi from the dead warriors of the Mo family. The refined energy from his acupuncture points had strengthened himself. It could be said that all the things he got today, his realm and his power, was because of the merit of his changed acupuncture points. Previously, he thought that it was the death power Upanishad by Xian He, the chief of the death force, that allowed his acupuncture points to take in the essence chi of the dead. Today, seeing the marvelous feature of the devouring power Upanishad, he thought about a different possibility. It wasn't the power of the death power Upanishad. It was a special performance of the death power Upanishad. In other words, when the blood in the pond refined his body, he had received the devouring power Upanishad inheritance. The ability of his acupuncture points was from the devouring. It had nothing to do with death power Upanishad here. The devouring power Upanishad could swallow the essence chi from the dead, swallow soul altars, and even the objects in the other's incipient extent. What else could it devour? He was shocked as he had a flash in his head. The hazy mist in his head was swept away quickly. His mind became clear and bright. The doubts in his heart were all gone. It turned out that he has received the devouring power Upanishad right in that cave. But it was funny that he hadn't recognized it until now. He thought that it was an ability of the death power Upanishad when his acupuncture points could absorb the essence chi of the dead. He didn't realize that it was the nature of devouring power Upanishad. Today, he was able to gain all of these because of his magical acupuncture points. In his early cultivation, he didn't need to take the power from the sun or the moon. He just needed the essence chi from his acupuncture points to break through. His realm could be broken through quickly and continuously. This devouring power Upanishad was what had made him a miracle. However, it was ridiculous that after he had the black hole in his brain, which was the advanced performance of the power, he hadn't tried to invest on and study this power Upanishad. It turned out that it was the best treasure he had neglected. As he knew the change of his acupuncture points was an ability of his devouring power Upanishad, the mist in his head was cleared now. He chuckled and then urged his devouring power Upanishad once again. The incipient extent emerged above Shi Yan's head. He changed his thoughts, and the black hole slowly appeared in his incipient extent. Then, a divine light flashed like a bunch of dry wood ignited. His acupuncture points were triggered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 720 acupuncture points and the vortexes in each acupuncture point began to stir. Shortly after, they connected the incipient extent and that black hole. The black hole drifted away from his incipient extent. It looked mysterious when it had a powerful suction force, as if it could draw all souls in this world into that black mouth. At the same time, Shi Yan's acupuncture points felt so numb. Then, they began to have the same suction force. The life magnetic field, vitality, earth and heaven energy, energy from the divine crystals, energy from divine weapons and formations around the area stirred up. They became loose from what kept them, and they were able to enter his acupuncture points if he wanted to take them in. The black hole could swallow things in soul form, and the acupuncture points could draw the matters with energy. They were both abilities of the devouring power Upanishad. They just had different forms. Shi Yan laughed. Shi Yan urged his god power. The acupuncture points sent him pain when the suction force got stronger. Inside the mansion, the warriors of the Thousand Fantasies sect, the Broken Hall, the Heaven River Temple, Mu Wei, and Jiao Mu suddenly felt dizzy. Their host souls seemed to want to leave their soul altars and drift away from their heads. Their essence chi in the body also fluctuated. They were freaking out. This feeling, Gulian discolored in fright, her face shocked. Xing Ming paled. He looked at the direction far from them, his face solemn. He took a deep breath. Is it the real power of bloodthirsty? He looked at Lena uncertainly. Lena's face was bitter as she shook her head. That year, the warriors eligible to attack that man were killed or disappeared. I wasn't there, so I don't actually know how the devouring power Upanishad is. Gulian, Xingming, Lina, and the leaders of the other forces didn't join the battle that year because their realms hadn't been profound enough at that time. They could only know how strong Bloodthirsty was from the stories that their teachers and precursors had told them. They hadn't experienced it, so they didn't know how intimidating the real, devouring power Upanishad was. They only knew that this power was almost unrivaled. It was the most evil power known in this vast sea of stars. It was the first power that every force and every race agreed on. At a corner of the mansion, Gillette of the Imperial Dark Tribe looked shocked. His countenance changed dramatically when he turned to look in Shi Yan's direction. "What do you think?" he asked in a low-pitched voice. Audrey had stood up for a long time ago, her exquisite face filled with fear. That aura seems to want to swallow everything that was a soul form and matters with energy. It wanted to convert them into his energy. Is it the true devouring power, Upanishad? Gillette nodded heavily. He took a deep breath and then said, "That kid has reached the next level of the devouring power, Upanishad. He's making progress. As he could emit such an aura, he has finally gone to the next level. How terrifying is the devouring power, Upanishad?" Audrey screamed in fear. You just need to know that Bloodthirsty was surrounded by all of the peerless experts of that time. It was 10,000 years ago. In the end, 90% of them were killed. You can tell why this power Upanishad is considered the strongest and the first power Upanishad in this world. Gillette forced a smile. His eyes couldn't hide his fear. Half of the gravestones you've seen in our holy land are there because of Bloodthirsty. Audrey paled while listening to him. The holy land of the Imperial Dark Tribe had gravestones of tribal precursors. Only the strongest warriors of the clan, with the greatest contributions, could be worshipped in the Holy Land. The warriors whose gravestones were there used to be earth-shaking experts. Each of them was so intimidating. However, Bloodthirsty's devouring power Upanishad had killed half of them. Hearing this, Audrey was aghast. No wonder why our Imperial Dark Tribe couldn't rise in that era. Our experts were killed, and we had no personnel show up. Audrey sighed, her beautiful eyes pondering. Chapter 1248, Compete for a Seat. Chapter 1248, Compete for a Seat, _ Shi Yin walked out of the secret chamber. Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, Mo Fo, Jiao Shan, and Jiao Hai looked ashen. They were currently looking at Shi Yin with fear in their eyes. Sha Zhao's team looked as if they had just experienced a fatal battle. Because they were standing near the secret chamber, their host souls were flickering a lot, and they had even attempted to leave the soul altar when the fierce devouring power had expanded from the room. Blood chi in their bodies surged like a rising tide. Their god power became like streams heading into the vast sea. Sha Zhao's team had to struggle strenuously to resist and calm down their host souls and their turbulent energy. Of course, they knew who caused all of these. "Oh, you guys," Shi Yin was surprised. He looked at Sha Zhao's team, who were pale with sweat beading their forehead, and asked uncertainly, "Is that because of me?" Sha Zhao forced a smile. "Shi Yin, is that Bloodthirsty's devouring power Upanishad? It's so frightening." Wu Feng said cautiously. "My soul, and even my god power, didn't listen to my control. They had almost left me to go to the secret room. It's like a nightmare." Mo Fo sounded as he was still fearful. "Experts from the Thousand Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple are waiting for you," said Sha Zhao with a serious complexion. Pondering for a while, he reminded, "The Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple are the strongest forces in this universe. We're much weaker than them. In fact, it's because we were able to live in peace for years without the threat from the God Clan because we were in the same league as them. These three forces are the main forces of this league. Also, they have experts at Immortal Realm. The real Immortal Realm, and not like the experts with half a step into the realm like Spark," added Mo Fo. Shi Yin was startled. He nodded to them. "My grandfather also has the intent domain of the Immortal Realm, but it was just like Spark. Otherwise, the God Clan wouldn't have dared to provoke our Black River Star area, Emofo continued. Emofo's grandfather was the old freak Black Wind, the real overlord in Black River Star area. He had hundreds of thousands of disciples. The forces from everywhere had considered him their senior. However, a character like him had just half a step into immortal realm. He hadn't reached the real immortal realm yet. The gap between the false immortal and the real immortal realm experts was really vast. Until today, the only immortal expert Yin had ever seen was Holy Ancestor Azure Dragon of the Heavenly Monster Tribe. Only him. The Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple had immortal experts, which had made them really powerful forces. The alliance of these three forces was a force that no one could neglect. If he could get their support, it was going to be really helpful to his plan. "I'm going now," Yin nodded and said to Sha Zhao. "Don't worry. Of course, I will help you solve the danger in your star area. As you've crossed thousands of miles to help me in our agate star area, I will repay this favor. I will lend you a hand." Sha Zhao's team gave him reluctant smiles and nods. Dash. A flow of electrical lightning flashed. Yin appeared in the meeting hall. Looking around to see the people sitting there, he smiled and chose a seat. There were 12 people sitting on the chairs put in the center of this room. They were the representatives of the forces from many places sent here to observe the battle between Haig and Yin. The ones who sat here were leaders of their forces. Their disciples and retinue had to stand behind them. Cecilia and Guling had to stand outside the hall. Mu Wei, Jiao Mu, and Bai Yifeng were the representatives of their star areas, so they got a seat here. However, this kind of seating indicated the low or high positions. Gulian of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, Xing Ming of the Broken Hall, and Lena of the Heaven River Temple sat on chairs near the chairperson's seat. Also, Mu Wei and the leaders of the small forces were seated below the others. The chairperson's seat was empty. As soon as Yin appeared, he chose that seat, which was even higher than the seats of Gulian, Xingming, and Lena. He didn't try to be polite. Gulian, Xingming, Lena, and the other experts squinted when they saw him arrogantly choose the main seat. They looked a little strange, as they thought that he wasn't qualified to sit there. As they had left the chairperson's seat unoccupied, they wanted to test him, though. If he got the leadership position of the bloodthirsty force, of course, he was qualified to take that seat. Otherwise, even though Yin had received Bloodthirsty's inheritance, he was just a junior in their eyes. For the time being, he wasn't qualified to sit on that high chair. Gulian and the others squinted, their eyes conveying deep meanings. No one started the meeting. After Yin had arrived, the clamorous hall fell into silence. The heroes from many places kept silent and looked at him strangely. Too arrogant. A low-pitched voice arose from the corner behind Xingming of the Broken Hall. It was Xingming's nephew, Xingyu, an expert at Second Sky of Ethereal God Realm. Xingyu was a talented warrior that the Hall Master of the Broken Hall favored. He was pretty young. Also, even though his cultivation time wasn't really long, he had reached Second Sky of Ethereal God Realm. If Xingyu were older and had reached Third Sky of Ethereal God Realm, he would have had a quota to visit the ancient continent previously. As the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple had a close relationship, the juniors from the three forces knew each other well. These three forces often held competitions and training so their young warriors could have more chances to practice and discuss their attainment. In a joint training of the three forces, Xingyu met Cecilia. He felt like he had met a fairy. He was so passionate about admiring her glamour. He used to chase after her tightly, but Cecilia had denied him. However, Xingyu wasn't enraged. Every time he met Cecilia, he would try his best to approach and win her over. He hoped that she would put him in her eyes. The warriors of the three forces knew he was pursuing Cecilia. The Broken Hall agreed, discreetly as they thought that if he could win Cecilia's heart, it would help them gain Lena's favor. It wasn't a bad thing to the Broken Hall. Thus, Xingyu became more enthusiastic. He had entangled Cecilia and irritated her a lot. Many people said that Cecilia wanted to go to the ancient continent, even though she knew it was too dangerous to avoid Xingyu. Xingyu didn't think it was humiliating. Quite the contrary, he thought that it was his honor. He often boasted to the other that water could wear out even the hardest stone. He said that Cecilia also had feelings for him. She was just a shy girl, so she didn't want to admit it. He acted as if he had her already. However, after Cecilia had returned from the ancient continent, she announced that Xingyu was just a stinky fly. Apparently, she wanted to make it clear that she had no feelings for him. What Xingyu had boasted became jokes that the three forces enjoyed telling. When someone met him on the street, he would tease him a lot. Xingyu lost his face. He turned to curse Cecilia. He fabricated that Cecilia as a despicable B***tch who had fun with many men. However, Xingyu hadn't known why Cecilia had to curtly wipe off all things related to him. She didn't hesitate to tear his face even in front of others. This was until he saw the way she looked at Yin. That kind of passionate admiration had told him something. Xingyu knew that there was something that happened between Yin and Cecilia on the ancient continent. He was so outraged that he threw all the hatred to Yin. Thus, seeing Yin take the chairperson's seat and the other seniors say nothing but wear strange faces, he recognized something. He took the chance to mock Yin. His words were what the others had in their minds, but they couldn't spit them out. Xingyu cheered up. He inwardly appraised this boy for being smart and his quick understanding of the situation. Xingming squinted, smiled, and shouted, Yin is the future leader of the bloodthirsty force. He got the position and status. He's qualified to sit there. Kid, don't talk nonsense. As Xingyu had been with Xingming for so many years, how could he not understand his uncle's idea? He snorted and then pretended to be blunt. If Uncle says he's the future leader, doesn't it mean that he isn't the leader now? Before he gets that throne of the bloodthirsty force, he's just a junior. Why does he get to be the chairperson here? The more he talked, the higher his voice became. Xingyu glared at Yin from a distance. He looked content as his eyes swept through Cecilia. Cecilia's beautiful face looked annoyed and angry. She snorted and then scolded. This asshole is trying to make sure Yin looked bad. He's so annoying. Guling's beautiful eyes were lively. She smiled and whispered softly, well, Xingyu isn't worth mentioning. But he's right. Yin is just a junior like us. Even if he's from the bloodthirsty force, at most, he could have a spot to stand like us. Why does he get to take the main seat? He's the future leader of the bloodthirsty force. Of course, he's qualified. Cecilia tried to quarrel, but she also recognized that her reason wasn't really adequate. I think Xingyu is right. Guling parted her lips and muttered, you see, those old men didn't say anything. Apparently, they thought that Yin wasn't qualified. Those people always respect position and echelon. As they thought that they didn't hold the high position, they had spared that seat. If Yin wasn't haughty, he would be a dim-witted kid who couldn't tell that the situation wasn't right. He's bold enough to take that seat, though. Inside the hall, the old experts had a strange silence as if they all agreed with Xingyu, letting him shout and criticize Yin for his arrogance. Xingming had shouted once and then kept silent. Apparently, what Xingyu was talking was what he had in his mind. Those seniors had really appreciated status and position. Unless his realm and position had surpassed theirs greatly, Yin sitting there made them irritated a lot. If the chiefs of the bloodthirsty force like Xian, he and Frederick had sat there today, they wouldn't have had an opinion. But Yin wasn't eligible, though. Thus, they let Xingyu shout. They keep silent while their eyes raked through Yin as if they were waiting for him to get up and walk out of that seat. Chapter 1249, A Coffin. Chapter 1249, A Coffin, _. Yin sat still in the center of the meeting hall. He didn't have any intention of giving up this seat. He squinted and looked at Xingyu, who was still yelling. He gave a faint smile, but he didn't say or show anything. Xingming frowned, his face unhappy. He scolded Yin discreetly for not having a good sense. They had expressed themselves clearly. Did he really think that he had the same echelon as them, or even higher? Mu Wei, Bai Yifeng, Jiao Mu, Wu Lai, and Sanji looked begrudging. They lowered their heads and pretended not to see the strange atmosphere in this hall. Escher Yin was the successor of Bloodthirsty, and he had fused with the Genesis fruit. Of course, he was going to become a famous expert soon. They still needed his help in many issues. Currently, their star areas were in danger. Being a member of the League, they desired the support from the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple to help them solve the God Clan's threat. To them, they didn't dare to offend Shi Yin, Gulian, Xing Ming, and Lina. The precursors discreetly allowed Xing Yu to do that. If they are still discontent, that man will still be yelling. Guling found happiness from the other's misfortune. She threw Cecilia a glance and then teased her. Well, is the man you like really that nice? He won't even blink when the someone is mocking him? She felt a little disappointed. She thought that she would have something fun to watch, but Shi Yin didn't have any fierce reaction. To Guling, the one who was mischievous enough to see the world in chaos, Shi Yin looking cowardly and had disappointed her a lot. Cecilia Jiegia, if the one you choose has such humble bearings, he can't compare to Xing Yu. Guling snorted. Cecilia's beautiful face looked frosted. She coldly looked at Xing Yu, her pretty eyes filled with murderous aura. Xing Yu doesn't know how high the sky is, she snorted. She looked a little surprised, and she gazed at Shi Yin with hope. With what she understood about Shi Yin, she knew that Shi Yin wasn't a coward. He was a heartless but valorous hero who would take revenge for his grudges. She was sure that Shi Yin had some other ideas and plans. Cecilia pulled herself together to watch. Shi Yin, you're not qualified to sit on that chair. I hope you know your position. Move to one of the seats below. You should use your junior status to join this meeting. Xing Yu was still yelling, as if he was encouraged by the words of justice. Sitting on the chairperson's seat, Shi Yin wore a cold face, his eyes brutal. Suddenly, he said indifferently, "Quiet." A cold corpse, Qi, suddenly shot out from a crack in the ground of this meeting hall. The corpse Qi shot like a sharp arrow and pierced through Xing Yu's chest. PFFFF. Warm blood gushed out from Xing Yu's chest, flashing around the hall. Crack. The ground of the meeting hall cracked open. A cold jade coffin flew up and banged on the wall behind Shi Yin. That coffin looked massive. It was around 5 meters long and 2 meters high. It was glowing in a cold halo. The thick corpse Qi emitted and turned into white smoke twirling around the coffin. The atmosphere in the hall became cold and fearfully quiet. It felt like there were ghosts standing in every dark corner of this hall. The squeaking noises of fingernails scratching the inside of the coffin arose, which also rose goosebumps on people's skin. The cold and sinister aura filled the meeting hall and made the soul of each expert present in this place shiver. After the coffin landed by the wall behind Shi Yin, it didn't move anymore. The freaking noises inside the coffin didn't stop. It sounded like the ghost voice was haunting people and scaring them. Even Lina, who had put half a step into the immortal realm, had to wear a stern face. She took in a cold breath and looked at the coffin with fright. She didn't utter a word. Xing Yu was covered in blood. After several seconds, his chest stopped bleeding as his vitality was drained. Xing Ming didn't say a word, as if he didn't see his nephew die tragically. He just looked at the coffin, his eyes malignant. The entire hall was dead silent. Guling covered her mouth tightly, as if she was afraid that she would scream if she didn't do that. She was afraid that her scream would break the silence in this hall and trigger the coffin to kill more. Cecilia's bright eyes had a strange beam of light. She observed the coffin, feeling both scared and happy. Shi Yin glanced at the coffin and gave a faint, satisfied smile. He gave a light cough and said indifferently, "If the Broken Hall doesn't want to talk with me, it's not too late to leave now." He looked at Xing Ming, his back straight. A murderous aura shot out from his body, his eyes garnet. Xing Ming of the Broken Hall was shocked. He felt like an ancient beast was watching him. He discolored, the emotion in his eyes strange and complex. He pondered for a few seconds, smiled, and said calmly and naturally, "The Broken Hall comes here with sincerity. Our junior had no sense of propriety. Your people killed him. We won't blame you for his death. If you aren't satisfied, I apologize on behalf of the Broken Hall." While talking, Xingming stood up and bowed to Shi Yin. He looked honest while looking at Shi Yin and keeping his bowing posture. Please don't blame the junior for his presumptuous act. Gulian of the Thousand Fantasies sect, Lena of the Heaven River Temple, Mu Wei, and Bai Yi Feng were so surprised. They then wore awkward countenances. The Broken Hall had the Immortal Realm expert. They were a powerful force in this vast sea of stars ranked right behind the four great creatures. They were a truly mighty force in a large region. As the representative of the Broken Hall, Xingming didn't care about his nephew's death. He bowed and yielded. This man knew how to be flexible. He wasn't a simple character at all. Xingyu, his nephew, was also a warrior that the Broken Hall had concentratedly trained. He was killed, and his uncle had no reaction. This man was a heartless person indeed. Guling bit her lower lip and looked Xingyu bleeding to death. She paled as she was so terrified. Now, she didn't dare to look at Shi Yin again. She stopped gossiping with Cecilia as if she was afraid that a word from her careless mouth would bring her to death. She was frightened. Just let it go. I hope there will be no other exception. Shi Yin flung his arm and talked loudly and harshly. Although our bloodthirsty force isn't as strong as we used to be 10,000 years ago, not many people can provoke us. It's not the right time, so we've been secluding for a long time. It's because the fortune of the current 10,000 years belongs to the God Clan. I hope you guys will make a right decision. Xingming nodded continuously. He sat back to his seat and lowered his head, his eyes cold and sinister. However, when he lifted his head again, he looked sincere, as if he had put on another face. Forgive me for asking, Lena suddenly said while frowning. Have you ever visited the holy land of the bloodthirsty force? Have you stepped on that glory position under the witness of the 8 great inheritances? I'm going there in several days, Shi Yin said deliberately. Lena smiled, nodded, and then said, I can speak for the Heaven River Temple. If you can step on that throne under the witness of the 8 forces in the holy land of the bloodthirsty force, our Heaven River Temple will join your alliance. We will have the same goal for the next 10,000 years. We will be with you during every operation. Pausing for a while, Lena glanced at Cecilia behind her and frowned. If you can't get that seat, well, let's consider no alliance then. I can't say now whether you guys and our Heaven River Temple are friends in the future. I, Gulian, can represent the Thousand Fantasy sect, and we will proceed with the same conditions. If you get that seat, you're an ally of our Thousand Fantasy sect. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss. Gulian suddenly said loudly. Haha, Xingming smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything, but his idea was clear. The leaders of the other forces also supported Lena's and Gulian's decision. The establishment of this alliance was going to depend on his enthronement. Shi Yin frowned, his face cold. He snorted but said nothing. He looked at the coffin behind him, his eyes awkward. It seemed like this coffin had been here for a long time. Shi Yin had never found its aura before. After Frederick's soul had sent him a message, he left immediately. At that moment, Shi Yin could feel a hiding corpse chi underground. Then, Shi Yin knew Frederick had some other arrangement. He knew that Frederick had assigned the experts hiding deep underground to help him. Thus, right when he arrived in this meeting hall, he didn't try to be polite. He immediately took the chairperson's seat. As he was bloodthirsty Sayer, the successor of the tyrannical bloodthirsty that year, if he acted humble, he was going to lose bloodthirsty force's face. The others would end up looking down on the bloodthirsty force. He had a feeling that not only the ones in this hall could observe his performance today, but also the experts of the 8 forces. Mu Wei and Bai Yi Feng were the sole slaves of the Soul Control Chief. That man could see what he performed today through them. The Corpse Chi Underground was the work of the Corpse Chi force under Frederick's management. Perhaps Frederick was watching him discreetly too. His moves in this hall were observed. It could affect his enthroning ceremony in the bloodthirsty force's holy land. Shi Yin didn't know what that enthroning meant, but Frederick had mentioned it before. Also, Gulian, Lena, and the others also mentioned that they would use that enthroning to be the criteria for their cooperation with the bloodthirsty force. He understood that it wasn't simple when Bloodthirsty's successor enthroned. It must have a lot of secrets that he didn't know now. As Hollow Fearsome Star Area, Prosaic Star Area, and Black River Star Area are from the same league as you, what will you do to help them with the God Clan's invasion? Sure, Yin snorted inwardly as he had a series of thoughts in his head. Then, he reminded them of the main topic. We are from the same league. Of course, we will take our responsibility. We're here this time to show our attitude. Lena wore a stern face. We will take it seriously. We won't let the God Clan swagger. We'll fulfill our responsibility, said Gulian. Jiao Mu, Wu Lai, and Sanji cheered up. They knew the threat in their star areas would be lifted. Shurian nodded as he listened to them. He could ease his mind now. Chapter 1250, Internal Strife? Chapter 1250, Internal Strife, _ After they had made themselves clear in this matter, the Thousand Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple left the mansion. As Jiao Mu, Wu Lai, and Sanji knew that the Thousand Fantasy Sect would take their responsibility in the League to deal with the God Clan, they were so thrilled that they hastened to come back to deliver the good news. Xingji, you're really nice. Gulian smiled like a flower and looked at Xingming on the way out. As soon as Xingming left the mansion, his face darkened. Hearing Gulian mocking, he grimaced. He snorted and said, If he can enthrone, I will swallow my anger. If not, harumph. Xingji, how likely do you think it is that he can get that throne? Gulian's eyes moved as she smiled. It depends on the opinions of the chiefs of the 8 forces. As far as I know, the Soul Control Chief has his unique point of view in this. Xingming lowered his voice. When they talked about the Soul Control Chief, Xingming and Gulian looked grave and scared. This man's fame was told in every star area. He was considered the strongest and most mysterious chief of the Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8. No one knew him until now. He had thousands of clones. Discreetly, he had controlled many strong forces. He even had slaves working for him in the God Clan structure. This man had contributed a lot to the reputation of the Bloodthirsty Force, making no force dare to look down on the Bloodthirsty Force. He was a significant influence. Lena's disciple and Shurian have a good relationship. I wonder if it's going to affect Lena's decision. The Heaven River Temple has been secluding for years. We don't know what scheme they have. We should notice this too. Gulian frowned and looked at Lena leaving. She's going to make a precise decision. Xingming wore a malignant complexion. Teacher, it's okay that you're going back to the temple. But why are you keeping me with you? Cecilia looked begrudging when she had to follow Lena. Turning into 2 clear water currents, they were flowing across the sky. Before Shurian got the throne, you shouldn't be too close to him. It's not good for you. Lena knitted her brows. The relationship between the 8 great inheritances is very complicated. Before he's enthroned, things can change in any minute. He could be killed too. What's the enthroning? Cecilia was surprised. Receiving the recognition of the chiefs of the 8 forces to sit on. That throne means enthroning. Enthroning means his voice now matters in the main 8 forces. It also means the subordinates of the Bloodthirsty Force believe and serve him. He's Bloodthirsty's heir, and he's cultivating devouring power, Upanishad. Isn't it true that he could get that throne easily? What's the matter behind this? It's not that simple. Lena shook her head and turned her head to look behind them. As Frederick showed up, it means his force has no objection. But we don't know how many forces of the 8 great inheritances Shurian could control. If he can't get half of them, he can't sit in that position. Then what will happen? Cecilia was frightened. If he can't prove that he has the endless potential and can replace Bloodthirsty of 10,000 years ago, they will ask him to return the inheritance. All of his power Upanishads will be retrieved. Lena sounded solemn. It means he will die. Dash. In the mansion, Shurian was sitting on the chairperson's seat. There's only a jade coffin by him that was releasing the cold, air. Anyone who was supposed to leave had left already. Right now, there was no one else in this meeting hall. Shurian studied the coffin and contemplated. Shortly after, his pupils shrank when brutal light shot out from his eyes. He coldly looked at the door leading to the outside space. Two figures were walking towards him. Deep in their eyes, Yin could see the vague shadows. The two of them looked baffled, as if they didn't have their souls with them anymore. Surprisingly, they were Mu Wei and Bai Yi Feng, who had already left. In this moment, Mu Wei and Bai Yi Feng looked frightened, their gait heavy. Their footsteps on the ground of the hall made a strange rhythm. It was like a drum sounding in people's heart. It made people's hearts beat frantically until it burst off. Yin coldly looked at the two of them. When he met their eyes, he sneered. Mu Wei and Bai Yi Feng looked bewildered. A shadow was flickering in their pupils. They suddenly glared at the fantasy sky ring on Yin's hand. They hissed and grunted unconsciously like beasts and stormed toward Yin. Mu Wei quivered and transformed terrifyingly. Shortly after, he turned into a massive maggot with a horrible, stinky smell. That smell plunged into Yin's nostrils and made him nauseated. The maggot had so many fangs in its massive mouth, which were like the teeth of a sharp saw. The fat maggot didn't have any leg. It rolled like a rubber ball with a horrible smell. On the way, its body splashed a viscous, yellow liquid that stormed towards Yin's head. Yin's face got colder. Starlight sprinkled from his body, turning into bunches of starlight twirling around him. Yin made a magical hand seal. The starlight in the sky suddenly ceased and turned into a starlight curtain that flew towards the fat maggot. When a maggot appeared, Yin knew that Mu Wei wasn't the real Mu Wei. It was his life goo. Mu Wei's life goo had fused with his soul consciousness. Their aura and life energy fluctuation matched. Someone had used the secret technique to turn this life goo into another Mu Wei. This Mu Wei was made of the life goo, so it was like a clone of him with the same memories and soul aura. It could be said that this maggot Mu Wei and the real Mu Wei didn't have many differences. It could even use Mu Wei's power Upanishad in the same realm. However, the power of its attack was a little weaker. However, before the life goo returned to its true form, Yin could see a vague shadow in his eyes. At that glimpse, Yin understood something. The clone that Mu Wei's life goo had created had been controlled by the Soul Control Chief for a long time. Just like Bello, his mind could be taken at any minute to serve the controller. It always waited for his order. Bai Yifeng's situation was the same. Even though he was the real Bai Yifeng, his soul and mind could be occupied at any moment. Bolts of lighting weaved in the sky and created a dazzling eye in the void. This eye was made of lightning, and it glared at Yin. Yin's soul shivered. His soul consciousness was about to shatter. His soul altar shook, and his consciousness didn't listen to him anymore. Bai Yifeng still looked baffled, but his hands didn't stop moving. While his 10 fingers weaved with each other, the bolts of lightning shot out like rods whipping Yin's body. The brutal lightning bolts shot rapidly and broke the entire meeting hall. The lightning eye focused on Yin. Under that eye, his soul consciousness fragmented. Bai Yifeng moved and landed in front of Yin. However, he didn't want to take Yin's life. He wanted to take Yin's fantasy sky ring, as his consciousness was hazy. The emotion in Yin's eyes was chaotic. He gazed at the ring on his finger. He knew what they wanted. Bai Yifeng and Mu Wei came for that jade box because of the finger and the blood vein ring in there. This jade box was delivered to him by Tsunami Chamber of Commerce through Bai Yifeng and Mu Wei. Yin and Wu Lai had opened this box, so Bai Yifeng and Mu Wei knew what was hidden in there. They didn't do anything at that time because they wanted to wait for the blood vein ring to slide itself onto that finger. A light flashed in his head. Yin suddenly understood it. He knew Bai Yifeng and Mu Wei were just puppets. The one who wanted the finger and the blood vein ring was the Soul Control Chief. Under the gaze of the lightning eye, his soul consciousness gradually shattered. He couldn't control his body anymore. He stayed put. That man didn't want his life. His target was Bloodthirsty's finger and the blood vein ring on it. The massive maggot Mu Wei had transformed, and the lightning didn't attack him anymore. Bai Yifeng was still baffled, and he raised his hand to grab the fantasy sky ring. Crack! Crack! All of a sudden, the lid of the jade coffin in the corner of the hall was lifted up. The corpse chi from the coffin turned into strange tongues in the air that licked Bai Yifeng. Bai Yifeng's eyes were bewildered, as if he didn't know that the danger was coming. He was still stubborn, and he tried to reach the fantasy sky ring. The pale tongue licked Bai Yifeng's body. Bai Yifeng was like a fly that a frog's tongue had caught and pulled into a coffin. Right after that, the noises of broken bones arose from the coffin. Shi Yin could see blood and flesh splash on the lid of the coffin. More pale tongues flew out and caught the fat maggot, pulling it into the jade coffin. Puff! The fat maggot exploded. The viscous yellow liquid shot out from the jade coffin and splashed on the ground. The ground then eroded and left many deep holes on the ground. The noises that could send shivers down people's spines still echoed from the jade coffin. Bai Yifeng seemed to be chewed off, and Mu Wei's life goo was exploded. The jade coffin had an explosion and then it closed. Then, Shi Yin saw only blood on the ground around the coffin. The lightning eye in the void was still there. It hadn't vanished yet. Shi Yin could see a dim shadow in that eye. That shadow threw a glance at the jade coffin and shouted something as if it was outraged because it couldn't grab the ring after its host was destroyed. The jade coffin lay in the blood puddle. After the eye vanished, the jade coffin directly sank into the ground and ran away from Black Iron City. The strange energy binding Shi Yan's soul consciousness disappeared after the eyes had vanished. Shi Yan was soaked in sweat. He sat numbly at his chairperson's seat and gasped for his breath, his face ashen. The Soul Control Chief didn't come here using his real body. He just used 2 of his thousands of wisps of soul consciousness to manipulate his soul slaves to attack him. However, when the lightning eye gazed at him, Shi Yan didn't have any bit of energy to counterattack. Compared to the time he had countered Haig, it was much more strenuous. The jade coffin was what Frederick had arranged to help him in case the Soul Control Chief wanted to snatch the ring. Shi Yan didn't know what was lying in that coffin. However, the terrifying energy fluctuating from the coffin was enough to numb his scalp. Shi Yan could only observe the fight. This level of fighting wasn't something he could join. It chilled him. He was filled with anger. Right now, he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Chapter 1251. Struggle to Escape. Chapter 1251. Struggle to Escape. _ In the middle of the ruined meeting hall, rocks piled up while the deep cracks appeared and lead deep into the ground. Shi Yan had a dark and harsh face while he sat feebly on the chair, blood puddling around him. His eyes paled since he was tired. The battle with Haig had already drained him. His god power was massively drained. He hadn't had time to recover after Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng had come to attack him. With the help of that strange jade coffin, Shi Yan was able to finally escape. However, his soul was now weakened and his blood chi was massively consumed. Pondering for a few seconds, Shi Yan had a blood light cross his eyes. A blood essence crystal emerged in front of him. He opened his mouth and sucked. A blood halo covered the blood essence crystal immediately and spun it. Wisps of blood chi were released from that stone and turned into small bloodstreams that seeped into his body through his pores. The color on his face gradually returned. The evil red halo expanded from his skin. His vitality surged once again. What a marvelous tonic. The blood essence crystal turned into powder. Shi Yan exhaled a murky breath. Looking at the dismal, empty mansion, Shi Yan frowned tightly. Hesitating for a while, he took out the jade box. The bloodlight moved in his eyes when he studied the jade box. This jade box stored a finger of bloodthirsty that wore the blood vein ring. As soon as the blood vein ring saw this finger, it immediately left Shi Yan and slid itself onto the finger. Many years ago, the blood vein ring was always worn on that finger. It was a piece of its former owner's body. Sensing the aura of its master, the blood vein ring got rid of Shi Yan immediately. It wanted to reunite with its owner, so it stood by him to fight against this world. Shi Yan darkened his face. He observed the jade box, but he didn't dare to open it. He had many things that he didn't know about this jade box and the blood vein ring. Before he could solve these mysteries, he didn't dare to act rashly. This time, the Soul Control Chief had used 2 wisps of soul consciousness to control by Yi Feng and Mu Wei in order to rob the jade box, storing the Bloodthirsty's finger and the blood vein ring. As he had made sure Yin his target, the Soul Control Chief didn't put him into his eyes. Relating to what Gulian and Lena had told him, Shi Yin pulled himself together immediately. The 8 great inheritances that Bloodthirsty had created now had acted on their own. After the battle 10,000 years ago, Bloodthirsty had fallen and some of the chiefs were murdered. However, some had survived until now. Shi Yin could confirm that they were Xian He, the chief of the Death Force, Frederick, the chief of the Corpse Chi Force, and the Soul Control Chief. Apparently, the 8 chiefs of the 8 great inheritances hadn't united. The Soul Control Chief didn't appreciate Shi Yin. After Bloodthirsty had fallen, the 8 great inheritances had separated. No one wanted to work for the other. Shi Yin, the Bloodthirsty heir who had just made his debut, knew that it wasn't easy to get accepted from all the forces. It was also the reason why Gulian and Lena didn't make a clear decision. They were cautious enough. Before he could prove himself, they didn't give him the final answer. That year, when Bloodthirsty had fallen, the blood vein ring's memory was divided into 3 parts. Lao Luo, Xian He, and Xian Shan kept 1 for each. Also, although the Soul Control Chief was the strongest expert of the Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8, he didn't keep any part of the blood vein ring. There was something ambiguous here. With his power and position in the cortege of 8, he was their leader. It was strange, as he couldn't get a part of the ring's memory. He suddenly confirmed that it was the internal strife between the 8 chiefs. Before the death of Bloodthirsty, the chiefs' dispute hadn't burst out. But when Bloodthirsty had fallen, no one could suppress this conflict anymore. Something must have happened between them. Frederick and Xian, he can always find me easily. No matter where I am, they can simply spot me. Shi Yin looked at the sky above his head, his face dark and glum. Shang Chun had said that he wouldn't help Frederick to deliver his messages anymore. If Frederick wants to see him, he will send someone else. I wonder if that one could find me easily as Shang Chun did. Those old freaks have planned everything and made me their puppet. They have tied a rope around my neck and pulled me all the way. Shi Yan's face became savage. He snorted as he had made up his mind. Fine cracks appeared in his eyes as he urged the spatial power around him. Then, space cracks appeared above the mansion. The brilliant space streamers fluttered from the space cracks terrifyingly. He lifted his head to look at the sky, grinned fiendishly, and then got into a crack there. He disappeared in just a blink of an eye. The space cracks moved around the mansion like flying dragons, cutting and slashing it. Shortly after, they had destroyed and exploded the entire mansion, including the 13 stone towers. 2 figures stormed out of one of the collapsing towers. They cursed under their breaths and flew away. That kid is crazy. Gillette of the Imperial Dark Tribe had dark and sinister eyes. He frowned and watched the space cracks disappearing. He rubbed his chin and then said, "The Tsunami Star Sea territory has many space passages, and they are all stable. If he used those space passages to leave, it would be smooth and there would be no trouble. But now, the space passages are stable and have fixed destinations. It means that the others would know where he's heading. At the same time, his space cracks are created by his space power, Upanishad. They aren't stable. They move continuously. Even the immortal experts couldn't know where he was going." Audrey's beautiful eyes looked strangely keen. She looked blankly at the sky and sighed. He wants to get rid of the constraint. Gillette gave a faint smile and mocked disdainfully. From the day he received the Bloodthirsty's inheritance, he couldn't act on his own anymore. Earlier, I'm sure there were some chiefs planning his life. Today, he finally recognized that his life was planned. He feels like a puppet, so he wants to escape. Unfortunately for him, everything is already planned. Not many places in this vast sea can shelter him from the ears and eyes of the others. Yeah, not many, but it doesn't mean there's no such a place. Audrey nodded gently. A strange light emitted from her clear eyes. If he can hide for a while, he can stir up the Bloodthirsty's chiefs. Perhaps They will recognize that this bloodthirsty successor isn't a puppet that they can manipulate. They would understand his name is serene. He's not another bloodthirsty. If they want to train him and make him become bloodthirsty, something bad will happen for sure. It's good then, Gillette laughed evilly. Everybody is afraid of another bloodthirsty coming, but not serene. It's more interesting if he doesn't walk on bloodthirsty's path. How do you know he won't be as strong as bloodthirsty? Audrey was surprised. Gillette shook his head, his face disdainful as he gave no comment. He had experienced that era. He used to see that man from a distance. In his whole life, he had never met anyone stronger than that man. In his mind, no one could be compared to bloodthirsty. I wasn't born in that era, and I haven't seen that man. I've only heard about his intimidation countless times. Audrey looked strange as she muttered. I only know the man called serene. I used to fight shoulder by shoulder with him. I saw him defeat Harson and Haig. He has defeated all the warriors who were considered the young and talented warriors in this universe at the same realm. He doesn't have the brutality that could compare to bloodthirsties, but he does have endless potential. Maybe serene, the genuine warrior, will not be weaker than that man in the future. Ridiculous. Gillette just shook his head and gave a faint smile. Audrey pouted her lips and said nothing else. A jade coffin was moving in the ground, a tsunami star like a lightning bolt that no one could locate. The headquarters of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had a magical, imposing palace underground. It was even more spacious than several black iron cities. The passages and corridors in that palace were weaving with each other like a massive spider web. It had countless secret rooms and storage areas. Many chambers of this subterranean palace had restrictions. Some smaller palaces even had more than several thousand barriers and restrictions that made them the magical seals. The subterranean palace was the secret core center of the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, where precious items they had accumulated through dozens of thousands of years were stored. Their experts made bases in this underground palace year-round. If nothing unexpected happened, the mysterious president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce would stay deep in this subterranean palace. He discreetly controlled the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce in this vast sea of stars. He could use his soul consciousness and magic image crystal to send messages to manage the business of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce in many star areas. Deep inside the forbidden land of the underground palace was a pond with so many formations and restrictions. That pond of clear water reflected many images and showed different scenes that were different areas of Tsunami Star. The walls of this chamber had so many mysterious formations with some magical powers of earth and heaven. The grumbling noise suddenly came out from a wall. The formation there started to move and create a green light door. A jade coffin got through it and landed by the pond. When the jade coffin landed, the image in the pond changed. Countless blocks of images gathered and created a strange mouth with white teeth. An extremely handsome man walked out of that mouth. No one knew where he was or from which space he had come from. He held a jade box in his hands. It was similar to the one that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had delivered to Shurian. It was made of heavenly, fragrant, soul-soothing jade. Evidently, the same craftsman made two boxes because even the carvings were the same. He looked at the jade coffin and pondered. After a while, he sighed and raised one hand to grab the coffin from a distance. He grabbed the coffin and hurled it into the mouth in the pond. It disappeared shortly after. A strange light shot out from his eyes. Instantly, the walls of the room showed countless directions with the images of the corresponding sea territories of the major star areas. The images of people and battleships moved and flashed around. He looked at the pond for a while, arching his brows. Those images disappeared quickly. Strange and powerful formations reappeared. Not an agate star area or devil blood star or Grace mainland. Where did he go? He muttered, his eyes surprised. Chapter 1252, Blood Sea, Bone Islands. Chapter 1252, Blood Sea, Bone Islands, _ Deep in the vast sea of stars by ancient demon star, there was no planet. It was all empty. That area had a massive, black vortex like a spinning abyss, which was heading towards ancient demon continent. If someone could step into that pitch-black abyss, he would find a wonderland hiding there. This dark vortex was somehow similar to the black hole in Shi Yan's soul altar that could swallow the entire world. And it happened that way. Actually, this area used to have stars and asteroids. However, after this dark vortex had come around, it had swallowed up all the stars and meteorites. The energy from those stars was converted and sent to the strange world inside the vortex. After many years, this dark vortex used to appear together with a man who seemed to come to this vast sea of stars from nowhere. That man was Bloodthirsty. That year, Bloodthirsty had come out from this vortex to create earth-shaking karma. He had made many extreme, powerful experts of the four great creatures follow him and become his advisors. Like Desolate, this dark abyss was always moving. Sometimes, it disappeared and no one could find it. The God Clan had spent 10,000 years, but they had never discovered this vortex. Thus, the Bloodthirsty force was able to preserve their holy land. Today, this dark abyss moved like a silent black hole and approached ancient demon continent. Ancient demon continent was now slightly revived. Still, no creature lived here. The holy ancestor Azure Dragon had summoned and moved all the members of Heavenly Monster Tribe to Endless Sea in Grace Mainland, their ancestral planet. Thus, ancient demon continent had become desolate. Inside that dark abyss was a strange world. It was a blood sea that was crimson and endlessly vast. It had the same color as the sky here, though. This sea lay deep inside the abyss while the red sky had countless moving vortexes like talking mouths. Now, many shadows were landing and moving through those small vortexes in the garnet sky. They fell like meteors into the blood sea. The blood sea had 9 islands made of white bones scattering around. They weren't much larger than the immortal island, floating above the viscous blood. Among the 9 islands, the 8 smaller ones were surrounding the biggest one, like how stars surround the moon. The 9 islands in this sea had dark and glum auras. The atmosphere in this area was deadly and heavy as if it was in hell. It would have put a lot of pressure on people's hearts. Many shadows began to gather on the 8 small islands. Those people belonged to different forces and races. They were from the God Clan, Immortal Demon Clan, Imperial Dark Tribe, Heavenly Monster Tribe, Corpse Clan, Human Clan, Sea Clan, and many other rare tribes. Those people had pierced through the vortexes in the sky and landed on different bone islands. Every one of them had a blood mark on his or her glabella. As they were scattered at the corner of the big star areas, their chiefs had summoned them to this holy land. Different auras floated above the 8 smaller islands. There were 8 different auras in total, which were from the 8 inheritance, including soul control, death, corrosion, dark, chaos, destruction, despair, and corpse chi. At the same time, the island in the center was covered by a thick blood halo. A massive black vortex floated above this island. It was the center of this abyss facing the world out there. Except for the sealed island in the center, other islands had many shadows moving back and forth. On an island with dark aura, there was a pitch-black palace that was so dark that people couldn't see their own fingers when standing inside. Many warriors cultivating dark power Upanishad were sitting cross-legged outside that palace. A magical light shot through the vortex in the dark red sky. A man landed directly on the island of the dark power Upanishad and stepped into the palace. The warriors from different races surrounding the palace stooped to greet him respectfully. Uncle Xianhe. The man who had just arrived was Xianhe. He looked at the people outside, nodded to them, and then walked into the dark palace. Inside that palace was a pair of green eyes. It looked pretty similar to the place that Shang Shun used to visit that had the same pair of green eyes. Frederick was here. Seeing Xianhe, the green eyes looked yearning. "Did you get it?" "I did," smiled Xianhe. "I can finally leave this King place of Lao Luo. Although this place can block all the light and keep me safe, it has made me endure enough loneliness for 10,000 years," said Frederick. Frederick was from the Corpse clan, so he was naturally afraid of the sunlight. However, the experts could just ignore this disadvantage to move freely under the sunlight. As Frederick was one of the 8 chiefs of the Bloodthirsty Force and a precursor of the Corpse clan, the sunlight used to not be able to affect him. However, because of some strange reasons, his body became peculiar, and he couldn't endure even a beam of light. He was even weaker than the newborns of the Corpse clan. Although he was the chief of the Corpse Chi, he couldn't stay and protect the island of his force. He had to stay in a dark palace to stay away from the light. He was a hero, but he could only use his soul to move around sometimes. His body was confined here. It was really sad for him. Xianhe snapped his fingers. A drop of 7-colored blood emerged in the darkness. The 7-colored light moved inside the drop like mirrors layered on each other. Vaguely, it had the soul seals of 100 warriors from 100 different races, including many races that had lived in this cosmos. To condense this drop of blood from 100 races and lift the restriction on your body, I have to travel to almost all the corners of the Sea of Stars. After many years, the clansmen of many races had gone. For this drop of 100 races, I've had to travel around the universe. I've spent a lot of efforts, though. Xianhe sighed emotionally. Anyway, Frederick didn't care about him. His green eyes sparkled fiercely when he swallowed this drop with the soul seal of 100 warriors from 100 races. Then he closed his eyes. People then heard the sounds of cracking bones reverberate in the dark palace. It seemed like something had happened to him. Xianhe nodded and said no more. He walked out of the dark palace and waited outside. After a while, a sturdy man of the Corpse clan walked out and laughed wildly. His skin was so pale that it outlined his deep green eyes and the fangs on his mouth. He looked like a gruesome demon. Congratulations, Uncle Frederick. The warriors cultivating dark power, Upanishad, outside the palace looked thrilled. They couldn't help but congratulate him. Frederick laughed crazily, his laughter full of brutal corpse chi. He had even made the blood sea surge. Suddenly, he stopped laughing, his eyes astounded. He soared up into the sky and flew to the adjacent White Bone Island. Xianhe followed him closely. That island had the endless corpse chi hovering, and there were so many gravestones. The clansmen of the Corpse clan were cultivating there by those graves. A jade coffin stood in front of a massive gravestone. Amazingly, this jade coffin used to appear in Black Iron City. The creature inside this jade coffin had chewed off by Yi Feng and Mu Wei, the 2 that the Soul Control Chief had manipulated. This coffin had come to the subterranean palace of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce and then disappeared from there. As soon as Frederick landed on this island, some noises arose underground when the members of the Corpse clan emerged from the ground about him. The lid of the jade coffin was pushed open. A monster corpse with white fur like a white gibbon jumped out of the coffin. The fingers of this monster corpse looked like cold, sharp knives. Its mouth was also equipped with sharp, dagger-like teeth with a horrible smell. Frederick had fabricated this monster corpse himself. He had used a powerful gibbon of the monster clan that had the bloodline of the heavenly monster tribe. It was an intimidating creature, indeed. For many years, Frederick had had to stay in the Dark Palace. This monster corpse had helped him do many things. This monster corpse was a brutal weapon in Frederick's hands. When the others saw the gibbon, they knew it was like Frederick came there personally. The monster corpse bowed to Frederick when it saw him and talked to him in a strange language. Frederick listened to it with a dark face. After the monster corpse finished, he snorted. He's impatient. He wanted to rob our master's remains. If I hadn't arranged this earlier, that kid couldn't have been able to counter him. Xianhe frowned and sighed. That year, his idea was already different from ours. It seems like he still keeps that thought. Oh, right. Is it that thing that the president has been planning secretly? He made a deal with us to help us find our master's remains in the space cracks. Does he only want us to subdue the God Clan, to give them a stable market and peaceful environment for their business in the future? That president, of course, has some purpose he keeps from us. This man and the other are the same. They're both mysterious. Many times, I've wondered if he's the true body of that man. But from time to time, their activities are so different. If he hadn't helped me arrange the monster corpse, that man would have succeeded in robbing our master's remains. I think he's not that man. Frederick shook his head. After many years, he and Frederick had doubted that the president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce was the true body of the Soul Control Chief. They tested to see, and they found that their deeds were so different. Right, I also think that they aren't one person. However, that president and that man are mysterious, though. What does he want after all? He was confused. Well, just put that president aside. We got something to worry about now. He told us through the monster corpse that the kid Yin has disappeared. He couldn't sense his whereabouts, said Frederick. Disappeared? He was filled with surprise. Today, you finally got rid of it, and we have endured so many hardships just to prepare for his enthronement. We've sent the Blood Imperial Order already. It seems like he's discontent with what we've arranged for him, said Frederick. He frowned deeply. Since he has received Master's inheritance, his entire life is predestined. He's our hope. He must carry on our Master's spirit. All that we've done and will be done will turn him into our new master, whether he's willing to do that or not. It's true. Only when he becomes like our master can the 8 great inheritances swagger around this universe. Frederick nodded. Chapter 1253. The Ring Spirit's Fixation. Chapter 1253. The Ring Spirit's Fixation, _ deep inside the subterranean palace of Tsunami Star. The president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pond, holding a jade box made of heavenly fragrant soul-soothing jade. His handsome face was grave, and lightning moved in his squinting eyes. Tens of thousands of formations carved on the walls of this spacious palace glowed up all of a sudden with the brilliant lights of energy. The exquisite, ancient formations on the wall looked vivid and lively. They looked like imposing mountains, seething oceans, or even drifting clouds. Many strange formations on the walls were archaic and naturally formed. They were the utmost formations in this world that this man had bought with a huge fortune. The formation Grandmaster of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had relocated those natural formations and placed them in the drawings on the walls. The man sat silently for a long time and then opened a jade box. Strangely, the jade box was empty. However, his eyes flared up with divine light. His face expressed admiration and passion as he was stroking the box. It seemed like something was there, but it couldn't be seen by the naked eye. He focused and passionately fondled that thing. Countless formations and restrictions burst out magical, fulgent lights at the same time and congregated above his head like colorful rivers. A 7-colored water emerged magically with the mysterious power of nature and poured on this man's head. It then flowed into the jade box in his hands. As the 7-colored water was pouring into the empty box, something slowly appeared. It was a dark blue bone. That bone was half a meter in dark blue color. It had many natural textures on the surface with one pointy end and one round end. When the president saw the bone, his face reddened unhealthily. It was a shade of extreme admiration. He gazed at the bone and green veins bulged on his beautiful face. His porcelain finger shook hard as he was trying to press down his crazy excitement. He rose one finger and touched the bone. When his finger was close to that bone, a suction force started like a magnet attracting iron. His finger was stuck on that bone. Instantly, his entire body was shaken hard as the god power in his body was massively drawn together with his blood chi and essence chi. That handsome face aged rapidly at a speed that the naked eye could observe. Shortly after, he had white hair. A terrifying fear occupied him. He spurted out blood. He immediately used a knife to cut off his finger sticking onto the bone. He closed the lid at once. The 7-colored stream above his head stopped pouring. He paled, his eyes filled with fear and blood trickling down the corners of his mouth. He sat neatly and swallowed the pellets that he had stored for thousands of years. The wrinkles on his face and his white hair gradually disappeared. He looked young once again as his lost energy was slowly refilled. He was still ashen. He shook his head and felt very puzzled. It didn't work. What kind of energy was that? How could it be so terrifying? Dash. Deep inside the chaotic space basin where there were brilliant outer space streamers. Countless beams of light moved rapidly like shuttles. The gusts of cold, winds swept through the space that could destroy any soul in just a blink of an eye. Explosions constantly happened in every corner, as if it was never going to cease. There were no energy, air, sun, moon, or stars. It was a deadly silent space crack with the ultimate destructive power, the most dangerous place in this world. Except for warriors cultivating space power Upanishad at a specific realm, normal warriors never dared to enter this area. This place meant death or billions of years of loneliness. If they couldn't find the exit, even a third sky of incipient God realm expert was confined here. Years after years, they would be worn out till death. At this moment, a shadow was hovering in a shattered space crack. He hovered quietly in the void without gravity. Not far from him were brutal, wild gusts, and behind him was a strange, malignant light that was approaching him. In front of him was a field of explosions that could smash all creatures altogether with their souls. He didn't have more time to stop and watch them. He was calm as he watched the spatial changes around him and the approaching dangers. He frowned. After a long time, he took out a jade box. It was the heavenly, fragrant, soul-soothing jade box that kept Bloodthirsty's finger with a blood vein ring. He came here because no force or expert could locate him in this area. He needed an absolutely safe place to do something. The Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8 was divided into 8 forces. Frederick and Xian were on his side. They agreed with his receipt of Bloodthirsty's inheritance and that he would rule the Bloodthirsty force to resist the God Clan. These two had taken care of him well and helped him arrange many things. Right when he had escaped Grace mainland to go to Raging Flamestar area through that shattered formation. The shadows of these two and Lao Luo were always there. And even before that, Lao Luo and the Ring Spirit had set up a blood pond inside a cave in the dark forest to guide his soul from another universe. He became dispirited as his life was planned by someone else. He felt like a puppet that acted as the others manipulated. He didn't want a life like this. He didn't want to do things that people had planned for him to do. He wanted to get rid of this constraint for a while, to reason and figure out a way for his future and what he should do with the relationship with the Bloodthirsty Force. The Soul Control Chief had used Mu Wei and Bai Yi Feng to take Bloodthirsty's finger and the Blood Vein Ring. Apparently, he didn't want Shi Yin to become the real leader of the Bloodthirsty Force. Also, it was possible that he just wanted the Blood Vein Ring and that finger. When the Jade Box was opened, hundreds of thousands of creatures in Black Iron City were killed. This commotion was beyond his imagination. Thus, on any life star or even on an isolated asteroid, someone would be notified immediately if he opened the Jade Box. For many reasons, he had to go to the space crack, the most dangerous and magical place in this universe. Staying here, no matter how strong the expert was, he couldn't locate Shi Yin or know what he was doing. Shi Yin stroked the Jade Box for a while, and then tried to lift up the lid. Magically, different from what happened to Wu Lai, he didn't meet any obstacle. He could open the lid directly. He was dumbstruck and his eyes were disbelieving. He was more baffled when he looked into the Jade Box, where only the Blood Vein Ring lay. That finger seemed to have disappeared into thin air. This time, there was no earth-shaking murderous aura or anyone who was killed. Looking at the Blood Vein Ring, Shi Yin was puzzled. After a long time, he instinctively touched the ring. Oh, the finger was still there. The Blood Vein Ring was still worn on it. That was why Shi Yin couldn't pick up the Blood Vein Ring. That finger still existed inside the box. He could touch it, but he didn't see it. That finger seemed not to reflect or refract light. It was invisible and naked eyes couldn't see it. Also, the soul consciousness couldn't see or touch it. However, Shi Yin could use his finger to touch it and find it was still there. Extremely bizarre. He fondled the invisible finger and stroked the Blood Vein Ring. He used the soul consciousness to call the Ring Spirit and tried to connect it. The ring spirit didn't react. He pondered. A cut appeared on his fingertip. He dropped a drop of ruby immortal demon blood on the blood vein ring. A wisp of blood mist arose from the ring. The ring spirit that he hadn't heard for a long time sounded in his brain. I have only one master. Only one forever. The ring spirit muttered and repeated continuously as if its thoughts had never changed. Yin quieted down. He understood the ring, his eyes inexplicable. Then he sighed. From the time he had gotten the ring, or from the first time the ring spirit appeared, it had never called him master. It had never recognized or accepted his ownership. Perhaps the ring spirit had thought that Bloodthirsty was utterly dead, leaving nothing in this world. Thus, it came and lived with Yin, considering Yin as its master Bloodthirsty. However, as soon as the ring spirit saw Bloodthirsty's finger, everything changed. "Let's talk properly," Yin said. The ring spirit stopped muttering. After a few seconds, it slowly said, "After the last piece of memory came back to me, I knew that my master's remains haven't been destroyed. His remains were scattered around the universe in the desolate corners. Some are taken. Some remains are undiscovered. You don't need to cut off the connection with me. I understand you're loyal to your master. I have never forced you. It's you who got fixed to your master. I can help you find his remains," Yin frowned. The blood vein ring shone with bloodlight. The exquisite drawings on the ring's surface moved. What Yin said had stirred up the ring spirit. It suddenly changed and replied, "If you can help me find my master's remains, I will continue to assist you. I can help you enthrone. Can you tell me something about him? Where did he come from? How could he fabricate you? Who was he after all?" "Master is master. I'm just a ring spirit. I can't understand my mysterious master. He made me. I couldn't remember what I was before that." "What are the names of the 8 chiefs of the Bloodthirsty Force? What are their identities? How many of them are still alive? Do you know them? Help me find a piece of my master. I'll answer you." "How to find him?" "I can recognize my master's aura. Far from here, there's a piece of his remains. You go find him for me." "Here? This space crack? This place? Guide me." "All right. One more question. Why is this piece of his remains able to be seen sometimes and invisible at other times? It's tangible, but the soul consciousness can't sense it?" "Because my master controlled an energy. Only he knew and used this energy in this entire universe. The reason why he had fallen was because of this energy too." "What kind of energy is that?" "You don't need to know for now." Chapter 1254. Senro, Chief of Despair Force. Chapter 1254. Senro, Chief of Despair Force, _ Inside the chaotic space crack, a shadow and a finger were flying fast like a flaming bunch of light. The space crack didn't have an end, but it was silent. There seemed to be eternal dangers that could bury all kinds of creatures and even supreme experts. While the man was flying, his body emitted space energy with layers of magical waves that could neutralize the gust and chaotic energy currents in this area. His body sparked as if some sharp weapon was slashing on his body and sending sparks everywhere. There was no concept of time in space cracks. He didn't know how long time had passed by as he had just followed the ring spirit and was heading in a direction unceasingly and crazily. Yin had urged all kinds of energy at his first sky of incipient god realm, his immortal demon body, and the abundant god power. His energy wasn't different from an ordinary second sky of incipient god realm. If he urged his power to the acme, he could fight an expert at third sky of incipient god realm. However, in this current of chaotic space basin, Yin had to consume his energy massively. He thought that it hadn't been a long time, but he had consumed 60 or 70% of the god power in the ancient tree in his body. He would use up his energy shortly after. Since he was in the space crack, he couldn't take in any kind of earth and heaven energy. Once he used up his god power, he could continue to use his star energy or the energy from the immortal demon blood. It should be enough to help him resist the dangers in this space basin. If he hadn't cultivated space power Upanishad at a significant level, he wouldn't have been able to even move a step in this place. Using space power Upanishad, he could use layers of space to shield his body from many fatal energy attacks. If it was another warrior who didn't cultivate space power Upanishad, even if he was at second or third sky of incipient god realm, he wouldn't be able to move freely in this area. In that case, that warrior had to find a safe place to use his energy to survive. Eventually, he had to die. Are we there yet? Sure, Yin was so hurried. Not yet. We still need more time. But I think we're almost there, said the ring spirit. My god power has been used a lot. As we're flying fast, I will use up my energy shortly after. Then you should use your other energies. Star energy, body energy, immortal demon blood. If you use all of them, you can endure until we get there. Yin gritted his teeth and nodded with a forced smile. After another strenuous time today, his body had so many cuts as if it was about to shatter. His eyes showed his exhaustion. He had only 1/10 of his god power left. He had used up the star energy and the immortal demon blood. He was like an oil lamp running out of oil. This place wasn't any ordinary area of the universe. He could still sense his co-soul, so it was possible for him to use the soul connection, to use the last bit of his energy to create a space passage to get to Grace Mainland. However, he couldn't use the power of the co-soul to refill his body in this chaotic space basin. It was because this place was so peculiar. All of a sudden, he halted, his face struggling. The blood vein ring and the finger halted by him. Surrounding them was a brutal force with a smashing energy fluctuation and mushroom-shaped clouds with terrifying energy fluctuations. Behind them were billions of light beams that seemed to be made of some special kinds of stones and gravels. Those small particles of dust and gravel could get through his skin to enter his body. Previously, Yin was careless, so he had let some dust get into his body. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. He didn't know how long he had traveled in this chaotic space basin. During this time, he had used up all the items he could use to refill energy. Yin had finished absorbing the blood essence crystals a long time ago. He had also used some spirit herbs and pellets to enhance his spirit. He couldn't use divine crystals here because when he took them out, they would explode immediately. Yin couldn't take any energy from the divine crystals. Until now, Yin had used all things he could use to refill energy. He still didn't know how much time had passed while he traveled. The location that the ring spirit had shown him seemed so far away. Yin suddenly felt hopeless that he wasn't going to make it. This chaotic space basin was desolate. There was no aura of living beings. Yin was moving here by himself. If his mind wasn't tough enough, he would collapse for sure. I don't have a lot of remaining energy left. There's only enough to open a door leading to Grace Mainland. If I have to consume more energy, both you and I will never be able to go back. Pondering for a while, Yin said. If he didn't have any bit of energy left to open the space door and he couldn't refill his energy, even if he cultivated space power Upanishad, he would drain his energy and die here like any other creatures getting lost in the space basin. Almost there, right in the middle of the cloud in front of us. Go there and check it out. The ring spirit sounded persistent. Yin frowned and looked at the cloud in front of them. He pondered for a while and then gritted his teeth. I'll believe you for the last time. He gathered his spirit to check his condition and calculated the entire amount of energy from the star, god power, his flesh body, and the immortal demon blood. Then, he used the energy to create a space barrier lingering on his body to protect himself. Slowly, he approached the cloud in front of him. All this time, he had retained enough energy to open the space door leading to Grace Mainland. He knew how dangerous it was in this area. If he didn't have the energy to open the last door, he would be confined here until he died of energy exhaustion. Right in front of us, the ring spirit became excited. It seemed like the ring spirit didn't need to consume any bit of energy in this space crack. It dragged the dark blue finger and moved to the clouds in front of them. Those mushroom-shaped clouds were dark gray and connected to each other. They were generated by the explosions down there. Yin didn't know what strange or magical things were hidden under the clouds. After a quick glance at the gray clouds, Shi Yin suddenly had endless despair arise in his heart. His soul was restless in pain. He had a fear that his life seal was about to vanish and lead him to death. His face paled. He had to pull himself together continuously, his eyes frightened. Hesitating for seconds, he calculated the total energy in his body one more time. His face became resolute when he followed the blood vein ring and flew towards the gray clouds. Amazingly, that area was a shattered space created by gray clouds. That space was created by the gray clouds, so it wasn't really stable. If the experts at incipient God realm had fallen, their incipient extent could still remain in this world, and it even had their power Upanishad inheritance. That year, Ka-Tuwa had the inheritance of the chaos power Upanishad from Gru in the Lonesome Dead territory. It was the inheritance left in the incipient extent when Gru died. If the other wanted to die utterly, the inheritance was annihilated with the incipient extent. In this universe, when the incipient God realm experts fell, they could still preserve their incipient extent. It was like the demon area, the seven-layered underworld, or the chasm battlefield in Grace Mainland. They became the incipient extents left by the intimidating existences. After they died, their remaining incipient extents had slowly developed into some special structures. However, if an incipient God realm expert died in the chaotic space basin, it was almost impossible to preserve his or her incipient extent. In the chaotic space basin, there were lethal gusts, mysterious dust, and explosions that could shatter even space. Thus, the incipient extent of the incipient God realm who died in this place turned into ashes quickly. In a better case, it would be fragmented and scattered around the chaotic currents. The space inside the gray clouds was a piece of a shattered incipient extent. Although it was just a small piece, it seemed to be so important. It was because there was a dark cave inside that space. That cave was misty and gray. Shi Yin could see a figure sitting on the ground. After first glance, Shi Yin was struck. He had almost spurted out blood. Shi Yin could feel endless, desperate, intent domains from that vague shadow. It affected him directly, as if it could drag his soul altar into the bottomless abyss of despair. The blood vein ring and Bloodthirsty's finger were floating by that figure. Then, a dark blue bone appeared on the stone platform in front of the figure after the blood vein ring touched it. Who was he? Shi Yin didn't dare to look at that vague shadow and tried to press down the annoyance in his soul. He asked, his face ferocious. Sinro, Chief of Despair Force. Shi Yin was shocked, and he screamed, "Why is he here?" The Despair Chief was infamous in Agate Star area. When he was at his peak, he was invincible in Agate Star area. Yang Tian Emperor had learned the despair power Upanishad himself. When he had separated from Shi Yin in Agate Star area, he had been attracted by a wisp of despair power. Yang Tian Emperor had explained to Shi Yin that he had found the land where the expert used to cultivate, so he had meditated there for a long time to improve his power Upanishad. After that, he started to challenge experts to progress his despair power Upanishad through many battles. Shi Yin could confirm that the intent domain that Yang Tian Emperor had used to comprehend belonged to the Chief of Despair Force. It was this Sinro. He's gone. I think he came here with the same purpose. He wanted to find the remains of our master. Unfortunately, he found one and died here. He didn't cultivate space power Upanishad. Getting into this place meant that death was his final destination, sighed the ring spirit. Use the devouring power Upanishad to come here. Shi Yin did as he was told. The tier of power Upanishad in his soul altar moved. He triggered the black hole, and the despair intent domain vanished into thin air. Shi Yin walked to the dark cave. Inside the cave, a beefy man was sitting. Evidently, he was an immortal demon expert. However, he didn't have any bit of energy in his body. As he was drained, his body turned into dust when Shi Yin touched him. In front of him was a piece of bone that the blood vein ring was covering with its bloodlight. The man's frame was rotten. An intent domain of despair was still around him. The gray clouds were created from the fragment of his incipient extent with the pure energy. They protected this cave. The intent domain and the despair power belong to him. I will collect it for you. You should give it to the warrior cultivating despair power, Upanishad. It will increase his realm instantly, said the ring spirit. Yang Tian Emperor's image emerged in Shi Yan's head. Chapter 1255, The Cortege of Eight. Chapter 1255, The Cortege of Eight. Senro was the most loyal subordinate. After our master's body got shattered, he had chased after them into the space crack. He embraced the same thoughts as mine. We all wanted to reunite with our master's remains. The ring spirit sobbed emotionally. Oh, Chief Senro of the Despair Force. What realm was he at during that time? Shi Yan was astounded. The Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8 consisted of world-famous, tyrannical characters in this world. Each of them was stubborn, extreme, and intimidating. They had ruled many star areas in this sea of stars. From Shangchun, Xingming, Gulian, and Lina, Shi Yan knew that the cortege of 8 was incomparably intimidating. They had forced the God Clan to go back to ancient God Continent. The God Clan had to strenuously strike a lot, but they couldn't destroy all 8 of them. Today, Shi Yan had reached incipient God Realm, and he had met Holy Ancestor Azure Dragon of the Heavenly Monster Tribe. He knew that the successive realm after incipient God Realm was immortal. He wanted to know what realms the members of the Cortege of 8, like Senro, had. Senro had just 3rd sky of incipient God Realm. That year, his realm was the lowest among the members of my master's retinue. However, his real competence could rank first. What the Despair Power Upanishad focuses on isn't realm or power. It's the deep understanding of the desperate intent domain. The ring spirit didn't conceal information from him. When Senro was at 3rd sky of incipient God Realm, he could slaughter immortal realm elders of the God Clan. In a hopeless situation, his Despair Power Upanishad could have dominating, unimaginable power. The blood vein ring glowed in the red light. The ring spirit immediately put Bloodthirsty's finger and the piece of bone they had just found. Listening to the ring spirit talking about Senro, Shi Yan respected and admired the man. The Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8 had supernatural powers Upanishad. Shi Yan wasn't surprised that they could challenge experts at higher realms, especially the ones cultivating Despair Power Upanishad. This power Upanishad was extreme, but it had endless, powerful potential. Shi Yan knew how magical it was. If he had killed the immortal realm expert at 3rd sky of incipient God Realm, Senro was definitely formidable. After the ring spirit had collected the Bloodthirsty's remains, the blood drawings on the ring's surface moved. Gradually, bloodlight waves rippled and turned into the blood cloud mark. In the beginning, the mark was vague. It became clear and covered this incipient extent fragment. A vortex appeared in the middle of the blood cloud. A subtle, powerful suction was generated. Senro's god body turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished. The despair intent domain around him and the fragments of his incipient extent in this area turned into some sort of pure energy that entered the vortex. The blood mark refined that energy and condensed it. Eventually, everything became a gray orb as big as a chestnut. This orb sealed the wild energy of despair power. The ring spirit took the orb and said, "When you meet the warrior cultivating Despair Power Upanishad, I will give you this essence of Senro's Power Upanishad. That warrior will be able to break the shackle of the realm instantly and enter the next realm." The ring spirit paused for a while and then said suddenly, That year, Senro had only 3rd sky of incipient God Realm, but this corpse had the shape of the immortal realm. Apparently, he had broken through one more time. As he was confined in this space for so many years, Senro had touched despair, so his understanding of Despair Power Upanishad had reached an unimaginable realm. If he hadn't died and managed to get out of this place, perhaps he would have been able to fight Ming Hao once. Ming Hao? Who's he? Shi Yan was surprised. The Soul Control Chief, the ring spirit answered directly. As I've promised, I'm telling you the identity and powers of the Cortege of Eight. Ming Hao is the leader of the Eight subordinates. He cultivates soul, control, power, Upanishad. He's from the Imperial Dark Tribe. The current queen of the Imperial Dark Tribe is his younger sister. Shi Yan was bewildered. He mumbled, "Doesn't it mean he's Audrey's uncle?" The ring spirit continued. If Ming Hao hadn't followed Master, he would have become the king of Imperial Dark Tribe. That year, he was one of the most powerful existences in this world. After Master had subdued him, he had imparted him the soul control power Upanishad. That power Upanishad could combine with the magical power of the Imperial Dark Tribe's soul altar. It changed Ming Hao strangely. His body shattered directly. His soul had the ability to divide into countless beams. That year, he was the freakiest expert among the eight. He didn't have a body. Although he existed in the soul form, he could help Master rule many star areas. Countless wisps of his soul have scattered in many corners of the sea of stars. He has many puppets. No one knows his real appearance. Xianhe is the Death Chief. You must know this man. He's a member of the Immortal Demon Clan. That year, he was also an excellent prodigy of the Immortal Demon Clan. He followed Master, and Master had imparted him the death power Upanishad. Xianhe's been cultivating life, power, Upanishad. People thought that his powers Upanishads would conflict with each other. However, Xianhe is an innate talented warrior. He had cultivated both powers and merged them together. Eventually, he became the expert ranked right behind Ming Hao. He's so powerful and intimidating. Lao Luo was the Dark Chief. He was the expert from Grace Mainland. When he had just come to the Sea of Stars, he had offended many forces because of his haughty behaviors. The experts of those forces joined hands to chase him. Eventually, Master saved him and imparted him the dark power Upanishad. Lao Luo was brutal and heartless. After he had successfully cultivated the dark power Upanishad, he had helped Master expand their territory. He had many merits. Gru was the Chaos Chief. He was from the God Clan. His family was killed in the internal war of the God Clan. Gru lost his mind and fell into bedevilment. He became wild and savage, killing everywhere. Master liked his madness, so he imparted him the chaos power Upanishad. He was the maddest among the Cortege of Eight. Bent was the Destruction Chief. He was from the Dark Clan. However, he wasn't a member of the Imperial Dark Tribe. Bent was an illegitimate child. His childhood was so pitiful. He had the seed of destruction in his soul since he was very young. Master chose him and gave him the destruction power Upanishad. What happened had proven that this power was born for him. With destruction power, Bent became a sharp saber in Master's hand. Senro was the Despair Chief. Like Xianhe, he was from the Immortal Demon Clan. Master had a special method to impart the despair power Upanishad. He had left a wisp of this power in the middle of the world. Only extreme, desperate warriors who could resonate with that power could get it. Senro was the first warrior to receive despair power Upanishad, and he was also the last one who reached its maximum potential. He ranked lowest among the 8 experts. Frederick, the Corpse Chi Chief, is from the Corpse Clan. The Corpse Clansmen were born with the gift of controlling corpse power. However, they couldn't cultivate it to the acme to reach the highest realm. When our master walked around the Sea of Stars, he had found Frederick with innate talents. As he had no teacher, he was still able to cultivate the power of corpse chi. Then, Master had imparted him the complete power Upanishad. Frederick didn't fail Master. Shortly after, he has become the chief of the Corpse Clan and ruled the Corpse Clan around the Sea of Stars. He has turned the Corpse Clan that everybody hated to an influential force in the vast universe. Gatto was the chief of Corrosion Force. He was from Heavenly Monster Tribe. His entire body was toxic. The other members of Heavenly Monster Tribe had boycotted him. He had cultivated on a poisonous star. Master had found him by chance. Then, he gave him the corrosion power Upanishad. Gatto's nature was pretty suitable to cultivate this power Upanishad. Shortly after, he had aced it. He had progressed so quickly that even our master couldn't imagine it. He was the most fearsome expert among the 8. The ring spirit told Yin the identities of the cortege of 8 as it had promised him. How many members of the cortege are still alive? Yin pondered for a while and asked with a stern face. I guess only Ming Hao, Xian He, and Frederick are alive, replied the ring spirit. That year, which realm were they at? Yin asked again. Except for Senro, the other 7 were at the immortal realm, said the ring spirit. Although he had had a premonition, Yin was still shocked. He admired and respected those precursors, asking, So how about your master? The ring spirit kept quiet for a long time, then said, I don't know. You don't know? Yin was surprised. The ring spirit kept silent. What's his relationship with the ancient continent Desolate? Yin continued to ask. While training on Desolate, Yin knew a fact through the ring spirit. The blood sword was forged from the spine of a member of the immortal demon clan 100,000 years ago. It shocked him a lot at that time. However, the ring spirit didn't give him more information. 100,000 years ago, Grace Mainland, God-blessed Mainland, Ancient God Continent, and Ancient Demon Continent had cradled Heavenly Monster Tribe, the Imperial Dark Tribe, the God Clan, and the Immortal Demon Clan. At that time, the strongest generation of the 4 great creatures had tried to refine it to fuse it with themselves. The Holy Beast White Tiger was one of them. The 4 of them were the first generation of 4 great creatures. They had fused with the origin of the ancient continents and come to Desolate when it opened for the first time. After that, they had all died. The White Tiger had become a mountain. The precursor from Imperial Dark Tribe had become the ice-blue light curtain protecting Desolate. The God Expert had left his incipient extent that Yin had taken in. The immortal demon precursor had become the Holy Mountain. This blood sword was the spine of that immortal demon precursor. What was the relationship between Bloodthirsty and Desolate? It had confused Yin. He wanted to ask, but he never had a chance. Eventually, he couldn't help but ask about it now. Master had created me. He didn't mention this with me. I don't know his real identity or where he's from. So, after he had created you, he used to take you to Desolate with him. The ring spirit kept silent. When it didn't want to talk to Yin, it would use silence to answer him. Being silent meant that it didn't want to answer Yin's questions. Yin frowned. After a long moment, he said, We should get back. He didn't want to force it because he understood that forcing was no use. What the ring spirit didn't want to tell him, he could never force it to spit out. 2 blood lights emerged. The blood sword and the blood shield appeared. The ring spirit told him, I will not keep this sword and shield anymore. I will not serve you as my master. However, this sword and shield belong to you. You should keep them. After my memory has been fully restored, I can tell you the mysteries of them. Just consider it the payment for you to help me find my master's remains. The blood shield and blood sword were bloodthirsty items. In the past few years when Yin used them, they could always be of significant help. Anyway, Yin had always had a reluctant feeling when he studied these 2 divine weapons. He couldn't know their real powers or know how to maximize their abilities. Today, the ring spirit had given back the sword and the shield to him and explained to him their mysteries. Yin was so thrilled. If he could understand the abilities of this sword and this shield, his competence would be enhanced greatly and his fighting ability would leap up. Chapter 1256, The Blood Imperial Order. Chapter 1256, The Blood Imperial Order, _ A light door glowed immensely when a sturdy figure got through it, flashed, and then disappeared. Deep inside Shadow Ghostly Prison, there was a hidden blue planet. It suddenly had a slight vibration magically. A white light flashed inside the planet. A man walked out of that halo. This place was the center of Grace Mainland, where the origin and Yin's co-soul had fused with the soul of the planet to control it. Yin appeared and slumped on the ground. He was so exhausted. The chaotic space basin was so dangerous. He had used up his energy there. In the end, he had used the very last bit of his power to open the space passage, and used the direct connection between his co-soul and host soul to return to this place. Now, the god power in his body was drained. He gathered himself and urged the soul consciousness, sending one wisp to the fantasy sky ring. Many divine crystals flew out, floating and piling on him like mountains of divine crystals. The co-soul danced out of the crystal and turned into clouds of fire quickly. Those fire clusters covered the divine crystals and burned them. The energy in the crystals was evaporated and then condensed, becoming so thick like liquid twirling around Yin. His fantasy sky ring had millions of divine crystals. He had taken all of them out. Now, the divine crystals covered him while the heaven flames burned them. The wisps of pure energy soothed his dry god power ancient tree and his exhausted body. He felt cool and refreshed, as if he was soaking in the sea of spirit chi. He slowly calmed his mind down. Can you tell me the abilities of the sword and shield now? Staying still, Yin connected the ring's spirit. I know they're both powerful weapons in Bloodthirsty's hands. What are their features? Actually, that sword and that shield were Master's main weapons at his early time. After that, his power had reached a level where no one could defeat him, so he didn't use them much, answered the ring's spirit. Relax your spirit and soul. I will carve the secret techniques in your sea of consciousness. Yin took a deep breath and then relaxed his mind. He cut off all chaotic, irrelevant thoughts. Waves of memories of magical, secret techniques began to root in his brain and stayed deep in his mind. He quickly knew how magical and dominating the sword and shield were. Yin was thrilled, his face earnest and solemn. He sank into his thoughts to comprehend the mysteries of the items. During this time, his body quivered continuously while he hungrily took in a pure energy from millions of divine crystals to recover his power. The blood sword and the blood shield suddenly appeared above his head. The blood mark on the host soul's forehead that was hovering above the soul altar glowed in a blood-red light. The light then shone on the mark on the shield and revived them. Instantly, the shield flew onto his body and turned into a set of tight armor that covered him. The armor had many blood drawings. The mark of the 5 blood clouds appeared on his chest, shoulders, and his back like savage, hungry mouths. The blood clouds were still changing. Each of the 720 acupuncture points in his body connected to this armor. The blood shield had turned into the toughest armor that protected his body. When this armor shielded him from attacks, it could absorb all energy hiding in those attacks and send it directly to Yin's acupuncture points. It seemed like the ability to devour essence chi from the dead could increase massively thanks to that blood shield. Unless the opponent's realm was higher and his cultivation base was much stronger than Yin's that could allow him to kill Yin within one blow, this armor could endure and even swallow the energy from the other's attack. The blood sword had so many bloody eyes on it. Those eyes belonged to the ones who Bloodthirsty had defeated. They stored the negative emotions including resentment, despair, malice, and brutality from those dead experts. Yin could use his immortal demon blood to activate them. Dripping the immortal demon blood onto the eyes, he could actually activate the official sword. The blood sword wasn't only sharp. It was so formidable that it could also enter the other's soul to slash the soul altar. It could fill his opponent's soul altar with negative fixations that could explode his soul altar directly. The blood sword could destroy the soul and also cooperate with the soul control power Upanishad to perform more marvelous attacks. Together, they could confine and disorder the opponent's soul, imprinting the slave seal in that poor warrior's soul and putting him into his eternal slavery. There was no way to get rid of it. The blood sword and the blood shield could attack and defend. They were Bloodthirsty's handy weapons at his early time. They had assisted him to conquer the universe. Their names were spread out the entire universe. However, as Bloodthirsty's realm had been increasing, he had comprehended a mysterious power that he gradually put aside the blood sword and the blood shield. He just needed to use the bursting power of his body and soul to be invincible. His abilities could be used fluently and flawlessly. Deep inside the planet, Yin was quietly learning the abilities of the blood sword and the blood shield while using millions of divine crystals to replenish his god energy. After his co-soul had burned all the divine crystals and condensed them, it hadn't returned to the crystal of the planet's soul yet. It had turned into a wisp of fire that danced above his head. His experiences in the battle with Hague, the struggles he had in the chaotic space basin, the knowledge he had gained from the blood shield and blood sword, and the changes of his mental state had sublimated his life form. Altogether, his understanding of the heaven flames had advanced. The cyan world extinguishing thunder flame had turned into blue lightning with billions of bolts impacting and shattering. The nine serenities soul devouring flame was bright silver with an aura that could destroy the souls. The ice-cold flame was milky white with power that was chilly to the bone. It had turned into beautiful, fulgent snowflakes. The world-extinguishing thunder flame, the nine serenities soul-devouring flame, and the ice-cold flame slowly congregated, vibrating strangely and resonating. The ice-cold flame started at first. It sent its cold energy into the world-extinguishing thunder flame and the nine serenities soul-devouring flame. The three heaven flames now had cold aura. Slowly, they came together and used an inexplicable method to fuse with each other. This time, fusing heaven flames came because of his advanced incipient extent. It had unfolded his understanding of earth and heaven powers and principles, space, death, and life power Upanishad. When his wisdom grew, his life sublimated, his vision opened wilder, and he could understand the origin better. He was stabilizing his incipient god realm and learning the powers of the blood sword and blood shield. At the same time, his heaven flames were fusing with each other. Meanwhile, many magical things were taking place in the world out there. Fiery Rain Star Area. In a magical, dark area, Yushan, Shaoan, and Xian Fei were besieged. The Heartless God clan was chasing after them. However, after the defeat in Agate Star Area, the God clan had to retreat to gather their force. For the time being, people in Fiery Rain Star Area had escaped the dangerous situation. The Elder Committee of the God Clan had summoned the members who were explicitly invading other star areas to retaliate the Gu God sect, the Wu family, and the Jiao family. The God Army in Fiery Rain Star Area was also ordered to come back. The danger hanging over Fiery Rain Star Area was solved like that. Going from a hopeless situation to seeing the God Clan retreating made them so thrilled. They intended to call Benny and ask him to go to the inland areas of Fiery Rain Star Area to help them train their armies. They needed to build a foundation to prepare for the future war in Fiery Rain Star Area. However, when they found Benny, they discolored in fear. Standing inside a desolate area with a lot of rock, the blood mark on Benny's glabella was spinning and releasing unknown energy that shone red light into the sky. Benny's energy was drawn and sent into the mark. It looked like the mark gathered his energy to open a door. A bizarre medium-sized blood vortex appeared above his head. A strange suction force emitted and attempted to drag Benny into the vortex. As Yushan and Xiao In were dumbstruck, Benny disappeared into the blood vortex. Right after that, the blood vortex vanished into thin air. This place was the peripheral area of Fiery Rain Star Area. It was a desolate area with a sealed space passage that no one had ever discovered before. However, that vortex had forcefully taken Benny away. The other two didn't know where it came from and where it was headed to. The same situation happened in many regions in the vast sea of stars. Before Yin had returned to Grace Mainland, Leona, Phelan, and Katua were cultivating on the Immortal Island. The marks on their foreheads had drawn their energy and created 3 blood vortexes above their heads, respectively. At that time, Leona was training the soldiers of the Monster Clan and the Demon Clan. She was so angry, though. However, she felt a twinge at her glabella immediately after. Then, the blood vortex appeared. The 3 of them disappeared into the blood vortexes. Similarly, Yang Tian Emperor was in the endless sea when his blood mark stirred up a vortex that then took him away. While Blood Devil was cultivating on his Devil Blood Star and Agate Star area, the mark appeared on his forehead and drew his energy to create the vortex above his head. He disappeared shortly after. They didn't know that the warriors cultivating the 8 great powers Upanishads in this entire cosmos had the same blood mark on their forehead, which then unknowingly took their energy to create the vortex and deliver them away. It was the Blood Imperial Order. That order summoned the bloodthirsty force to get back to their holy land. No matter where they were, they could use the Blood Imperial Order to return immediately. Inside the dark abyss and the immense blood sea, Benny, Leona, Fei Lon, Kata, Yang Tian Emperor, and Blood Devil appeared on 6 different White Bone Islands. Benny was on Destruction Island. Leona was on Dark Island. Fei Lon stood on Corrosion Island. Yang Tian Emperor appeared on Despair Island. Blood Devil came to Death Island. There were many warriors there. They were from different races and clans with different levels of cultivation base. However, similarly, they all had the blood mark and cultivated the same power Upanishad. Blood Devil descended from the blood vortex and landed on Death Island. As soon as he had arrived, many people on the island got scared. They instinctively moved away from him. Blood Devil didn't have a clue. After he arrived, he gawked and dropped his jaw as he found many people with the same blood mark and the fluctuation of death energy. "Sir, are you from Immortal Demon Clan?" asked a young man at the King God realm, but he was apparently an immortal demon warrior. He approached Blood Devil and asked respectfully. "Yes." Blood Devil nodded, his line of sight raking around the island. He found several thousand warriors standing on this island. They had different realms and were from different clans. There were warriors like him with high realms at incipient God realm, and the lowest realm warriors were at true God realm. However, every one of them had the blood mark on their glabella that flashed from time to time mysteriously. Chapter 1257, Reunite. Chapter 1257, Reunite, Death Island. Blood Devil looked around and watched the warriors with the blood mark on their glabella. They cultivated the same death power Upanishad, but they were from different races. Those warriors were also looking at him. This island gathered several thousand warriors at different realms. Before he had come here, the highest realm warrior was a black-scaled expert of the demon clan at second sky of incipient God realm. That man was more than 3 meters tall, with black scales covering his entire body. He looked cold and arrogant. As soon as Blood Devil arrived, the man changed his face as he had fear in his eyes. He immediately behaved. He had even stepped backward and left a space in the center. He remained a safe distance from Blood Devil. Precursor, the immortal demon young man eyed Blood Devil and asked excitedly, "Besides the chief, you have the highest realm among the warriors cultivating death power, Upanishad. Sir, where are you from?" "Agate Star area." Blood Devil frowned and contemplated. "Where are we? Where are you from?" "This place is the holy land of our bloodthirsty force. We're cultivating death power, Upanishad. Usually, we are scattered around the star areas in this universe. Because of the Blood Imperial Order, we were teleported here by the blood mark," explained the young man. Blood Devil was astounded. He suddenly recalled what Shi Yin had told him. That year, when Shi Yin gave him the death power Upanishad, he used to tell him the advantages and disadvantages in the profile of the death power Upanishad. However, at that time, Blood Devil had never heard about the bloodthirsty force or the power of this force. He didn't consider Shi Yan's words important. He had never thought that he would be teleported here one day because of his death power Upanishad. He felt so reluctant that he didn't know what to do now. "Precursor, have you ever met the chief?" The young man hesitated for a while and then asked. As they heard him asking, many warriors on the island paid attention to Blood Devil. Those people came from different star areas. Although they cultivated the same power Upanishad, they didn't know each other. Only a few of them knew the connection between death power Upanishad and the bloodthirsty force. Most of them had never met Xianhe. Some of them had received this power, Upanishad, from their family inheritance, while some others got the power by chance from the soul altars of fallen experts cultivating this power. This young man had asked many people here and found that no one had received the inheritance directly from Xianhe. Also, no one had ever met Xianhe. He thought that since Blood Devil was an immortal demon warrior, and the rumor said that Xianhe was also an expert from the immortal demon clan, perhaps Xianhe had met Blood Devil and imparted him the power personally. That was why Blood Devil had reached third sky of incipient god realm. Each of the bloodthirsty force's chiefs had absolute power over his force. They had the power over their subordinates' lives. As the warriors here were all disciples of the chief, they had to strictly follow him. Many of them were infamous in their star areas. As they were teleported here unknowingly, they were so frightened and they anticipated what would happen to them. I have never met him before. Blood Devil shook his head. People looked disappointed. Suddenly, a blood light zoomed over from a far distance and landed at the center of the island in just a blink of an eye. A slender man with archaic facial features suddenly came. His eyes were crimson like blood, his black hair draping around his shoulder. This man looked evil and peculiar indeed. He didn't have a robust vitality or surging energy rolling in his veins. Many warriors cultivating death power Upanishad just looked at him once and then turned around. Only Blood Devil and the black-scaled expert at second sky of incipient god realm were shocked. Divine lights shot out from their eyes as they observed the man. "Are you Blood Devil?" grinned the man. Blood Devil nodded solemnly. The man rose his hand and pulled. A violent force like an earthquake directly covered Blood Devil instantly. The man opened his mouth and spurted out a beam of blood that then wound around Blood Devil fast. Quickly, it had created a blood cocoon. The blood cocoon had a thick blood smell that nauseated people. The bloodthirsty force turned red and couldn't move inside that blood cocoon. The warriors cultivating death power Upanishad on this bone island were frightened. They bewilderedly looked at the man who had just arrived in fright. Although Blood Devil was at third sky if incipient god realm, he didn't even have a bit of energy to resist this man. He was confined instantly and turned into a blood cocoon. This kind of power was over their knowledge. "I gave you an opportunity. Let's see if you can make good use of it." The crimson eyes of the man flared with evil bloodlight. He let out a low shout, and the garnet eyes appeared above Blood Devil's head. Those eyes were so similar to the ones on the blood sword that Shi Yin kept. The surging blood chi moved inside the eyes like blood lightning. There were 9 red eyes in total. Under Xianhe's control, they landed on Blood Devil's head and entered his soul altar. Blood Devil had many bleeding cracks. The viscous immortal demon blood covered his body inside the blood cocoon. "I'm your chief. I am Xianhe. From now on, you guys have to follow my orders." The man laughed loudly while both his hands were making magical hand seals that rose the blood sea around them. The thick blood then turned into beams of pure energy that sprinkled on this small island. The warriors cultivating death power Upanishad convulsed when the blood fell on them. However, the light of excitement shot out from their eyes. "Bow to thank the chief." The young man from the immortal demon clan screamed excitedly. Then, the others answered him and cheered loudly. Corrosion Island. Although it was one of the white bone islands in this blood sea, this island had around dozens of warriors. As all of them cultivated corrosion power Upanishad, they had misty miasma on their bodies. However, at a corner of the island, there was someone screeching inside the green mist. The others understood the situation, so they stayed far away from him. No one dared to approach him. A vortex appeared above this island. An old woman jumped out of the whirlwind, landing firm on the island. She was Fei Lan at first sky of incipient god realm. As soon as she had landed, the blood mark on her forehead was still burning painfully. She looked at around dozens of warriors on this island and frowned. Her soul consciousness was released. She wanted to check the situation of the island. However, as soon as she had released her soul consciousness, The man inside the green mist in the corner of the island was shocked. He dashed toward her rapidly. Fei Lan wore a cold face and snorted. She was about to urge her energy to counter. "Hey, little Lan, are you little Lan?" A shivering male voice came from the green mist. The green mist hovered in front of Fei Lan, but it was as turbulent as his mood now. Fei Lan was baffled, her body stiff. Her eyes went watery immediately. It has been so many years. Finally, she heard the voice that she had been yearning for once again. That year, Fei Lan and Leona had left Raging Flamestar area to go to God-perishing land to find this man. This man had disappeared several thousand years ago. She had missed him a lot. She had stayed in the land of God punishment to protect the city he had created and waited for him to come home. She had dedicated her most beautiful moments of life for this man. The green mist slowly dispersed and revealed an old man with light smoke on his body. He looked as if he had experienced many ups and downs in his life. He looked at Fei Lan with passionate love in his eyes. You also cultivate corrosion power, Upanishad. I didn't think that the Blood Imperial Order would summon you too. Benton, why you haven't died yet?" Fei Lan gritted her teeth. However, her face was so excited as her crooked body quivered hard. Dash. On the Dark Island, at the same time, Leona fell on the sky. However, before she had landed, she was already shocked when the feeling of having someone with the same bloodline near her flooded her heart. Standing in the dark corner of the island was a calm and tenacious man. He suddenly opened his eyes, his body shaking hard. He stepped out of the dark corner in just one stride. He saw Leona landing. Leona also saw him. Their eyes met. Both the man and Leona had tears linger in their eyes. Leona's savage face softened for the first time. "Father," she cried, "I have never thought that we could meet again." "It has been tough for you the whole time, little daughter," sighed Thor. At the same time, Benny and Ka-Tuaw had landed on the Destruction Island and the Chaos Island respectively. They didn't know anybody there, so they were baffled and restlessly anxious. Shortly after, someone came to explain to them the situation. They knew that this place was the holy land of the bloodthirsty force and that they were summoned here by the Blood Imperial Order. They were staying in different corners of this vast universe. Some of them even had a concealed identity. Because of the Blood Imperial Order, they were pulled to this area. Not many of them knew the details of the situation. They just knew that something big was about to happen. All of them were cultivating powers Upanishads of the 8 great inheritances. However, to many of them, this was the first time they ever came to this place. Some came from high-level star areas. Through their channels, they knew about the great events in the vast sea of stars recently. Vaguely, they knew something. However, they still stayed silent and waited. They knew that when the time came, someone was going to tell them about the situation and what was going to happen. Dash. The Soul Control Island. This island didn't have many warriors, too. There couldn't have been more than several hundred. Most of them were clansmen of the Dark Clan, Imperial Dark Tribe, and a small number of warriors of the Dark Spirit Clan, Ghostmar Clan, and Dark Shadow Clan. Different from the other small islands, the warriors cultivating soul control power Upanishad on this island were strangely silent. After they had arrived, they said nothing. Each of them found a spot to sit down and cultivate. They didn't speak to each other as if they had already received some order. There was a member of the Imperial Dark Tribe at Incipient God Realm with many ghost souls hovering and screaming around him. His 10 fingers had many black threads tying down the souls. Those souls struggled in pain, their facial features vague. From time to time, he wiggled his fingers. Those souls would shriek and screech as if he had just whipped them. Those souls seemed to have to endure unimaginable pain. He looked so bored as if he was waiting for something. After a while, a shadow appeared in his eyes. That shadow flickered as if it was talking to him and advising him on something. He became respectful, listening to the shadow and nodding. After a while, he got up, his eyes dark and glum. He hissed, "The chief ordered us to carry out the plan." Chapter 1258. I'm the Master. Chapter 1258. I'm the master, underscore. Deep inside Grace Mainland, Shurien opened his eyes, starlight twinkling in his eyes like diamonds. A supernatural aura slowly emerged from him. His eyebrows twitched. A magical feeling of the entire world combining harmoniously flooded his mind. The corner of his mouth curved into a grin. Then he suddenly had a marvelous feeling as if his body had become the ancient continent, and the ancient continent became a part of his body. Squinting his eyes, he earnestly felt something. The smile on his face was broader. He felt so refreshed. He had finally touched the mysteries of the flaming origin and the ancient continent. After the world-extinguishing thunder flame, the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame, and the ice-cold flame had fused, his 10 types of heaven flames were combined into 4. They had become part of his co-soul. Then, his co-soul had auras of the 4 heaven flames and billions of broken light dots. Those light dots had scattered equally, as if they represented living beings. In fact, those light dots were real living beings on the continent. As Shurien had fused with the continent, he could feel even the slightest commotion in every corner of this continent directly. Deep inside his co-soul were 2 magical seals that represented the whole life of a robust living being. When fusing the heaven flames this time, he vaguely felt the power that Haig had performed. He could now take and use the power of the ancient continent. He had touched the new secret of the ancient continent. The seals in his co-soul were the 2 phases that the ancient continent used to memorize. Those were the people like him who had fused with the entire heaven flames of the origin of this ancient continent in the long river of time. The first seal was from Holy Beast White Tiger. He was the first one who ever entered Desolate. He had tried to refine Desolate, but Desolate had killed him. The second seal was from Holy Beast Vermilion Bird. He had fused with all heaven flames of the ancient continent's origin. Eventually, he had died after so many years of wandering around the galaxy. The 2 seals represented the 2 ancestors of Heavenly Monster Tribe with their glorious time. The seals didn't contain memories. They contained supernatural abilities of White Tiger and Vermilion Bird, and many marvelous secret techniques of Heavenly Monster Tribe. If he was a member of Heavenly Monster Tribe, he could immediately break through with the supernatural abilities from White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. His competence would incredibly increase. Unfortunately, he wasn't from Heavenly Monster Tribe. The existence of the 2 seals gave him a fact. If he died, his soul would vanish, but the heaven flames and the origin wouldn't. The 10 heaven flames would change one more time and scatter around the ancient continent, waiting for the one who was predestined to collect them. After he or she collected and fused with the heaven flames and the origin, that person could receive the incredible powers Upanishads of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and the power Shurien that used to cultivate. After the one who had fused with the origin died, the heaven flames wouldn't vanish. They would carry the power and memories of the former owners and impart them to the next owner. After 100,000 years, only the 2 sages of Heavenly Monster Tribe could gather all the heaven flames of the origin of Grace Mainland. Shurien was different. He wasn't a member of Heavenly Monster Tribe, but he could fuse with the origin that had given birth to Heavenly Monster Tribe. Squinting, he quietly felt the power of his co-soul. The starlight dots twinkling, there were living beings on the continent. His co-soul reached out and expanded to the entire continent, surveying the endless sea, the dark forest, the divine great land, the dark magnetic noxious mist, and even the polar areas. The entire continent seemed to shrink billions of times in just a blink of an eye. Shurien observed each leaf of grass, the beautiful flowers, and more. Even the smallest things couldn't escape his soul consciousness and his heavenly eye. He was the god of this planet. Well, Shurien hissed, his eyes dark and his mouth cold and stiff. He could see many giant monsters of Heavenly Monster Tribe lying on the ground, sitting in the caves, and even sinking in the sea around the Heavenly Monster Mountain range. Those giant monsters had thick blood chi like a massive flesh mountain. The mountains of the heavenly monster range were high and imposing. The energy was surging powerfully in those mountains where there were many secret symbols of heavenly monster tribe carved. Shi Yin observed and found many magical ancient energy congregating formations created by heavenly monster tribe. The earth and heaven energy of grace mainland was streaming into those mountains and making the energy there extremely thick and dense. Usually, the earth and heaven energy of the continent scattered around the planet. In some wonderful lands, the earth and heaven energy would be thicker than other places. However, the intensity level of the energy in those areas wasn't more than 10 times thicker than the other places. However, the energy congregating formation on Heavenly Monster Mountain Range had changed the structure of earth and heaven. It had gathered energy from the other lands to thicken the energy in those mountains. The endless sea used to have extremely thick energy. Because of those formations, only the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range now had abundant energy, as it had attracted the energy from the Immortal Island and the other sea areas. The Heavenly Monster Tribe was forcefully snatching earth and heaven energy under Shi Yan's management. They were purely selfish, as they only wanted to benefit Heavenly Monster Tribe. Shi Yan snorted and walked out. He appeared in the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range immediately. He looked at the mountains covered with charms and symbols of the Heavenly Monster Tribe and used a secret technique, his eyes dark and cold. All of a sudden, a massive vortex like a tornado appeared above the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. As soon as it appeared, it forcefully drew the energy of the mountain range into the vortex and then distributed it away. That massive vortex had deactivated the energy-gathering ancient formation on Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. The old monsters cultivating in the mountain range stormed out in rage. The descendants of the sky python, the gold crow, the kirin, and the phoenix were as massive as a mountain. Their monster chi was as thick as dark clouds in the sky. Quickly, they surrounded Shi Yan. Who did that? Kirin Ao Gu roared. The flaming scales of his armor moved and sent out burning energy, as if he wanted to burn Shi Yan into ashes. Tian Yin was a descendant of the sky python. He opened his mouth, and the pungent smell attacked people's nostrils. The black smoke fumed like a column with many toxins. Ao Gu and Tian Yin were core members of Heavenly Monster Tribe. These two old monsters were at level 13, the max level, which was similar to the false immortal realm of the other races. "Elders, please stop," Song Yin suddenly shouted. Unfortunately, Ao Gu and Tian Yin didn't listen to him. They moved their massive monster bodies, roaring and attacking Shi Yan. Azure Dragon, the holy beast, had assigned them to fix that formation. They had spent a lot of efforts to fix the ancient formation built by the ancestors of Heavenly Monster Tribe to benefit the members of the Heavenly Monster Tribe. Right when Shi Yan arrived at this place, he had broken the energy congregating ancient formation. He wanted to cut off the foundation for Heavenly Monster Tribe to thrive in the next 10,000 years. He had enraged the old monsters. They wanted to swallow him raw. "If we weren't here, any one of you can threaten my life." Shi Yan looked at the two monsters' terrifying attacks and spoke in a low-pitched voice. "Too bad. This place is Grace Mainland. In this place, I'm the master." The co-soul triggered a thought. Suddenly, the torrential clouds in the sky above his head moved with tremendous pressure like billions of mountains pressing down from the sky. The attacks from Tian Yin and Ao Gu in their monster bodies were shattered under such pressure. The shockwaves had even shaken Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. The other old monsters changed their visages. They couldn't stand still anymore. The gold crow faced the sky and shrieked. The sun outside Grace Mainland looked as if it was triggered to shine the flaming sunlight from a far distance, aiming at Shi Yan. Shi Yan had mocking intentions in his eyes. He lifted his head to look at the sky. Accordingly, the sky darkened as if there was a big sheet covering the entire sky. The flaming sunlight from the sun was blocked. It couldn't pierce through the barrier. Shi Yan felt so excited. Fusing with the ancient continent, He could use all kinds of power here. It was like his incipient extent that allowed him to do anything he wanted. This feeling satisfied him a lot. The ancient continent was like his co-soul's incipient extent. In this place, he was the god that could never be shaken. He could mobilize all resources here to fight. After combining the three heaven flames, Shi Yin understood the ancient continent better. He suddenly had confidence that even if Holy Beast Azure Dragon was here, he wouldn't be able to bind Shi Yin on this ancient continent. Nathan the Phoenix screamed. The brilliant light radiated from his body when he soared up into the sky. Shi Yin stooped to see the monster body of the phoenix. He grinned and then opened his mouth to spurt out a flame that magically changed and drew thick energy around. Surprisingly, his flame then turned into a flame that was the shape of Holy Beast Vermilion Bird. The terrifying aura of the flame from the primal chaos emitted from the Vermilion Bird. Nathan the Phoenix suddenly felt so small. Instinctively, he wanted to bow to Holy Beast Vermilion Bird. His power reduced massively. He halted in fright, looking at Vermilion Bird above his head and crying, "Holy Ancestor Vermilion Bird." "Ha ha!" Shi Yin laughed darkly. Above his head, a giant white tiger with the aura of the immemorial era emerged like the phantom of God. San Yin felt his knees soften. He directly kneeled down, looking baffled and mumbling to himself. "Ancestor." The members of the Heavenly Monster Tribe at every corner of the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range in human form had all turned into their monster bodies. On the ground, they clapped and marched. The phantoms in the sky, they couldn't help but cheer. "Holy Ancestors, our Holy Ancestors." Ao Gu, Tian Yin, and Nathan gawked. They were bewildered and felt so unreal. The aura of the Vermilion Bird and the White Tiger came from the primal chaotic time. It was a tremendous threat to their souls. Instinctively, they were scared. It was similar to when they met Holy Ancestor Azure Dragon. This kind of fear came from the deep of their hearts that stopped them from resisting. Today, facing the formidable prestige of Vermilion Bird and White Tiger, they were so baffled that they couldn't even think about continuing to fight. The members of Heavenly Monster Tribe at Heavenly Monster Mountain Range crouched on the ground in their true forms, bowing and worshiping the illusions of White Tiger and Vermilion Bird in the sky. They shouted and cheered excitedly. "Holy Ancestors! Holy Ancestors! Our Ancestors! Our Ancestors!" Chapter 1259, The Heavenly Monster Tribe's Perfect Plan. Chapter 1259, The Heavenly Monster Tribe's Perfect Plan _ Deep inside the dark magnetic noxious mist in east of the vault of Heaven Sea area, there was an islet moving within its magnetic field. A cottage was built on this islet. Ghost Hunter in his true form was crouching on the ground in front of the cottage. His body convulsed as if he was in agony. Every time his body shook, beams of black blood oozed out and his skeleton was refined once. Azure Dragon had transformed into a brawny middle-aged man. He sat on a rocking chair in front of the cottage. He squinted and watched Ghost Hunter. From time to time, he boosted more energy to extract the contaminants and dregs in Ghost Hunter's monster body. He was using his special method to help Ghost Hunter transform and extract all dregs of energy out of his body. This way, he could make Ghost Hunter's skeleton as tough as his. In this magical magnetic field, the chaotic earth and heaven energy had created strange energy fluctuations. This energy fluctuation was similar to the fountainhead of power Upanishads. The warriors cultivating here could understand the powers of earth and heaven better, which could help them increase the realm. This kind of change had begun in the dark magnetic noxious mist since Shi Yin had fused with the Genesis fruit. Except for Shi Yin, the Holy Beast Azure Dragon was the only one who could feel the marvelous change of this area. He didn't try to be mannerly as he occupied the dark magnetic noxious mist and turned it into a private territory of Heavenly Monster Tribe. Before this area had completed its transformation, he had brought Ghost Hunter there to claim the territory. He had a plan. After this place had become more stable, He brought Heavenly Monster Tribe juniors who had the great potential like Zhuoshi or Songyun here to cultivate. Azure Dragon had set up the barrier outside dark magnetic noxious mist. Besides the warriors with the Heavenly Monster Tribe's bloodline, the warriors from other clans couldn't enter the place or take advantages from it. Right now, he was planning something while aiding Ghost Hunter to quench his bones. Suddenly, he jolted up in fright and looked at the Heavenly Monster Mountain range from a far distance. He discolored for the first time. Swaying, he disappeared from dark magnetic noxious mist. His body swayed and changed. He appeared above the Heavenly Monster Mountain range. Looking at the phantoms of the white tiger and the vermilion bird by Serene, his eyes were so complicated. They were the creatures born in the immemorial epoch with him. They were the four holy ancestors of the Heavenly Monster Tribe. In the long river of time, they had fallen one by one. Today, only Azure Dragon was alive. Seeing the illusions of the other two, Azure Dragon felt like he was drawn into the flood current of time. He couldn't help but recall the old stories. The pieces of the past emerged in his head like beautiful, magical pictures. They were born innocent. They met each other for the first time and became friends. They were so happy when they understood the mysteries of earth and heaven. They were so worried when Grace Mainland had exhausted. The fear they felt when they first left the homeland. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird had experienced all of these. They used to walk shoulder by shoulder thousands of years ago. Today, he was addressed as the ancestor of Heavenly Monster Tribe. He had done his best for the welfare of his clan, while his friends and his brothers had fallen a long time ago. For their ideals and faith, they had to pay with everything they could, including their last piece of soul seal. After many years, he was absent-minded upon seeing his best friend's images. He had even forgotten the reason why he got back here. Holy Ancestor, Azure Dragon. The members of Heavenly Monster Tribe cheered in every corner of the Heavenly Monster Mountain range in respect and admiration. He was awakened from his memory. Looking at the illusions by the young man, he took a deep breath. It seems like you've advanced further in fusing with the flaming origin. You can awake their seals. It's too bad that you're not from our clan. Otherwise, you would have been the best choice. He suddenly remembered Ghost Hunter and Songyun, sighing inwardly. It would have been much better if Ghost Hunter got the origin of Grace Mainland, or if Songyun could swap his origin with Shiyan's. Shiyan frowned and looked at him. You activated the ancient formation to gather energy. You made the earth and heaven energy of Grace Mainland pour torrentially on the Heaven Monster Mountain range. It diluted energy in other areas. You're selfish enough to snatch everything in this world just for your Heavenly Monster Tribe. Don't you think you're too greedy? While he was talking, the illusions of the white tiger and the vermilion bird slowly faded and vanished with the wind. Selfish? Greedy? Azure Dragon sounded surprised. Our tribe was born here. To the Heavenly Monster Tribe, this is our mother. What kind of selfish behavior is it when we take things for granted from our mother? Right from the start, this place was always our home. Everything here belongs to us. Why do you say that we're selfish? Pausing a while, he snorted. Human clan, demon clan, sea clan, and the other clans came here after us. They are aliens here. After we left, they moved in and claimed our homeland. Shame on them. We're too kind to let them stay. In the immemorial epoch, Grace Mainland had given birth to the Heavenly Monster Tribe. From the beginning of time, the energy of his continent was extremely thick in every corner of the planet. The members of Heavenly Monster Tribe in that era were so intimidating. As soon as they were born, they understood how to use earth and heaven energy to strengthen themselves. At that time, as the members of Heavenly Monster Tribe were getting stronger, they'd been draining the energy of the ancient continent rapidly. Until one day, they found that the ancient continent had come to its final stage of the energy cycle. The energy here wasn't enough for them to cultivate and grow further. At that time, they had the ability to move in outer space. Azure Dragon's team that time was like Yin when he got into outer space and embraced the idea of finding a new world for their families and friends in this vast universe. Shortly after, they found many life stars suitable for them to live and cultivate in this immense sea of stars. Thus, the heavenly monster tribe gradually moved to other star areas. It was a cycle lasted for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, a new cycle began. Grace mainland started to gather energy from outer space one more time. The planet that heavenly monster tribe had abandoned was discovered by other races. They began to dwell here, and they became the new owners of the continent. The members of the God Clan, Human Clan, Demon Clan, and Sea Clan had come to this planet through many ways at that time. Dozens of thousands of years later, those clans had survived the immemorial epoch, the antiquity time, and the ancient time. They had become the owners of the planet. At the same time, Heavenly Monster Tribe was drifting between the major star areas in this vast sea of stars. However, some members of the clan had returned to their homeland when the energy there was at the peak. The holy beast vermilion bird had fused with the origin of the continent at that time. Unfortunately, he had fallen in the sea of stars. The Grace Mainland's energy took turns to be rich or drained. Heavenly Monster Tribe had moved to many other places of the universe, living and cultivating in level 6 or 7 life stars. Once the place didn't have enough energy for them, they found a new one. In that way, they didn't need to endure the hard times of lacking energy. They got used to wandering around foreign lands. They gave up the thought of coming home. They had become the only race out of the 4 great creatures that didn't consider their homeland the core land of the clan. Instead, they wandered around the universe. This was until they had the dispute with the Imperial Dark Tribe. Defeated, they finally recognized the subtle connection between them and the motherland. When Imperial Dark Tribe had defeated them, an outstanding expert of that clan had the Genesis fruit that benefited his entire race. It was the time of Imperial Dark Tribe. All members of the tribe could increase their cultivation speed and energy thanks to the change of their ancestral planet. Their entire race became stronger. Heavenly Monster Tribe got the bitter fruit. They disappeared one more time and hid in the corners of the universe. Quietly, they had moved their ancestral planet, the Grace Mainland, to the end of the sea of stars. Finally, they had recognized the magical relationship between the ancestral planets and the Genesis fruit. Recently, they decided to join the competition for the Genesis fruit on Desolate. With the Genesis fruit, Heavenly Monster Tribe planned to rise again to a new life. However, when they sent their experts to Grace Mainland to gather the heaven flames and the origin, they found that Yin had gradually collected all of them. Yin didn't know that Heavenly Monster Tribe had planned to kill him to rob the origin. At that time, Xianhe and Frederick of the Bloodthirsty Force had shown up and told them that Yin was their master's successor. The intimidation of the Bloodthirsty Force had shaken the entire world. Heavenly Monster Tribe wasn't an exception. The Bloodthirsty Force was defeated in the war with the God Clan. However, their fighting competence was still formidable. As Heavenly Monster Tribe was a loser in the battle against Imperial Dark Tribe, they were now also afraid of the Bloodthirsty Force. Because the Imperial Dark Tribe had defeated them and had the Genesis fruit, it made them rule the universe for 10,000 years. However, Bloodthirsty's debut had distorted the rules of nature. He had forcefully subdued Imperial Dark Tribe. The arrogant Bloodthirsty Force had directly replaced Imperial Dark Tribe as the tyrannical lord of this world. It was also the reason why the Imperial Dark Tribe had joined hands with the God Clan when they rose up to eliminate the Bloodthirsty Force. The era that should have belonged to the Imperial Dark Tribe was forced to end with Bloodthirsty's inexplicable appearance. Bloodthirsty Force had changed the rule of the ancient continents for the first time. He had stopped the Imperial Dark Tribe, the race with the Genesis fruit, from being the overlord of that era. In the past dozens of thousands of years, Bloodthirsty Force was the only special case that had stopped and replaced the race that should have leaped up with power to be the overlord of the vast sea of stars. When Heavenly Monster Tribe knew that the one who had the origin of their ancestral planet was bloodthirsty Ser, they knew they weren't lucky. They thought that they didn't have the chance to change their fate. However, the holy beast Azure Dragon had gradually woken up. He had used his special knowledge to show the tribe a new way. He requested Heavenly Monster Tribe to help Shur Yin compete for the Genesis fruit. As Shur Yin was the representative of their ancestral planet, when he got the Genesis fruit, Heavenly Monster Tribe was going to benefit altogether. Then, Heavenly Monster Tribe had sent Song Yun to ancient Demon Continent to get the origin of this planet after enduring so many hardships. The next step was to send Song Yun to Desolate to carry out the plan of the Heavenly Monster Tribe. They succeeded. Shur Yin had subdued Harson and Hague. Desolate had accepted him to take the Genesis fruit. Heavenly Monster Tribe knew that a great time was about to come to them. They thought that their plan was so perfect. After so many years, the race with the Genesis fruit was going to be powerful for 10,000 years. There was only one exception, which was when Bloodthirsty appeared. In their eyes, only Bloodthirsty could distort this rule. And today, the Bloodthirsty successor, the only one who could change everything, had fused with the origin of Heavenly Monster Tribe's ancestral star and even the Genesis fruit. Now, what kind of force in this world could stop Heavenly Monster Tribe from rising? It was a perfect plan. Chapter 1260, My World. Chapter 1260, My World, _ It was a perfect plan. However, when Azure Dragon stepped on the land of his ancestral planet, he knew that something was wrong. That day, he saw many human warriors living on the islands in the 5 sea areas of the Endless Sea. They were from the weakest race, but they had a terrifying reproducing ability in this cosmos. Apparently, they had become the new owners of the Endless Sea. Then, he immediately recognized something wrong. He realized that his perfect plan had a significant flaw. Shur Yin wasn't a member of their Heavenly Monster Tribe. Shur Yin would never place the welfare of Heavenly Monster Tribe as his priority. He wouldn't use everything from Grace Mainland to strengthen Heavenly Monster Tribe. He wouldn't try to protect the benefits of Heavenly Monster Tribe anywhere or anytime. If Shur Yin was a member of the Heavenly Monster Tribe, and he was Bloodthirsty's successor at the same time, Azure Dragon's plan would have been more than perfect. At that time, he finally recognized the flaw of his plan. He immediately found Shur Yin and took him away from the Immortal Island. He had carefully threatened and asked Shur Yin to claim the Endless Sea and the dark magnetic noxious mist. He wanted to seize the chance when Shur Yin wasn't strong enough and his understanding of the ancient continent wasn't deep enough to force him to agree. As soon as Shur Yin agreed with him, the flaw of his plan would be made up. Heavenly Monster Tribe could still take the richest land of the ancient continent. Unfortunately, Shur Yin didn't follow his wish, and Azure Dragon didn't dare to kill Shur Yin. He had to begrudgingly put it aside. Then, he had squeezed his brain to think of a new idea. He used the holy land of the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range to open the energy congregating ancient formation to gather the energy around the Endless Sea. It would make the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range the best place to cultivate in the world. If Shur Yin didn't want to give him the Endless Sea and the dark magnetic noxious mist, he would find his own way to benefit Heavenly Monster Tribe instead. All the things he had done for Heavenly Monster Tribe was for the welfare and the future of the race. Thus, even though he knew that Shur Yin was discontent, he was still persistent. In fact, when he had made up his mind, he had already considered Shur Yin's reaction. It was because he was stealing energy that didn't belong to the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. He was stealing energy from all the small islands around the Endless Sea to benefit his Heavenly Monster Tribe only. He wasn't afraid of Shur Yin's reaction because he had realized that Shur Yin hadn't fused completely with the continent. Azure Dragon was confident to stop Shur Yin from the negative reaction. He had to fix everything before Shur Yin became strong. It was his previous calculation. But now, seeing Shur Yin use the white tigers and the vermilion birds' illusions, he felt miserable and bewildered, sighing continuously. He knew what it meant. It meant that Shur Yin had fused with the flaming origin to another height. Now, he could use the power of the continent fluently. Sure, Yin had understood the mysteries that could make him the owner of this world. It would be very hard to confine Shi Yin now. On this continent, Shi Yin was the sole god. Although he might be just a false god at this moment, still, he was really tough to deal with. If they left this place at Azure Dragon's immortal realm, it was too easy to confine Shi Yin. However, this place was Shi Yin's world. Azure Dragon now had a terrible headache. Thus, he didn't attack immediately. He made use of a relationship between the ancestral land and heavenly monster tribe to force Shi Yin. With the thought that this continent used to belong to heavenly monster tribe, Shi Yin would feel embarrassed and yield to them. We were born here. This is our homeland. Only our tribe is the legitimate owner of this place. We have the right to use all things here, and only our tribe has this right. Azure Dragon was so outraged, his voice was like thunderclaps shaking the void above the endless sea. Lightning and thunder appeared thickly as if the sky was about to fall. As the other, irrelevant creatures can live here, we're showing enough mercy. His voice reverberated as he talked about justice with a strong sense of righteousness. Sure, Yin was placid when he looked at his lively play and cursing him under his breath. He calmly replied, "What right does a creature who has betrayed his ancestors and abandoned his homeland have to say those words? Among the 4 great creatures, only your tribe has been wandering around the universe and continuously draining life stars to maintain your strength. Although you were born here, you guys don't deserve to be the owners of this planet." He looked at the horizon and said, "Any race here has stayed here longer than you did. They have experienced each cycle of energy of this planet, and they have never left the place. They deserve to live here more than you do. If I hadn't taken the Genesis fruit, where would you have been now?" Hearing him, all the members of Heavenly Monster Tribe were indignant. Their monster eyes showed their extreme rage. Holy Beast Azure Dragon turned purple in rage. A dragon roar echoed and triggered divine lightning from the 9 tiers of the sky. The bolts of lightning descended from the sky with a tremendous aura, as if it could destroy the entire world. Thunder reverberated from the dark horizon of the continent. All the creatures living in the corners of the ancient continent were so scared. They immediately crouched on the ground and bowed at the sky to beg the god to stop his anger. As Azure Dragon was outraged, the world discolored. This continent seemed to be shattered in the next moment. At the immortal realm, in the perpetual time, Azure Dragon had destroyed countless planets. With his power, it wasn't really laborious to erase a level 7 life star. Azure Dragon was born with the ability to control lightning like a god of lightning and thunder. Now, his dragon roar had shaken the sky of Grace mainland like the god punishment of the god clan. It was so terrifying that it made all the warriors on the continent think that doomsday had finally come. "Well, I will admire you a lot if you dare to destroy your ancestral planet." Sure, Yin sneered, looking at Azure Dragon's rage. "If you're still indignant and drawing the power of lightning and thunder from outer space, I would love to see where your heavenly monster tribe will seek temporary lodges after this sky has been shattered." Listening to him, the heavenly monster tribe's old monsters were so frightened. They kneeled down and screamed, "Holy Ancestor, please! Holy Ancestor, hold your anger." They were more frightened than Shi Yin. At my cultivation base of the immortal realm, it's as easy as flipping my hand to combine billions of lightning bolts into one. Azure Dragon squinted. Countless immemorial symbols arose and swirled in his eyes. He drew more lightning bolts from outer space. All of them then combined and turned into an electrical beam with formidable energy that shot toward Shi Yin. That lightning strike looked like a strange world. It had billions of bolts of lightning shooting like flying dragons. Shi Yin could see images of Azure Dragon when he was a child, a teenager, a young adult, a middle-aged man, and as he continued to get older. It showed the encounters that Azure Dragon had experienced during his whole life, including the milestones of his life. As soon as that bolt appeared, Tianyin, Ogu, and the old monsters of the false immortal realm were scared out of their wits. They vaguely felt that they were about to be destroyed altogether. Yin stood still and looked at the coming lightning bolt. I'm standing still. I want to see if you dare to destroy me. He was Grace Mainland and the bloodthirsty successor. If he died now, it would put an end to Heavenly Monster Tribe's hope. At the same time, the bloodthirsty force would never let Heavenly Monster Tribe live in peace. He didn't need to think to know that Azure Dragon would never dare to kill him. It's true I don't dare to kill you, but I can always detain you. Azure Dragon smiled. You think you can detain me? Yin felt funny. Is that the 9 divine extinguishing thunder restriction? It's the supernatural power that you've learned right at the beginning. This restriction can detain everything, including immortal realm experts and the entire world. Am I right? Azure Dragon discolored slightly. It was true that this was the secret technique of the lightning and thunder class he had learned at the beginning. This restricting technique could detain everything in this world. However, it needed time to mobilize lightning power from the fountainhead of the world, so it was slow. That's why Yin still had time to talk. As Yin appeared to know this secret detaining technique. It meant that he had a deeper knowledge of the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the supernatural abilities of Heavenly Monster Tribe from the higher compatibility with the origin. Azure Dragon felt worried. It's true that your 9 divine extinguishing thunder restriction can detain even the world. But this place is my world. Yin smiled coldly. In his laughter, the immense earth and heaven energy in the endless sea combined into one beam that Yin held in his hand like a rod. His wrist moved, and the rod whipped the air, tearing a space slit. Then, the void looked as if it was cut by a sharp knife. The space cracks appeared here and there. The rod made of the energy of the endless sea continued to move in the space slits. He gave faint smiles. Well, in my world, even if you are at a mortal realm, you can only watch me swagger. Do you think you can trouble me here? The lightning strike created by 9 divine extinguishing thunder restriction moved between the space slits, but it couldn't locate Yin. Azure Dragon grimaced. He felt so begrudging. At his immortal realm, it has been a long time since he felt begrudging. A warrior with the origin was the owner of that respective planet. In his world, he could take and use whatever he wanted. He could draw the energy. He could be the world himself. Azure Dragon remembered what Vermilion Bird had told him. Now he understood his words deeply. Today, I'm at first sky of incipient God realm, and my fusion with the flaming origin hasn't reached the utmost yet. I still need to work on it. But today, you can't be a threat to me. When my realm reaches another height, and my fusion with the origin has advanced further, what do you have to fight against me? In the middle of the space slits, Yan's stern image was discernible as if he was staying inside the mirrors. He looked at Azure Dragon and the members of Heavenly Monster Tribe, grinning fiendishly. If Heavenly Monster Tribe wants to deal with me, you should choose somewhere else. If you want to do that here, do you want to destroy your Heavenly Monster Tribe altogether? After he had finished, a marvelous vibration appeared in every corner of the continent. The Heavenly Monster Mountain Range shook violently like a ferocious beast attempting to burst out of the ground to destroy this mountain range. All the members of Heavenly Monster Tribe staying in the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range discolored in fright. The commotion coming from the earth was the sky's prestige, the nature's anger. It was the scream of the one leading a world. Holy Ancestor! Holy Ancestor! Many old monsters were frightened. They were desperate, as if danger had come. They couldn't help but shout and look at Holy Beast Azure Dragon. Yin grinned fiendishly, hovering in the sky, coldly looking at Holy Beast Azure Dragon. The ancestor of Heavenly Monster Tribe at the Immortal Realm suddenly looked so old and senile. He looked at his frightened Heavenly Monster clansmen and sighed dispiritedly. He deactivated the 9 divine extinguishing thunder restriction, lowering his head and talking begrudgingly. Later on, our Heavenly Monster Tribe will follow your rule to live here. We won't act rashly anymore. This time, we were wrong. Chapter 1261, Commit. Chapter 1261. Commit, underscore. Azure Dragon had to lower his head and admit his defeat. His heavenly monster tribe needed Sure Yin to survive. They couldn't live independently from Sure Yin, but Sure Yin wouldn't bear any loss if he left Heavenly Monster Tribe. One side needed the other, while the other didn't need them to survive. Of course, they had to yield. From now on, you guys aren't allowed to activate the energy gathering formation on the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range anymore. The Vault of Heaven Sea area is your territory. You can get into the dark magnetic noxious mist to cultivate, but it's not exclusive to Heavenly Monster Tribe. The others can go there to cultivate too. Heavenly Monster Tribe will not interfere with them. Sure Yin walked out of the space slit, hovering in the sky above the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. He observed the members of the Heavenly Monster Tribe underneath and shouted. Heavenly Monster Tribe's clansmen looked begrudging and dispirited, but no one could retort. Song Yun of Heavenly Monster Tribe had transformed to his humanoid form, and he stood in the crowd of his fellows. He lifted his face to look at the sky, sighing and looking lonely. Holy Beast Azure Dragon looked upset. Pondering for seconds, he nodded. On behalf of Heavenly Monster Tribe, I agree with your arrangement. We will not forcefully draw the energy in the sea territories around anymore. I hope it won't have to be repeated, said Sure Yin, his face cold and harsh. If it's repeated, Heavenly Monster Tribe must leave this place immediately. Then, this place will become the prohibited land, and all of you will be banned. All the members of the Heavenly Monster Tribe shut their mouths. They wanted to retort, but they didn't have such power. In the coming 10,000 years, the earth and heaven energy in this area will reach the acme. As long as you can live here in harmony, your general competence will reach new heights as you are the race born on this planet. If you are content to your lot, I can ensure your prosperity. Sure Yin frowned and looked at the members of Heavenly Monster Tribe. He stopped at Song Yin. Songji, I don't aim at your Heavenly Monster Tribe. I just want you to be not selfish. Give the others a chance and the right to live. Heavenly Monster Tribe used to wander around the sea of stars. You guys have drained the energy of many life stars to survive. I hope you wouldn't consider this place one of the life stars you have drained. I don't want you to rob the others' welfare and exhaust the planet to strengthen your tribe. When they were on Desolate, Song Yin had helped him. Sure Yin recognized his favor. Thus, he told him those words. Song Yin forced a smile as Sure Yin was looking at him. He glanced at Azure Dragon, but talked nothing. Azure Dragon knew their situation. He sighed inwardly. As he had made up his mind, he didn't want to talk more. Each of the Heavenly Monster warriors quieted down. Sure Yin didn't want to talk more, so he prepared to leave. Azure Dragon contemplated for a few seconds and then said, "The Blood Imperial Order has been activated. The descendants of the bloodthirsty force on this continent have been taken away by the Blood Imperial Order. At this time, He and Frederick have asked Tsunami Chamber of Commerce to find you. They've been looking for you for a long time. If you want to inherit the bloodthirsty force, you should use the Blood Imperial Order to leave." Sure Yin darkened his face. He released his soul consciousness, reaching every corner of the continent. Yang Tian Emperor's aura had disappeared. Leona's life magnetic field was gone. Also, Sure Yin couldn't find Fei Lan and Ka Tuo's commotions. It meant that Azure Dragon wasn't lying. He had the immortal realm and was staying in this continent, so he was able to sense those special energy fluctuations. Sure Yin wasn't surprised at his abilities. Blood Imperial Order? Sure Yin was bewildered. It's a special summoning method of the bloodthirsty force. By using the mark on the warrior's glabella to draw the energy in the mysterious Holy Land, it will take the warrior directly to the Holy Land. When the bloodthirsty force has a big operation, they will use the Blood Imperial Order. As they've activated it this time, it must relate to your enthroning event. Azure Dragon knew their situation. He pulled himself together as he knew that the Heavenly Monster Tribe's prosperity was dependent on Sure Yin. As long as Sure Yin was alive and was getting stronger, Grace Mainland could maintain its abundant energy that would benefit Heavenly Monster Tribe. If he died and his soul vanished, the connection between him and the origin would be cut off, which would lead to a dramatic change of Grace Mainland. Heavenly Monster Tribe couldn't have enough energy for 10,000 years. Thus, he couldn't betray Shi Yin, and he also had to try his best to make sure that Shi Yin could continue getting stronger. He had to ensure that Shi Yin was strong enough to not be afraid of anyone. Understanding this, Azure Dragon decided to tell Shi Yin the situation. You're the heir of Bloodthirsty. Even if you don't do anything, the God Clan won't spare your life. Moreover, you've got the Genesis fruit. The God Clan will definitely hunt you down to make sure that they wouldn't be defeated. His face became serious. Azure Dragon lowered his voice. As far as I've known, the God Clan's Elder Committee has summoned the 4 Great Heavenly King. It means that the God Lord has awakened. The 4 Great Heavenly King? The God Lord? Shi Yin was surprised. The God Lord is the patriarch that the 12 families of the God Clan recognized 10,000 years ago. He leads the Elder Committee. 10,000 years ago, he was the one who got the Genesis fruit. He has been the strongest warrior of the God Clan for dozens of thousands of years. He was the one that led the God Clan and the other experts to destroy your bloodthirsty force that year. He and the other experts had besieged and killed Bloodthirsty. After that battle, Bloodthirsty's soul vanished and his body had exploded. Many pieces of his body had disappeared into the vast universe. The God Lord's soul was damaged badly. His body was gone. Afterward, there was no information about him. I guess his situation was like mine. He was in a coma, and he slowly recovered. The 4 Great Heavenly Kings are the 4 strongest subordinates of the God Lord. They listen only to the God Lord. That year, they were as strong as the Cortege of 8. After the God Lord's soul got damaged and his body was buried, the 4 Great Heavenly Kings continued to destroy the Bloodthirsty force. As the Bloodthirsty force's remaining experts went hidden, no one had heard about the 4 Great Heavenly Kings. The 4 Great Heavenly Kings aren't under the Elder Committee. Rumors say that they have been drifting around the universe to cultivate aesthetically in remote areas, waiting for their master to wake up. Only their master could summon them. Today, as the Elder Committee has summoned the 4 Great Heavenly Kings, the God Lord must have awakened. Azure Dragon had told Shi Yin the God Clan's information. After that, he sounded more serious as he suggested. No matter where you're hiding, the God Clan will hunt you down because you're the successor of Bloodthirsty. You can't hide. You can only fight them back. However, with your personal power in current realm, you have no ability to fight against the God Clan. Thus, you have to use the power of the Bloodthirsty force. You have to control this force and become stronger quickly. That's how you can be strong enough to battle the God Clan. As the God Lord has just awakened, he needs time to recover. You should seize the chance and take over the Bloodthirsty force. That's how you can have the opportunity and the upper hand. Although Azure Dragon felt irritated, he had to tell Shi Yin the details and analyze the situation to give him more good opinions. It was all for the future of the Heavenly Monster Tribe. If you want to get rid of this fate and hold your fate in your hands, and if you don't want the Bloodthirsty force to control your life, you must become the master of the Cortege of 8. Then, you can plan the others' lives too. Azure Dragon knew that Shi Yin wasn't content to let the others scheme his life. That's why he had hidden in the space crack. Thus, he gave Shi Yin an explanation now. Shi Yin was baffled. He frowned and sank in his thought. Azure Dragon didn't disturb him. He asked Heavenly Monster Tribe's clansmen to keep silent and wait for Shi Yin's decision. After a while, Shi Yin took a deep breath and asked, "How can I go to the Bloodthirsty Force's Holy Land?" Azure Dragon exhaled in relief, a light sparkling in his eyes. As you're the Bloodthirsty's heir, it's easy when you want to go to Holy Land of the Bloodthirsty Force. Pausing for a while, he continued, by the way, Hollow Fearsome Star Area and Prosaic Star Area aren't in danger anymore. Since the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple have declared their reinforcements, the God Clan has retreated. Before these 3 forces have given their official decisions, the God Clan aren't going to offend them. The Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple represent the other forces besides the four great creatures in the vast universe. Although they aren't united, they aren't ordinary. The God Clan is going to try their best to have them on their side. Because of those forces, the God Clan had won the battle at that year. If you can enthrone, you need to persuade these forces too. Even though you can't have them on your side, you should make them neutral. If they go with the God Clan, this battle will still be a struggle as it used to be in the past. Listening to him, Shi Yan's face became solemn. Don't you worry. In the past 10,000 years, the God Clan has become too haughty. That year, when they invited those forces to help them in the war, they had promised many good benefits. However, after that, when the bloodthirsty force was destroyed, the God Clan hasn't fulfilled their commitment yet. The alliance between them had shattered for a long time. In the past 10,000 years, they've been fighting a lot. It's not easy for the God Clan to have their support one more time. If they make a comparison, they will incline to the bloodthirsty force more. Although the bloodthirsty force is always arrogant and stubborn, and you don't really favor any force in this universe, you guys have a better reputation. You merely make promises, but when you promise something, you will fulfill it. Thus, if you can enthrone, you will have more chances to gain favor from those forces. Azure Dragon had wasted too much saliva telling Shi Yan everything he could to ensure the future of his tribe. Eventually, he expressed his opinion. From the time you've got the Genesis fruit, our heavenly monster tribe has proactively walked the same path with you. I'm sure that our heavenly monster tribe will stay on your side in this war. We don't have another choice. The members of Heavenly Monster Tribe wore a bitter visage as they sighed. Although Shi Yan had just aimed at them, and they had to embrace a lot of dissatisfaction, they still needed to go with Shi Yan and help him resist the God Clan with all of their will and power during this critical time. Just like what Azure Dragon had said, they didn't have any other option. Earlier, when Shi Yan had fused with the origin of their ancestral star, they had to stand on the same side as Shi Yan. It was their fortune and also their misfortune. It depended on how they viewed the situation and took action. If your heavenly monster tribe tries your best to help me, I will give you even the Blackwater Sea territory after this war. It's the payment for your efforts. Shi Yan looked at the members of Heavenly Monster Tribe and spoke with a serious visage. Azure Dragon's eyes brightened as he eyed him. Thank you. Chapter 1262, Step into the Blood Sea. Chapter 1262, Step into the Blood Sea. _ Deep inside the immense, endless sea, Shi Yan was on a reef, looking to the area far ahead while stroking the blood vein ring. He asked, how will we go to the bloodthirsty force's holy land? How am I going to enthrone? Leaving the heavenly monster mountain range, he pondered for a long time. Eventually, he decided not to ignore it anymore. He was going to listen to Azure Dragon. If he didn't want fate to bind him, he had to hold it in his hand. If he became the master of the cortege of 8, the future leader of the bloodthirsty force, he could even control the other's destiny. He would gain control. He made up his mind and decided to be proactive. He had to fight for his future. He was going to take the glorious throne of the bloodthirsty force's master, the sole leader of the cortege of 8, and kick the God Clan out of the arena. The blood vein ring sent him some vibes and glowed. Once the Blood Imperial Order is activated, anyone with the blood mark can use it to enter the Holy Land. As the Blood Imperial Order has in the Holy Land and is activated now, you can trigger your soul to activate the energy to cross spaces to get to the Holy Land directly. How do I activate it? It's simple. You just need to think about it and send your soul consciousness into the mark. That way, you can feel the call of the Blood Imperial Order. Let me try. Shi Yan, prepare to try. Hold on. Once the mark opens, you will be summoned directly to the Blood Sea Holy Land. The ring spirit stopped him. I need to tell you how to enthrone first. Shi Yan became focused and lowered his voice. Please do tell. You know that my memory was divided into 3 parts kept by Lao Luo, Xian He, and Xian Shan. They were responsible for finding the successor. Lao Luo came to Grace Mainland, Xian Shan came to the ancestral land of God Clan, and Xian He came to ancient Demon Continent. Lao Luo succeeded. He brought your soul here from the other universe. What does it matter to that enthroning thing? It matters. The so-called enthroning was set up by the cortege of 8. Because when Master was still alive, he thought that he would never die utterly. He had never wanted to choose an heir. After he died, the cortege of 8 was like a snake without a head. At that time, they came to recognize that they should find a master. Because Lao Luo, Xian He, and Xian Shan kept a part of my memory for each, they were eligible to choose our master successor. Since I was cooperating with them, with the power of the ancient continent's origin, we could change the natural principle to impart the devouring power Upanishad to the successor instantly, said the ring spirit. Shurian nodded quietly. That year, Lao Luo had brought a part of the blood vein ring's memory to Grace Mainland. He had twisted the rules of earth and heaven to take Shurian's soul from a different universe to occupy the body of another Shurian. Then, Shurian had received the inheritance from that blood pond. Unfortunately, the brave and stern Xianshan had come to ancient God continent, the ancestral star of the God clan, to scheme things that were against the nature order. Eventually, the God clan's experts had joined hands to kill him. Xianhe came to ancient demon continent. However, the origin of that planet was almost drained. It didn't have enough energy to guide a soul from another universe. Xianhe had to give it up begrudgingly. He kept the part of the blood vein ring's memory and left his streaks in the vast sea of stars. Then, he waited patiently. He hoped that the other two could succeed. Then, the ring spirit could gather its full memory once again. The 8 chiefs had determined that if Lao Luo, Xian He, and Xian Shan could find the successors, they would let the 3 fight each other. That's how they could fuse the part of memory and choose the strongest. This warrior would be qualified to enthrone and become the new master of the bloodthirsty force. The ring spirit continued. Xian He and Xian Shan failed. Now we have only me. What should we do? Shurian rubbed the bridge of his nose. The 8 chiefs wanted the leader to be someone with a bloodthirsty heart. The one who defeated the other 2 would be able to lead them all. If they had 3 successors, they would let them fight. The one who stands to the last moment would enthrone directly. Of course, they had thought about the current situation where 2 of them failed and only one had received the inheritance. When this happens, this person has to receive the acceptance from 8 chiefs. That warrior had to get the approval from at least 5 out of 8 chiefs and make them believe that he has the will, characteristics, wisdom, realms, and qualities that would make him qualified to order the chiefs. It means that if I want to get that position, I must gain the approval from 5 out of 8 chiefs. Right, but we know that only Ming Hao, Xian He, and Frederick are alive among the 8 chiefs. What should we do then? The strongest warrior of each force of the 8 great inheritances will become the new chief. As the Blood Imperial Order is activated, they must prepare to select the new chief of each force. Any warrior of the force that doesn't have chief can compete to be the strongest one, cultivating that power and be the next chief. I understand. Listening to the ring spirit, Shurian now understood the rules of the bloodthirsty force. If he wanted to enthrone, he had to get the approval from 5 chiefs. Because of Xian He's and Xian Shan's failure, he couldn't fight the other 2 candidates to get the throne himself, so now he had to count on the others' recognition. As Xian He and Frederick had been arranging a lot of things for him, they had to be on his side. Thus, he had 2 chiefs on his side now. He needed 3 more to become the new master of the bloodthirsty force. However, Shurian knew that it wasn't simple. Ming Hao, the Soul Control Force, was the leader of the cortege of 8, and he didn't think the same way with Shurian. This man had countless faces with the ultimately powerful force in the bloodthirsty force. The shadow of this man existed in the dominating forces in the sea of stars. It wasn't going to be easy to get over this man and enthrone. At first, you should go to the Blood Sea Holy Land. I'm sure that Xian He and Frederick will arrange something, said the ring spirit. Shurian nodded. The wind blowing from the sea felt warm. Shurian took a deep breath of humid spirit chi in his lungs to calm down. He sat neatly on the reef. His soul consciousness gathered, and his mind concentrated at one spot, which was the mark on the host soul's glabella. The blood mark became clear. He gathered his soul consciousness and felt the energy fluctuate from the blood mark. His mind flickered as he found a calling energy that came from the unknown place through the endless space. It was like a mother calling her children home. The voice ran directly into his soul and made him baffled. At that split of time, the God power in his body ran like an electrical current that flooded his head. The blood mark appeared between his eyebrows on his real body, glowing in a strange blood halo. As soon as the halo emitted, a blood vortex appeared from the sky above his head. It had a powerful suction force that was trying to pull him away. As Yin cultivated space power Upanishad. At first glance, he knew that vortex had the supernatural power of space that even at first sky of incipient God realm, he couldn't recognize its mysteries and how it was operated. That vortex was like a black hole in his brain. They were both ultimately mysterious that he couldn't describe. Yin didn't wiggle. He turned into a blood light and got into the blood vortex. After he had disappeared, the vortex shrank like a balloon that had the air inside drawn out. Shortly after, it had become a blood light, and it vanished into thin air. The vast blood sea. Frederick was using his power Upanishad on the island with thick corpse chi. He opened his mouth and released a pale cloud flying away. Shortly after, Benny on the Destruction Island, Benton and Fei Lan on the Corrosion Island, Leona with her father Thor on the Dark Island, Kada on the Chaos Island, and Yang Tian Emperor on the Despair Island were bewildered. Right after that, they saw pale clouds come to them and take them away. Benny, Kak Tual, and Yang Tian Emperor had low realms, so they couldn't resist. They had to follow the clouds. Fei Lan, at incipient God realm, changed her face. She was ready to counterattack. "It's the corpse cloud of Sir Frederick. No need to panic. I think he wants to talk to us," said Benton. Fei Lan was surprised. "Sir Frederick is the corpse chi chief. He and Xian, he saved me from the Dark Shadow clan that year. Sir Xian, he and Sir Frederick have done us great favors," continued Benton. Listening to him, Fei Lan stopped her moves. Just like that, Thor was explaining to Leona. "That year, your big uncle and I came to Agate Star area from God Perishing Land in Raging Flame Star area. Because we used the Dark Power Upanishad and the Corrosion Power Upanishad, the Dark Shadow clan noticed us and confined us. They wanted to bring us to the God clan. Fortunately, Sir Xian He and Sir Frederick found that. Xian He had come to save us personally. Recently, we were cultivating in seclusion as they told us to do." Leona nodded. The corpse cloud brought Yang Tian Emperor, Benny, and Ka Tua to the corpse chi island. As Frederick saw them, his soul flickered and sent a message to Xian He. Xian He was watching his subordinates cultivating happily in the blood shower on the Death Island. He grinned and disappeared from the island. Then, he appeared by Frederick looking at Yang Tian Emperor, Benny, Ka Tua, and the others. Who knows Shi Yan's whereabouts? Yang Tian Emperor looked bewildered, frowning and shaking his head. "Why do you need to see him?" Xian He gave a warm smile. "He's the Bloodthirsty Force's successor. He'll be our future master. We need to find him to let him take the role of the master." He turned to Thor and Benton. "Hey, the Blood Imperial Order has summoned all the experts cultivating Dark Power Upanishad and Corrosion Power Upanishad. Did you find anyone you can't deal with? I rescued you guys from the Dark Shadow clan with the hope that you too would become the chiefs of the Dark Force and the Corrosion Force. To nurture you, Frederick and I have spent a lot of original incipient grade pellets and materials. I'm sure you understand that we will not create any mistake in this." Thor and Benton were earnest, and they replied respectfully. "We won't fail you, sir. Are you confident?" Xian He squinted. "We'll win." Thor and Benton shouted. "We have the death, corpse chi, dark, and corrosion. It shouldn't be a problem. Ming Hao's soul control force will listen to him." About the other three forces, destruction, despair, and chaos. "I think 80% of the new chiefs will be on Ming Hao's side. It's a little troublesome here," Frederick frowned. Xian He nodded and glanced at Benny, Kak Ta, and Yang Tian Emperor. After a while, he sighed inwardly. Benny, Ka Ta, and Yang Tian Emperor didn't have high realms. They weren't able to control the force or become the new chief to give Yin their votes. Chapter 1263, Frantic. Chapter 1263, Frantic _ Inside the dark abyss, a narrow blood light descended from the scarlet void like a saber thrusting into the blood sea. Its destination was the only sealed bone island here. At that moment, the 8 islands with the power of soul control, death, corrosion, dark, chaos, destruction, despair, and corpse chi shook grumblingly. Warriors from different races, staying on those islands, looked at the sky in fear. The bone island at the center was the secret place where Bloodthirsty used to cultivate. The others weren't allowed to get in. Even the 8 chiefs could visit the island only when Bloodthirsty allowed them to. The bone island with the devouring energy fluctuations was the center of the blood sea and the forbidden area of the Holy Land. It was the root of the bloodthirsty force. Since Bloodthirsty had fallen and his body had fragmented, that small island had remained sealed. The 8 chiefs had tried many times, but none of them could open the place where Bloodthirsty used to cultivate. Until now, the descendants of the bloodthirsty force thought that the island would never open again. This kind of thought seemed to be carved in their souls and made them think that it was true instinctively. However, today, a bloodlight had pierced through the forbidden land that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Each warrior of the 8 great inheritances knew the secret of the forbidden land. They discolored in fright as they knew that a new era was about to come. The black eyes of the Imperial Darkman on the Soul Control island shot out the cold air. He stood up and looked at the island in front of him. He said sinisterly, "Unexpectedly, he comes. Harumph, does he think that he could be the new master with the inheritance from the old master to rule our chiefs?" There were many warriors cultivating soul, control, power, Upanishad. They were the members of the Dark Spirit Clan, the Dark Shadow Clan, and the Dark Clan. Those warriors were his henchmen. The warriors with the soul control power Upanishad were experienced experts with exquisite knowledge of the soul Upanishads. All of them had dark and sinister auras, as if their bodies had bound countless ghosts and creatures. Their cold eyes were so piercing. They looked at the Imperial Dark Warrior and kept their mouths shut. No one replied. "Our chief has his plan. That one isn't qualified to be the new master." The man raked his eyes through the place and spoke in a cold voice. "You guys came to the other island and spread our chief's idea to them." Some experts at the incipient God realm nodded. Their bodies stayed on the soul control island while their souls became a bunch of dim light that flew around. They disappeared shortly after. At the same time, Frederick and Xian, were asking Fei Lan and Leona to know Yan's whereabouts. They wanted to know every place Yan could visit, as they needed to find him hurriedly. Every time they activated the Blood Imperial Order, it took a lot of efforts and materials of the Bloodthirsty Force. Every time the Blood Imperial Order appeared, it meant that the Bloodthirsty Force had a big event. They used the Blood Imperial Order this time to find Yan, but they couldn't find him. Xian, he, and Frederick were so restless that they wanted to kill someone. "We don't know. We can't find our master. I've been in Fiery Rainstar area for a long time. I haven't met Master. Didn't he go to Tsunami Star? He hasn't come back yet. I don't know either." Ka, Tua, Benny, Fei Lan, and Yang Tian Emperor shook their heads as they didn't have a clue. Xian, he, and Frederick were so annoyed. They'd spent a lot of efforts to plan many things for so many years to carry out this Blood Imperial Order smoothly, so Yin could enthrone. At this critical moment, Yin didn't tell them a word before he disappeared into the space crack. It had completely stirred up their plan. They felt so annoyed. In their points of view, all that they had done was to continue the Bloodthirsty Force's inheritance and help Yin achieve his goals. They assumed that Yin would follow them and their plan. With their support, he was going to take the leader position and consolidate the 8 forces of the Bloodthirsty Force to resist the God Clan. Yin betrayed them. They felt so indignant. All of a sudden, a blood light pierced through the cloud and fell on the Forbidden Island. Xian, he, and Frederick threw each other a look, their eyes brightening. They looked at the island of the Master in the center and were filled with thrill. They grinned, taking Yang Tian Emperor's group and dashing towards the devouring island. Dash. Sure, Yin was moving like a blood rainbow. He thrust into the small island in the center of the blood sea and landed on a pile of bones. The small island was made of white bones. Looking around, the island had only bones. There was no grass, tree, bird, or insect. It didn't even have earth and heaven energy. This place was so strange. The blood mist hovered and filled the small island like a blood cage, sealing the small island. While he was still landing, the blood vein ring shot out of a bright bloodlight, and it tore that bloodlight cage. That was how Shi Yin could get into the island. Shi Yin gathered himself together and released the soul consciousness to sense. His face became stern. He was at first guy of incipient god realm, but his power was much purer and more condensed than the others. Although his energy was enhanced with space power Upanishad, he couldn't tear the bloody cage. It meant that the barrier covering the small island was very tough and tenacious. Perhaps only the peerless experts at Immortal Realm had the power to break this barrier, Shi Yin thought instinctively. Unfortunately, he didn't know that after Bloodthirsty had fallen, the 8 chiefs had tried many times in efforts to get into the island, but they hadn't succeeded once. The island where he was standing today hadn't welcomed anyone in the past 10,000 years. At this moment, Xianhe and Frederick were also stopped outside the bloodlight cage. They were so excited when they came as they thought that they could enter the island one more time, but the barrier had stopped them outside. They released their soul consciousness and tried to contact Shi Yin. At their realm, their soul consciousness couldn't pierce through the barrier. Bloodthirsty had set up this barrier a long time ago. It was like an eternal boundary that separated the earth and heaven. It could stop anything, whether it was energy or the soul consciousness. Xianhe and Frederick were at Immortal Realm, but they were stopped outside. They stood helplessly outside and glared at Shi Yan's bloodlight, entering the Bloodthirsty's forbidden land. Air. Xianhe looked at Frederick. Hovering by him were blood clouds carrying Yang Tian Emperor, Leona, and the others. We can't get in there or contact that kid. What should we do? Even when we kept the piece of the blood vein ring's memory, we couldn't enter. It means that only the ring's spirit with full memory can get through that blood barrier. The blood vein ring is the key to opening the forbidden land. As he had the ring, he could get in there as he pleased. Frederick sounded begrudging. We couldn't get there before, and we can't do that now. We have no choice. We can only wait for him to come out then. But the other forces have to carry out the competition to find new chiefs. Why doesn't he get a good sense? Does he have some other thought? Sai, I have a headache. We can't treat this kid as a normal kid. Xianhe forced a smile. Leave it to me. I'm going to talk to him into this. He'll agree to get the throne. All of a sudden, Yang Tian Emperor said, if he comes here, he must know the situation. He came here for the master position. You guys don't need to worry anymore. Hearing him, Xianhe and Frederick couldn't help but look at Yang Tian Emperor. Their eyes were strange and piercing, as if they wanted to see through Yang Tian Emperor's bones. After a while, a strange light shot out from Xianhe's and Frederick's eyes. They nodded and agreed with Yang Tian Emperor. Yang Tian Emperor's realm wasn't really high. Typically, he couldn't be seen in Xianhe's and Frederick's eyes. Anyway, Xianhe and Frederick understood that they couldn't compare the real competence of the warriors who cultivated despair power, Upanishad, by their realm. They could feel some sharp power that could even pierce through the world from Yang Tian Emperor. This kind of spear had endless power, and only the experts at their realm could be able to see the nature of a warrior's competence that way. We should arrange this chief competition first and wait for him to get out of there. Frederick nodded. Pondering for seconds, he turned to Yang Tian Emperor. There are dozens of warriors cultivating despair power Upanishad on the Despair Island. In the vast sea of stars, only they can get the chance to encounter and learn the power from our master soul consciousness and succeed to practice the power. One of them will become the new chief of the Despair Force. Do you want to give it a try? Xianhe was shocked. He looked at Yang Tian Emperor as he was thrilled. After many years of arrangement, Benton and Thor were their weapons to get the chief positions of the Dark and Corrosion forces. However, even if Benton and Thor could succeed, they had only half of the 8 great inheritances, even with the addition of Xianhe's and Frederick's forces. They needed the support from one more chief to fulfill their plan. Yang Tian Emperor had shown them hope. Among the 8 great inheritances, the Despair Power Upanishad was the most special. No warrior could impart this power to the next generation. They had to learn the power themselves. Thus, the experts cultivating this power on the respective island didn't have profound realms. The strongest warrior in that group was at First Sky of Incipient God Realm. Although Yang Tian Emperor was at First Sky of Ethereal God Realm, the understanding of the power was more important than the realm. The warriors who cultivated this power could always fight higher realm opponents. In fact, right at the beginning, this power had been related to skipping realms and challenging stronger experts. Many peerless experts of this power had continuously challenged the opponents at higher realms to improve their powers. It sounded like a dreamy story when an ethereal god realm expert fought against an incipient god realm expert in the other forces. However, it could work in the Despair Force. Defeat that incipient god realm expert to become the chief of the Despair Force. Yang Tian Emperor eyes became frantically excited. They had a light that only extremely stubborn and wild warriors could have. His slender body quivered. A robust fighting will shot out from deep in his soul altar. Xianhe and Frederick had their eyes brightened. They had only seen this kind of extreme enthusiasm in fighting on one person, Senro, the former Despair Chief. The sharp aura that Yang Tian Emperor was showing together with his frantic desire was more than what Senro had that year. A person like him was born for the Despair Power Upanishad. Although he couldn't take the chief position this time, he was going to become the sole or the core expert of the Despair Power Upanishad. Xianhe and Frederick observed Yang Tian Emperor and thought such things. They suddenly had respect for him. At this moment, they seemed to see Yang Tian Emperor as the future chief of the Despair Force. His aura was even stronger than Senro's. When they looked at Yang Tian Emperor, they vaguely treated him as their peer. This was a sort of recognition. Heroes confirmed heroes. Chapter 1264, The Bloodthirsty Statue. Chapter 1264, The Bloodthirsty Statue, _ Forbidden Island. Shurian stroked the blood vein ring and walked deep into the island while frowning. This island had many dark red clouds with energy that could affect the soul. It aroused Shur Yan's bloodthirsty desire. He tried to put aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind to keep his head sound. His body flashed as he walked directly to the White Bone Island. Shur Yan was dumbstruck, and he stood with a baffled face. The center of this bone island had 8 grand earth and haven sacrificial altars. These 8 altars were several thousand meters tall and more than 100 mu large. They were made of some strange material. It wasn't metal or chalcedony, but it looked as red as blood. The 8 altars had a terrifying pressure that would have slapped people in the face. The 8 sacrificial altars were arranged in 8 directions, and they jutted into the dark clouds. These altars looked like soul altars, but they didn't have a sea of consciousness, a tier of power Upanishad, or an ethereal extent or incipient extent. These altars were made of a special material with many beautiful, exquisite carvings. Those patterns on the altar looked like what was carved on the blood vein ring. They were like profound records of earth and heaven powers. Each sacrificial altar had 5 blood clouds that hovered where it released the energy that matched with the aura of each altar. The 8 altars matched with 8 power Upanishads: soul control, death, corrosion, dark, chaos, destruction, despair, and corpse chi. The 5 blood clouds above the altars were the crest of the bloodthirsty force. Shurian didn't know which magical effects it had. It had been 10,000 years since someone could enter this area, but the 8 massive sacrificial altars didn't have a speck of dust. They were sparkling as if they were the source of power Upanishad inheritance. As long as he could sit on the altar, he could receive the respective power Upanishad. Only the despair altar looked different. It had a unique energy fluctuation, as if it had reached the other end of the world that was seeking for a suitable candidate. It wasn't going to stay passively to wait for the warriors to get here and receive the inheritance. These altars had distinctive auras that were auras of the 8 small islands that he saw when he had arrived. The 8 altars were the foundation of the 8 islands. They seemed to be able to affect those islands' energy and direction. Shi Yin thought that they were so marvelous. However, what had surprised Shi Yin a lot wasn't these 8 grand altars. Standing in the center of the 8 altars was a massively imposing Demogorgon statue. That statue was even more majestic than the 8 altars. It looked like a holy mountain. The members of the giant tribe were like ants compared to this statue. That Demogorgon statue was extremely gigantic. It was made of the same material as those altars. A beam of light from the scarlet sky was shining on it. It gave people a fearsome feeling. That statue didn't have clear facial features. It had 2 horns on its head, a spiky tail growing from the bottom, and a pair of massive wings on its back. The Demogorgon had an exquisite set of keratin armor lingering on its body. From a distance, this Demogorgon statue was so intimidating. It faced the sky as if it was roaring and shouting at the heaven. The Demogorgon statue was more than 10,000 meters tall. It had long chains tied around its tail, shoulders, wings, and legs that were connected to the 8 altars. At first glance, Shi Yin was shocked, but he actually had a magical feeling. That year, when he had come to God Perishing Land, he used to see the magical formation that the God clan had set up in God Perishing Land. It used the soul-sucking demonic flowers to draw the energy, blood, and flesh from other warriors to heal the wounded experts of the God clan. It was going to revive them eventually. That magical formation in God Perishing Land was similar to what was in front of him now. Each stone stele in that area had 12 chains that were used to collect energy from the victims. Taking a closer look, he found that the scale and level of this area were much more profound than the God clan's God Perishing Land. Shi Yin vaguely felt that the strange structure of the God clan's God Perishing Land was a poor copy of this place. It could imitate the shape, but not its real essence. It was because Shi Yin could feel that the 8 altars here weren't to bind the Demogorgon statue or to take energy from it. Quite the contrary, he felt that these 8 altars were some sort of weapons for the statue. It was like if the statue could use its force, it could swing the several thousand-meter altars around and use the abilities of the 8 power Upanishads to attack. It would be the utmost power of the world. The 8 chains that connected the statue to the altars seemed to be used to transfer the marvelous power from the statue to the altars to trigger their power. In his eyes, the Demogorgon was the master with the real power, and the 8 altars were just the weapons it would use to vent its power. Observing the Demogorgon statue for a while, Shi Yin suddenly shouted, "Bloodthirsty Forces Master." He suddenly understood it. He remembered that when he tried to explore the mysteries of the blood mark many years ago, he used to see a fantasy like this. In an immense world, a giant was roaring inaudibly. Although he was chained by massive chains, he was still bellowing bravely. Today, as he saw this scene, he suddenly understood. "That's the statue of Master," said the ring spirit. Then a finger and a bone of Bloodthirsty flew out from the ring and entered the gigantic Demogorgon statue. At that split of time, the majestic Demogorgon statue seemed to revive and send out earth-shaking energy. This kind of energy could crush a whole level 7 life star. It shook the soul and made people scared. While the Demogorgon statue had earth-shaking energy, the entire blood sea in this dark abyss bubbled and boiled up. The Demogorgon statue was still standing and facing the sky as if it was howling indignantly. However, it didn't have any special move. However, the chains connected to the statue's shoulders, wings, tail, and legs now had a strange blood halo. The blood drawings on the chains were like blood snakes that moved. "What's going on?" Shi Yin looked stern. The imposing, intimidating aura coming from the Demogorgon statue made him feel like there were billions of mountains on his shoulders that made him kneel down. Under that aura, he turned into his immortal demon body and activated the power of his blood. However, he couldn't endure it. He slumped on the ground, soaking in his sweat. His bones made crack, crack, sounds as if the prestige of the Demogorgon statue had broken his bones, soul, and body. That pressure was even more dangerous than the anger of heaven. Shi Yan's mind and spirit couldn't endure it. It's horrible. Shi Yan was shaking. He called the blood vein ring as he wanted to know what was going on here. He could see that the bloodlines on the 8 chains were moving towards the 8 altars. Strangely, the 8 altars began to move as if they were about to fly up. However, they moved several meters and then fell again as they didn't have more energy. The white bone island shook hard. The blood sea surged to the sky and shook the entire dark abyss. Shi Yan spurted out blood. When the 8 altars fell back on the ground, they created a tremor that had almost displaced Shi Yan's internal organs. Shi Yan winced and gritted his teeth as blood trickled from his mouth. After the 8 altars fell back to the ground, the threatening aura from the Demogorgon statue disappeared. Then, he heard Blood Vein Ring's voice. Only 2 pieces still needs a lot. Shi Yan's face darkened. He thundered in his mind. What happened? What do you want to do? The Blood Vein Ring kept silent. After a while, it said, From now on, you will collect my master's remains. Every time you get a piece, you can learn a power Upanishad from the Cortege of 8. Among the 8 powers Upanishads, including soul control, death, corrosion, dark, chaos, destruction, despair, and corpse chi, you've got only death power Upanishad. You can cultivate the other powers too. As long as you continue to collect master's remains, you can gain the powers Upanishads he used to have. What do you think? Shi Yan was bewildered. Breaking through to the incipient God realm requires the perfect understanding of the powers Upanishad. If I get the other powers Upanishads at this time, it means I will never be able to break through again. He was a little confused. Devouring is master's main power. With the other 8 power Upanishads, he was invincible. What you're worried about is an obstacle to the typical warrior, but it's not something you should worry about. The ring spirit paused for a while. You have master's devouring power Upanishad. You can use it to swallow the new power Upanishads. I have the method to help you break through those powers. Also, you need to enthrone, using the power of the bloodthirsty force to gather the master's remains. You can learn the 8 new powers Upanishads. Then, you can officially inherit all powers from him. As long as I can swallow them, those power Upanishads will become mine. Shi Yan sounded dumbstruck. You can slowly inherit the 8 powers Upanishads, including soul control, death, corrosion, dark, chaos, destruction, despair, and corpse chi. You just need to activate these 8 altars to trigger the source of power Upanishad inheritance inside, and then use the devouring power Upanishad to swallow them. You can have them, explained the ring spirit. Shi Yan was thrilled. When he fought against Haig, he had swallowed the metal star created by Haig's incipient extent, and it then appeared in his incipient extent, becoming a part of it. He had a vague feeling that the power of the devouring power Upanishad was absolutely beyond his imagination. Bloodthirsty could use the devouring power Upanishad to swagger tyrannically around the world. As he considered it his main power, this power Upanishad would be extremely evil. Today, he had finally confirmed his assumptions. The devouring power Upanishad was the utmost power in this universe, indeed. It was worthy of the first power Upanishad in this cosmos. The ring spirit had thrown the 2 pieces of Bloodthirsty's remains to the statue to activate some mysterious formation. However, as the energy in those pieces weren't enough, they couldn't trigger the real power of the altars. Apparently, the ring spirit wanted to activate the marvelous formation here as it wanted to gather Bloodthirsty's remains. The ring spirit didn't tell him what that formation would do, but it had given him an enticement he couldn't resist. Having the 8 great inheritances at the same time. He knew that the ring spirit wanted to get something secret through him. He didn't know what secret it was, but he couldn't endure the enticement of having the 8 powers Upanishads. For the remaining 7 powers Upanishads, including soul control, corrosion, dark, chaos, destruction, despair, and corpse chi, he pondered for a while and then replied, "I agree with you. Then we must now get the leader thrown first." The ring spirit was discreetly excited. Chapter 1265, There's an Energy. Chapter 1265, There's an Energy, _ The Forbidden Island had a great commotion that had even seethed the blood sea. It had startled all the descendants in this dark abyss. Xian, he, and Frederick were still lingering around. They could feel the tremor from the island deeply. They exchanged looks and saw the thrill in each other's eyes. They used to visit this island, so they knew that there were 8 altars in there that represented the 8 power Upanishads. In fact, those 8 altars could control the 8 island in the Blood Sea. The energy in those altars had many powers, including the ability to impart power Upanishad inheritance. They knew something about the sacrificial altars, but they didn't know anything about the bloodthirsty statue. Today, feeling the turbulent commotion from the island, Xian, he, and Frederick were anxious. They were worried that something bad had happened in there. Yang Tian Emperor, Bintan, and Thor had returned to the respective island of their force. Xian, he, and Frederick had prepared for Yang Tian Emperor, Bintan, and Thor to get the chief position of their force. That way, they could make sure Yin the new master. They hadn't left the outside of the center island because it wasn't time for the competition yet. At the same time, the Imperial Dark Old Man on the Soul Control Island had changed his countenance in fear. He observed the Forbidden Island from a distance. He pondered for seconds and then closed his eyes to contact Ming Hao. He told him the commotion of the Forbidden Island. He had stressed about the tremor and the boiling blood sea. He was so grave, telling his discovery sufficiently. He then waited for the other's decision. After a while, he suddenly looked at a man from the Dark Clan. That man also cultivated the soul control power Upanishad, but his realm wasn't really high. He was only at ethereal god realm. He looked as thin as a dry tree branch with an average look. Under his gaze, that dark man was bewildered. Right after that, he looked like he was struggling with a wince. His soul was occupied instantly. Shortly after, his face resumed, but now he had a pair of dark eyes, as if he had become a completely different person. "Welcome the Chief Soul." The Imperial Dark Old Man immediately kneeled down, one hand touching his forehead and the other placed on his chest. It was the special etiquette of the bloodthirsty force to greet the leaders. The other warriors cultivating the soul control power Upanishad also felt a tremendous power pressing down. They hurried to kneel down, using the same etiquette to greet, screaming, "Welcome the Chief Soul." The Soul Control Chief didn't plan to come here. Because of the strange commotion, he had to come here using his soul. He didn't have a body, but still, he could use his subordinate's body to appear in this Blood Sea holy land. Ming Hao's soul arrived. His dark eyes raked around the area like a ghost. On the Forbidden Island in the center, Xian, he, and Frederick were gazing at the island when a blood light shot out from the inside abruptly. Xian, he, and Frederick looked shocked. Then, Shi Yin flew out of the Forbidden Land and walked to Xian, he, and Frederick. At the same time, a ghostly figure came from the sky and appeared right next to Xian He. His cold eyes studied Shi Yin and then stopped that blood vein ring on his finger. His face changed again. It's true that our master's relic is the key to open the Forbidden Land. Xian He and Frederick darkened their faces and looked at him. Ming Hao had countless appearances. His soul could come and possess any warriors who he had turned into his soul slaves. When he wanted it, he could use many beams of soul consciousness to appear as different people in different star areas at the same time. Those warriors could come from different clans and forces, but their souls would all be controlled. It was a supernatural power of the soul control power Upanishad. It was also the most dangerous and mysterious ability of the soul control force. Xian He, Frederick, long time no see. You've been planning a lot of things for this man to get the throne? Ming Hao's voice was cold but tender. While talking, it seemed like he had sent his wisps of soul power to people's sea of consciousness discreetly. It was the way he used to control the other's mind. While Ming Hao was talking, Shi Yin felt a chill in his body, as if an invisible force had invaded his soul altar. However, he enjoyed Ming Hao's voice a lot. Also, he wanted the man to talk more. Ming Hao had become a fantasy in his mind. Ming Hao, Xian, he shouted, his voice like the thunderclaps. The blood thunderbolts appeared in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. As soon as those blood bolts appeared, the relaxing feeling and the fantasy in his sea of consciousness washed away. The blood lightning bolts with the intent domain of death and life continuously multiplied in his head as if it could create death and life ultimately. The lightning bolts had smashed Ming Hao's invading soul power. Then, they had become the robust vitality that entered Shi Yan's sea of consciousness to clean it. Eventually, Shi Yan's sea of consciousness got cleaned with no dregs remaining. He's not qualified to be the next master. He couldn't even endure my voice, said Ming Hao. Xian He and Frederick didn't mind him. They all observed Shi Yan. Xian He smiled, showing his teeth and introducing himself. I'm a Death Chief, Xian He. He's Frederick. That sneaky guy that comes here with only his soul is Ming Hao, the Soul Control Chief. He's the biggest chicken among the 8 great inheritances. He's never fought with people directly. He always hides in the dark corner to play with his dark scheme. Xian He mocked Ming Hao, not trying to be polite. True. Well, they say that he's the leader of the cortege of 8, but we never admit it. Basically, the one that has never shown his real body and has always enslaved the other souls doesn't deserve to become our master's retinue. I still couldn't figure out how he could have a slot in the cortege of 8. Frederick grinned and then laughed loudly. His mocking voice wasn't worse than Xian He's. Even when Bloodthirsty was still alive, Frederick and Xian He had never gotten along with Xian He. They had always fought. They never liked Ming Hao. When Bloodthirsty was still alive, he could subdue their dispute and unite them. However, after Bloodthirsty had fallen, no one could restrain them anymore. Thus, when they saw each other after many years, the 3 barked at each other's faces. It was normal if they fought too. I'm here today to get inside. Ming Hao looked at the blood-light cage in front of them. Give me Master's blood vein ring. You're not qualified to keep it. Wait until one day you reach the immortal realm. Then you can stand in front of me and keep the ring. Even if he has to hand back the blood vein ring, it's not for you, Ming Hao. Xian He laughed evilly. That year, Xian Shan, Lao Luo, and I kept a part of the ring spirit's memory. Even if we need someone to keep the ring, I should be that one. I don't care about your dispute. It was the first time Shi Yin talked. However, it was strange that Xian He, Frederick, and even Ming Hao didn't intervene. They just waited for him. Xian He, Frederick, and Ming Hao had known about Shi Yin from very early on. They knew that he had inherited their master's power and the blood vein ring. They had taken care of Shi Yin in silence. They even knew the details of every battle that Shi Yin had joined. However, they had never met Shi Yin personally or communicated to him. Today, it was the first time they met their master's successor. I'm here with the hope that I could gather his remains. His remains are scattered around the corner of the universe. Someone is keeping them too. As his heir, I'm responsible for gathering his remains. And you guys are his retinue. Don't you bear the same responsibility too? Sure, Yin stooped to see the blood vein ring. He'd fallen for so many years, but his body wasn't intact. As his retinue, have you ever tried to do this? How do you know that we have never tried for this? Ming Hao's voice sounded so cold. So you think that we've done nothing after so many years? You hide here and crave for your life. What do you know? The God Clan has been searching for our master's remains. The 1,000 Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple have collected them. We always kept searching. Do you think only you want to do that? Xian He and Frederick exchanged looks and 4 smiles. Our master's remains have been scattered at the end of the world. Also, they are very special. It's not easy to find them. You can see them or use the soul consciousness to sense. It just takes good encounters to find them. As far as we know, the Thousand Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple hold one or two pieces of him. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce and the God Clan have some too. They got them right after the fight, before Master's remains had changed. Also, only Tsunami Chamber of Commerce has the piece that has turned into some unique material. Xianhe shook his head, his eyes upset and reluctant. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce got it by chance. Someone sold it. They just know that they can touch it, but can't see it or use the soul consciousness to check it. It's a rare thing, and it exists. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had mobilized hundreds of experts to check it. After they gave it to their president, they knew that it was a piece of our master's remains. The warrior who got it by chance had been dragged into the space crack and found it. He didn't know what it was, so he gave it to Tsunami Chamber of Commerce to verify, Frederick explained Yen. Why have his remains become so peculiar? Yen frowned. Listening to Xianhe and Frederick, Yen vaguely understood. He had seen them, so he knew Bloodthirsty's remains could become invisible. It was really hard to find them in the universe, as they couldn't see or sense it with their soul. Why are they so peculiar? Xianhe, Frederick, and Ming Hao muttered, their eyes mysterious as if they had immersed themselves in the big secret again. Billions of warriors in this vast sea of stars have the same question. Many peerless existences, including the chief of the God Clan, the sect master of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the master of the Broken Hall, the master of the Heaven River Temple, Frederick, Ming Hao, and me at the Immortal Realm want to know the reason. After our master had fallen, in the next 10,000 years, those experts want to know this mystery to control this kind of power. However, no one has ever succeeded until now. This kind of power that had turned our master's remains into something peculiar has remained a secret until now. No one could know or learn it, said Xianhe. Yen was astonished. He suddenly remembered what the ring spirit had told him. Master kept a power that only he knew and controlled in this vast universe among billions of creatures. He'd fallen because of it too. What kind of energy was it? Chapter 1266, The Three Great Chiefs. Chapter 1266, The Three Great Chiefs, Thousand Fantasy Sect, Fantasy Star. There were many bamboo houses inside, a lush forest with beautiful sights and a network of rivers. The forest had abundant earth and heaven energy with a marvelous aroma. This sort of magical land with a great fragrance was really rare in this vast cosmos. This special place was also the private territory of the Thousand Fantasy Sect. Deep inside the forest were many beautiful waterfalls, hills, and palaces. The warriors from different races were walking here and there, taking in the earth and heaven energy to refine their bodies and soul powers. The Thousand Fantasy Sect was an ancient force that followed the rules of nature. There was almost no war chariot or battleship in Phantasy Star. The warriors here didn't count on external materials. They wanted to explore themselves as the foundation of their cultivation. Deep in the forest was a clear lake that had an islet. The islet was filled with green colors of lush forests. Many fish were swimming around the islet as if they could live in peace and harmony forever with no danger awaiting them. A handsome man was lying on his side in a small pavilion on the islet. He was holding a book and reading wholeheartedly. After a while, he frowned and lifted his head to check the sky, his eyes surprised. The magical lights sparkled above his head like meteors. His eyes became focused. He rose a hand to pull the void, and the sky seemed to be pulled altogether. Deep inside the layers of clouds, some shadows flew through the barriers and landed on the islet. There were males and females at different realms. Surprisingly, they were Xingming of the Broken Hall, Gulian and Guling of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, and Lena and Cecilia of the Heaven River Temple. Besides them, there was another man and a woman. The man was sturdy with hair like a hedgehog. He looked stiff, and he wore a rough warrior costume. There was dust on his clothes. Apparently, he wasn't a man who minded his appearance much. However, Xingming of the Broken Hall was so respectful standing by him. This man was Caesar, the famous hall master of the Broken Hall. He was famous for his passion for martial arts. He had dedicated his whole life to martial arts. He didn't like women or wealth. He didn't mind minor things, too. He had spent his whole life to learn and comprehend earth and heaven powers. Caesar was his father's successor. His father was the former hall master of the Broken Hall. Before he died, he had appointed Caesar as the new hall master. Although he had inherited the hall master position of the Broken Hall, he didn't care too much about the issues of the Broken Hall. The Broken Hall consisted of many smaller halls. He didn't mind their business unless the Broken Hall had encountered dangers. Only then did he step out and solve it. Although Caesar was lazy in taking care of the business of the Broken Hall, the leaders of the small halls under the Broken Hall had always respected him even more than his father. It was because Caesar was really strong and his martial arts could protect the reputation of the Broken Hall. When the other entered the immortal realm, it was much shorter than the time his father took. He was much stronger than his father. He was the strongest expert of the Broken Hall, and he was still getting stronger. No one could be his rival. As long as he was intimidating, even though Caesar didn't care about the Broken Hall, the others still respected him. No one had the guts to provoke him. Besides Caesar, there was another woman. This woman looked graceful and mild. She looked very similar to Lena. She was tender and mature indeed. She was Lena's blood sister, the master of the Heaven River Temple, Lorraine. Ling Xiang, you've been immersing in the beauty of nature for years. Has your realm increased further? Lorraine's clothes weren't precious or luxurious. They were simple and elegant. She said casually after they had arrived. Ling Xiang wore cyan clothes. He was the sect master of the Thousand Fantasy sect. Caesar, the master of the Broken Hall, wore simple hempen clothes. Lorraine, the master of the Heaven River Temple, wore an elegant dress. It seemed like they had reached the stage where they had returned to the truth with a natural mindset. Ling Xiang smiled faintly and put down his book. Oh, it's not that easy. In the past few years, I've been cultivating ascetically at the end of the universe alone. I've sent my emotions to the mountain and the river to keep my soul sound and clear. I've been making a lot of efforts to maintain my realm and to not let it lower. It's really hard to develop further, though. The master of the Broken Hall, Caesar, nodded, his voice rough and manly. At our realm, it's no use to only cultivate and use pellets or spirit herbs. After many years, I've destroyed my soul altars many times to become a mortal person to experience the bitter and sour events in life. I can feel my realm change a little bit, but I haven't figured out how to break through again. Caesar sighed and looked at the immense starry sky, feeling a little dispirited. I don't know how he is cultivated. When Caesar mentioned everybody kept quiet as if they had a big mountain placed on their hearts. It felt so heavy they had to gasp for their breaths. That year, we hadn't reached the immortal realm. Our teachers and fathers had joined that battle. Most of them were killed. Many warriors had to bury their bodies there. I heard from my teacher that after that horrible fight, that man had shown that he was worthy of the title of the first warrior. Although his soul was destroyed and his body was shattered, he still exists today. Lorraine, the master of the Heaven River Temple, sighed deeply. All of them had stern visages and were frowning, sinking in their remote memories. They kept silent for a long time. That year, our fathers and teachers were lucky to get a piece of his remains. They imparted them to us until now. They hoped that we could use his remains to learn that unknown energy. It has been 10,000 years. Did you have any harvest? While Ling Xiang was talking, a box appeared in his hand that was made of the heavenly fragrant soul soothing jade and was similar to the box that president of the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had. Caesar and Lorraine wore complex countenances when they heard him. Their minds flickered and the same boxes appeared in their hands. Both of them were made of the heavenly fragrant soul soothing jade. Lorraine sighed and looked at Lena standing by her. We've been trying every method we know to decode the mysteries of his remains to get that power. Unfortunately, we have failed every time. There were several times we were almost killed. She looked at Ling Xiang and Caesar. As you've been training for your whole life, have you ever encountered any good things? Have you ever sensed a bit of this mysterious energy? Caesar wore a heavy face. his brows slamming together as he shook his head. Nothing. Me neither, said Ling Xiang with a frown. Gulian, Xingming, and Lena just listened and didn't intervene with their conversation. Until now, Lena pondered for a while and then said eventually, that year our teachers and fathers had collected his remains. 4,000 years until today, the God clan has solely ruled the world. And now, the bloodthirsty force has the Genesis fruit. Their successor has shown up and defeated Hague. The sea of stars that has been quiet for 10,000 years is going to be stirred up again. We should have a choice. A choice. Ling Xiang turned around and looked at the horizon and then the lake with the fish swimming. Why do we have to choose? Why do the four great creatures who have the right to join the competition to conquer this world have to choose a side? Why we have to choose a side all the time? Do we have the right to join that competition and conquer this universe too? Hearing him, Caesar, Lorraine, Gulian, Xingming, and Lena were shaken. Ling Xiang turned around to look at them, his eyes as sharp as sabers. The four great creatures have taken turns to control the universe for the past 100,000 years, and we can only passively support one side. We have battled, but we couldn't enjoy the triumph. 10,000 years ago, our precursors of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple were killed. We had to bear a significant loss. But after the God clan has won, what do we have? Caesar and Lorraine kept silent. We got nothing. We've sacrificed our blood and flesh to help the God clan raise their dictatorship. We've created the dominating reign of the God clan, but our position and status haven't changed a bit. We could only guard our star areas, and the God clan didn't invade us. That's all that we've gained. Ling Xiang suddenly screamed. His calm aura changed, and it showed his sharpness. Caesar and the others were moved. They sank in their thoughts. This time, we, the Thousand Fantasy Sect, aren't just going to be supporters. It's a rare, once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Our ancestors had passed the opportunity, but I, Ling Xiang, won't let it go. He hissed. You want to compete for once? Caesar and Lorraine screamed. Ling Xiang smiled frankly. Didn't you come here with the same purpose? Don't you want to fight once? Currently, the bloodthirsty force is weakened and the God clan is domineering. Anyway, the bloodthirsty force often creates miracles. If we do it well, we can have the chance to change the structure that has been established for dozens of thousands of years. The four great creatures are going to be the overlords of the entire world. I have only one question. What does that man from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce think about this? Lorraine asked all of a sudden. Same thoughts as mine, Ling Xiang smiled. Lorraine and Caesar exchanged looks and nodded. Excited light radiated from their eyes. Before that, to show our goodwill, Tsunami Chamber of Commerce gifted him a piece of his remains. We couldn't find anything from it for years, so we don't mind giving it away. It's to congratulate that kid, as he can enthrone, said Ling Xiang. What if he can't enthrone? Lorraine and Caesar frowned. Then we'll choose Ming Hao. We don't care who becomes the master. We just want the bloodthirsty force and the God clan to fight each other until they both are hurt, laughed Ling Xiang. Lorraine nodded and turned around to look at Cecilia and Lena. You should watch this girl closely. Don't let her leave your side. I know, Lena nodded. Cecilia wore a sour face. After she had heard Ling Xiang's sharp shout, she understood that she wouldn't have a chance to meet Shi Yin for a long time. Her freedom was going to be restricted. The Thousand Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple had been playing the supporting roles for dozens of thousands of years with Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. This time, they didn't want to be the supporting roles anymore. They wanted to be the protagonist. They wanted to change the scenario and have the four great creatures to rule the universe again. They wanted to use their combined force to replace the four great creatures. This time, the Star War was going to be much more complicated.